Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Day of the Progressive Economic Policies here at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. It's the second day of the conference. Yesterday, we had the award-winning ceremony of the Hans Manteuffel Award. Many of you might have joined. It was very inspiring. Minou Shafik was our guest, Tom Krebs. These are the two award winners. We are delighted to have you here again, or here for the first time. We'd also like to welcome all the viewers and spectators who are connected online via the live stream. Let us briefly introduce ourselves. We are going to host the meeting today. Marlies Oeken, she's the Deputy Director of Policy, Economic and Political Affairs at Zeit Online. Jens Tönnesmann is by my side. He's a journalist for the Economic Department of the printed version of Die Zeit. And he hosts the webcast, Is It a Bubble? That I would really like to recommend to you. We'd like to have a fruitful discussion with you here today. Therefore, you can use lots of different forms in order to participate. You can leave a contribution on the live chat, and we are trying to feed your statement into the discussion. And we've prepared a tool which is called Tweetback. It gives us the possibility to carry out opinion polls here in this room. And then we can present the votes, the results to you in order to hear from you what your position is. Let's start off with this straight away. You will find this beautiful piece of paper on your seats. If you switch on your camera on your mobile phone and press on the left-hand side the survey button, and if you press the scan button, then you will get to our first Tweetback button. This is the QR code. Unfortunately, not all the mobile phones are made for that. So why not use the piece of paper in front of you? The first question this morning is, did you join the award-winning ceremony of the Hans Manteuffel Prize yesterday evening? The question is to be answered with a yes or no. Quite simple. Now, please cast your vote right now, and we're really waiting for the results quite with a deal of excitement. Now, if you were not there yesterday, you can look it up. It's still available in the webcast. We also have a team here of the journalist groups of the FES, which provides blogs live on the website of the FES. So if you're interested in Minou Shafik, Anke Rehlinger, Tom Krebs, and what Martin Schulz had to say yesterday night, you will find it on the website of the FES. And of course, we would also like to draw your attention to the hashtag with which you can post information on Twitter or other social media. It's called hashtag TPW23. Yesterday, Martin Schulz told us that TPW might also stand for something else but the Tag der progressiven Wirtschaftspolitik. The Technology Park Würselen, that's a technology park in his hometown. So you can choose the hashtag according to your liking, but just use the TPW23. Hope that the results are already available. I feel a bit like in a national election campaign, the first forecasts, yes. 62.5% of the participants were already at the award-winning ceremony yesterday, but 1/3 had not joined. So welcome to all of you. We're delighted to have you here. Let's move on straight away. Now you can cast a second vote. If you were there yesterday, if you were amongst the lucky 60%, now it's a bit nasty, but how many interesting discussions did you have with nice persons that you met? 0? And this would be really disappointing. 1 interesting discussion, up to 3, or maybe even up to 5. Well, exceeding the number 5 is impossible, but it will be interesting to see what the result will be. I had some interesting talks. How about you? Yes, definitely so. I was really impressed. I would have liked to stay longer, but I had to prepare myself for this morning. But we will continue with the good discussions and talks today. Now, let me present you with a short outlook. We've got a renowned panel here with us this morning with Lars Klingbeil, the co-chairman of the Social Democratic Party. Oh, the results are already here. Okay, now you can read the results up there. Most of you had up to 3 interesting exchanges with new people. Some of you even had more than 5 interesting discussions. 13%, not a single one? Oh, I hope that's those of you who had to go back home straight away to look after your family, your kids, or to attend a sports event. Our outlook, what's going to happen today? We'll have our opening panel with Lars Klingbeil, amongst others, the chairman of the SPD, And the star economist, if I may say so, Isabella Weber,
Staatsministerin für
and the French Secretary of State for Europe, Laurence Bonn. And after that, we will continue with a discussion between Hildegard Miller from the German Association of the Automotive Industry versus German Trade Union Confederation Chairperson Yasmin Fahimi. And then you're going to split up and you can visit different fora.
Das erste startet.
Two different ones take place at the same time, starting off at 11:45. Then we'll have a lunch break, which is also very important. And then we'll have a second round of fora. Four will happen simultaneously. And then we'll meet here in this big conference hall again at 2:45. Now, let us welcome and pass the floor to the chairman of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Martin Schulz.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you so much.
Gerne mal ein Kompliment machen.
I'd also like to pay compliments to you. You're doing a great job. Yesterday, the opening session, the award-winning ceremony was really enriching. It was really nice. Thanks very much. Same this morning. And thanks also very much for alluding to the technical park in my hometown. I'll try to bring the rural areas into the capital. Dear guests,
Das haben Sie gerade an den Umfragen und den
as you've seen in the results of the vote,
hingelegt.
we have had a wonderful beginning yesterday with a day of progressive economic policies. Let me add to what the two of you have just presented to us. I would have loved to stay a little bit longer,
Wie viele andere auch,
because just like you,
dass die
like many of you, I had the feeling that the award winners,
Ausgezeichneten, das war insbesondere bei Peter Bofinger,
especially the presenters of the laudatory speech, this is what became particularly tangible with Peter Bofinger,
eines doch bedeutenden Wirtschaftsjournalisten und
took up the content of a very important economic publisher
bedeutender
who is also a significant academic lecturer.
sozusagen die nächste
And as those who presented the laudatory speech came up with another additional idea, and this has been quite unique, also with regards to the rhetorics,
bleiben und zu sagen,
because he called it by our first names.
dass
And he said, well, may I tell you in my laudatory speech that you could have added this or that or the other? That was really magnificent. I really like that.
den Geist
It
den
really represents the spirit that we expect from the day
progressiven Wirtschafts,
of progressive economic policies.
dass solche Konferenzen
This also means that conferences like this,
progressiven Wirtschafts
as the Day of Progressive Economic Policies, are held year in, year out.
wir
We normally start off with an award-winning ceremony where we present the Hans Matthefer Prize to the winners, which is a rather festive event. And the next morning, which is today,
konkreten Debatten
we are again going to zoom in on particular topics, special issues,
Politik erwachen,
and our expectations in economic progressive policies.
einer grundsätzlichen
On the basis of a
wird das jetzt heute
fundamental orientation, do we try to
Sozialdemokraten
set the stage with a speech of the chairman of the Social Democratic Party in Germany, Lars Klingbeil.
bin ich ganz sicher uns
I'm most certain that
tragen wird.
he is going to present something to us with which he's going to set the yardstick for today's conference by and large.
Lars Klingbeil ist
Lars Klingbeil returned from a trip to China.
das Interview von Lars Klingbeil
Please read the interview of Lars Klingbeil
Süddeutschland stammenden überregional
in a sub-regional newspaper coming from the southern part of Germany, which was published this morning, which contains a lot of quite important statements of the chairman of the Social Democratic Party in Germany,
Regierungspartei im
which is the largest governing party in the largest EU's member state. And this is why I think the statements that the Lars Klingbeil is going to make in a minute are of utmost significance to us, not only for this conference, but going far beyond it. It is going to fuel the economic policy debate throughout the whole of Europe. Lars, we are happy to have you here. The floor is yours.
Wir gucken mal. Doch, das geht. Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, lieber Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Martin, now this is quite a challenge after this nice introduction. I'm very happy because last year I had the privilege of participating in the Day of Progressive Economic Policy, and I was able to discuss with Michael Sandel and Mr. Friedrichs. And by the way, Michael just wrote a very important article, and I would like to give my 2 cents regarding the essential aspects of economic policy. Whether that's enough and satisfies you has to be seen. But we have to have the ambition in the progressive political area to participate in the discourse and to determine what direction and what course will be taken. I grew up in a country where it was very clear for my parents that I would be better off than they were. This was a promise that influenced my entire generation. Our grandfathers and grandmothers and our parents were sure that they could see to it that their children would be better off. And this influenced our entire post-war period. However, now the situation is drastically changing. If we look at the multiple crises, they left their traces. Only 22% of Germans in a survey believed that they and their family would be better off in 5 years from today. So the confidence in a better future that influenced our history and the history of the Social Democratic Party is much more difficult to obtain today than some years ago. And you see that not only in Germany, but in all other Western countries, that the confidence that we will have a better future is vanishing. Now we have to revitalize this confidence. We have to believe in a future where we can have a good life on a healthy planet, in a society with guaranteed cohesion. And I think this is also about a political debate influenced by confidence if you want to strengthen the country. And at the same time, we see the trends of decarbonization, digitalization, artificial intelligence, demographic change. All this probably has been mentioned already yesterday, and all this entails considerable challenges. If you believe the next 10 to 15 years will be quiet years, you're wrong. There will be hitches here and there, and we still have to believe in the responsibility to understand these challenges as opportunities for creating a better future for people. And it has to be the task of the Social Democratic Party to define change as improvement for our citizens. And change is essential if we want to protect the basis for our lives, if we want to be sustainable. We have to change. There are political parties who suggest that everything can stay as it is. This is erroneous. The consequence would be less wealth and less security and safety. What we also have to deal with when we look at economic policy is that through pandemics, war and inflation, psychological impacts have taken their toll in society. Changes, for example, the heating law in Germany that wanted to protect the planet triggered the development of a counter movement. And we have to see to it that legislators with the right economic and ecological goals have to be accompanied by good explanations. And in the last 4 to 8 weeks, we as progressive social democrats have learned how to change debates if we want to change the country. And it is clear we have to change in order to remain a strong country, in order to preserve wealth and security and jobs in Germany. We cannot do that without change, and we need a majority in society. And this can be very strenuous. We've seen that in the last couple of weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely convinced that we are now facing the beginning of something new. In the last decades, our economic approaches were influenced by Reagan and Thatcher and trickle-down economics. Market liberalism told us that profits trickle down to everyone on the bottom line. But this was an erroneous belief. And this economic theory has now been challenged. We see what it costs a society if we save in the wrong places. We can now say it is an erroneous belief that the market can regulate everything and that the country and the state and the government should withdraw from economics with tax brackets, deregulation, liberalization. Maximum profits will not trickle down to all strata of society. Today, after 40 years of the dominance of neoliberalism, we see that we have a concentration of wealth. We have huge, gigantic multinational companies and a huge consumption of resources. This is a result of 4 decades of neoliberalism, and the traces of believing in the market are visible everywhere. We have droughts, we have floodings, we have an infrastructure that is no longer viable. Our trains don't work anymore, our bridges collapse. And I'm absolutely convinced that we are in the beginning of something completely new because neoliberalism no longer works. And wealth is more than the GDP and the returns of companies in annual statements. As the chairman of the Social Democratic Party, wealth is defined as wealth for everyone, for funding public goods, good schools, hospitals, livelihoods, neighborhoods. This means wealth and social cohesion. And we need this social cohesion in times like these that are characterized by transformation, change, and challenges. Particularly for the Social Democratic Party and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and the progressive groups, there is a huge opportunity to newly define economic policy, an economic policy based and focused on the common weal and the unfairness in society. Climate policy can be defined as an opportunity for creating jobs for the future, good work, good wages, and all this has to accompany the economic model that's just developing. I don't have a label for this economic model yet, but the progressive objective has to be to define this new economic model and to influence it. We need a new interplay of government and markets. If the markets fail, government cannot always step in. This is also erroneous, but the government has to create orientation, planning security, define objectives, and define the playing fields for developing the best products, goods, and services. As a strategic investor, governments can drive change, can use their market power for climate-neutral products and services. The governments have to create dominating markets where new products reach maturity. On the day of progressive economic policy, Mariana Mazzucato made it very clear what the role of the state and the government in innovative economic policy has to be. That's the reason why she's an advisor to many governments in the world. It's not always about decisions of the market. In the history of innovative policy, we've seen that technologies can only develop and create wealth if governments participate in it. And here in Germany, in recent years with BioNTech, we experience how this success story can look if governments see to it that economic success in important markets is possible, and if governments also support innovation and the ability to innovate, and then innovation can be used for the common weal. In social policy, we see an opportunity for new alliances. I might tell you an anecdote, but if the Federal Industrial Association is now demanding active industrial policy. We haven't changed, but the German Association of Industry has realized in what times we live and what we need. Young entrepreneurs now focus no longer only on maximizing profits, but they look at the common weal and social objectives. And this is a huge opportunity to forge new alliances in the center of our societies. The age of active industrial and economic policy is back. Martin Schulz mentioned my journey to China. I could tell you about all the impressions in China, and this would take hours. But the geostrategic and geoeconomic situation where we take decisions is important. China practices a rigid state-dominated industrial policy, and on the other hand, with the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, we see how the government in free capitalism actively gets involved in forging economic policy with the right objective. We can only congratulate the Biden administration that the objectives are now so clearly defined. That is important. But these are massive objectives and subsidies, and all of a sudden there is competition with German industry, and we need answers to that. And for me, this means that we also have to pursue an active economic and industrial policy in Germany and in Europe in order to preserve attractive locations and creating jobs here. We need investments. We need the development of renewable energies. We need more energy efficiency, a hydrogen economy in Germany and in Europe, and we have to be independent of imports because we've seen how vulnerable we are if we are unilaterally dependent on imports. And at the same time, this also is industrial policy. We need investment security. An industrial energy price break is necessary. It will come, and the Social Democratic Party is struggling to include that in the budget negotiations because it's part of strategic influence of the government. And guaranteed markets for industrial policies have to be developed. Industrial enterprises like ThyssenKrupp who want to pursue green steel have to get guarantees that they can sell their green steel, for example, to German railway projects. So they know they can sell the green steel they produced, and we can support them on their way towards green steel. So the interplay of the state and the market offers potential and opportunities. Some of our coalition partners and others might say, this is state interference. No, it is an intelligent interplay of the government and the market, securing our industrial location and securing our jobs. And I can only point out how clever other countries like China, not as a model, but China and the United States, they have set an example. And what also has to do with the reorientation of economic policy is infrastructure policy. Infrastructure policy is a decisive advantage we have to create. We used to have an infrastructure we were very proud of in Germany, but this is no longer the case. People constantly make jokes about the German railway, and they will be applauded for that. And when I one morning announced that my train was on time, people were laughing. So we have to be proud of our infrastructure again. So we have to pursue a correct infrastructure policy, develop our infrastructure, have digital infrastructure, 5G networks, energy and hydrogen networks, and the government has to invest in that because this guarantees wealth in an industrial society. So infrastructure policy is a very important element for us as Social Democrats. And it's also important, I would like to mention that too, that we talk about designing our work lives. Wealth in recent decades was achieved also through co-determination, fighting for good wages, having a good social partnership. That created wealth for an entire generation. Also outside of the large cities, industrial policy, some people say, is no longer important because industry is not the dominant economic area. But economic policy also is important in rural areas. Medium-sized companies and family-owned companies now come in and also make their demands. If we now play off industry against SMEs, we make a mistake. Where rural areas are in danger, SMEs are in danger. We have a lot of patents, a lot of inventions coming from SMEs, and they see to it that there's culture, restaurants, events also in rural areas. That is why so much depends on these SMEs. And if a lot of CEOs now give me feedback that at the moment decisions are taken against Germany, so in 5, 6, 7, 8 years, we might feel the consequences, but then it's too late. So we need to take prudent economic and industrial decisions. 75% of people work in the services sector. The services sector is 70% of added value. Services are not only accompanying industry and enable innovation in science and knowledge-based industries. Services also make life, decent life, possible. So if something goes wrong there, and if you see some improvement, that's important. The first aspect that I come up with is that the wages are too low and working conditions are poor there. So with Julia Friedrichs and Michael Sardell, we discussed that last year, how we can create dignified work again. And Michael Sandel wrote in his articles and in his book that the gap between the winners and the losers of transformation is getting increasingly large. And this endangers cohesion and democracy. So the social question has to play an important role in our new economic policy. A good future also includes good and fair work and social conditions. I'm proud that we achieved the 12 euro minimum wage, but now our objective has to be that we strengthen the collective bargaining agreements in Germany. The European directive that wants 80% of wages according to collective bargaining agreement is a right step. Our employees have been taken on board in the changes of recent years, and this has to continue in the future. And together with trade unions, we have to see to it that co-determination is strengthened. With Hubertus Heil, we will present a draft for a new law in that respect, and Tom Krebs, who made good proposals for a European Inflation Reduction Act. We agree on his theory that in active economic policy we have to couple all progress with conditions of good work or good working conditions. So a strong industrial policy has to be combined with the approach of good work. And for me, this is important as a social democrat. We cannot only focus on one objective, but we have to focus on both. If our employees feel secure, if they feel they can participate, if they feel they have a say, transformation will become much better and more successful than taking top-down decisions. And the final point I would like to make is that the active government, the active state I've been talking about, needs comprehensive resources. An economic policy I just described that is involved in infrastructure investment, etc., has to have the means to cover and finance this need for transformation. Transformation means, and we have to realize that, means transitory costs, which are an investment in a better future. Jean-Pierre Sanifery, the economist, just presented a study to the French government describing that the transformation of society towards CO2 neutrality entails short-term high investment, but brings about long-term benefits. Every euro we invest is a euro invested in our future wealth. But the need for investment in coming years will be enormous everywhere in Europe, particularly if we want to keep up in international competition. With Next Generation EU, the European Union for the first time created a fiscal capability that enables member states to incur debt. The Economic and Stability Pact has to ensure that there is enough leeway for future investment. And I also say that we have to see to it that additional private capital can be raised more than we can do that today. The capital market union has to be changed, and we as government have to appeal to private capital regarding their responsibilities. We want to present a draft that enables the payment of transformation costs, but our funding concept also has to contribute that the trend of increasing inequalities is reversed. Not only Branko Milanovic or Thomas Piketty or the World Economic Forum or OECD agree that social inequality is the most urgent problem in our society, in addition to climate problems. Social inequality is not a prerequisite for sustainable growth, but a decisive obstacle. Many institutions agree on that, and this has to be in the center of our public debate. We need more public goods and a social and welfare state that gives people security, a distribution policy that does away with inequalities and increases social cohesion. Property inheritance, donations. This income has to bear more responsibility in the future. This is what the Social Democrats want, and by the end of the year, we want to make proposals in this respect. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm deeply convinced that change is an opportunity to improve things, to do away with erroneous developments. We want a strong economy that serves people, that preserves the basis of our livelihood, and sees to it also in the future that we can have a good life and well-being in our society. As chairman of the Social Democratic Party, and I said that on the 160th anniversary, I promise that we won't leave anyone behind. We as the Social Democratic Party will find a solidarity approach. We want a strong country, strong society, strong economy also in the future. And for that purpose, we have to change. We have to do some things differently so a lot remains good in our country. And for that, we need support. We need multipliers who support us. But I'm deeply convinced that these economic and political changes are an opportunity for the progressive groups. And this is an opportunity for a decade of social democratic economic policy. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to an interesting discussion.
Herr Klingbeil, ganz herzlichen Dank für die
Mr. Klingbeil, thank you so much for your words. I remember what you said, that it's going to be bumpy along the ride, but that there are also opportunities. So the optimism that I can hear there is what I hope will remain, and that Germany will not get stuck on that bumpy road. Okay, well, let's get started with our opening panel that has the motto Progressive Economic Policies. In times of multiple crises, what needs to be done now in Germany and in Europe? Now, we have a great round that I want to welcome in a moment, but I would also like to encourage you, because in our chat we will give you the opportunity to ask your own questions. So please make use of that opportunity. Jens Önnesmann is standing to the side of the screen. He's going to scroll through your questions, and we will see how we can then get your voice to be heard if you've got something interesting to ask. So please feel free to write your questions into the chat so that we can have a discussion with you. Now, for this round, I would like to welcome Laurence Bon from France.
Sie sind Start. Alles okay mit den
Is everything okay? Yes? Okay, and this event is also being interpreted. If you need headsets, you can find them in the foyer. And what's important is they should not leave this building, please. So when you go and join the fora across the street, please don't take your headset with you. So, Ms. Bon, you are State Minister in France for European Affairs, and you're also an economic scientist. You used to teach at the London School of Economics, and you also have worked in what we call the free economy in the Bank of America and the Axia Group. And since 2018, you have been the head economist of the OECD. That is, well, the club of industrialized nations, to put it colloquially. And since June 2022, you are a state minister for European affairs in France. Welcome. Then I would like to welcome here on stage Isabella Weber. Isabella Weber, and I would say that she's a star economist. I don't know that she actually likes the term, but I will use it anyway. She's an assistant professor right now at the Massachusetts University in the United States. And if I got this right, you there also have become a tenured professor, right? So congratulations on that. It's relatively fresh, last week. And you got to be known in Germany with your works on the gas price cap. And something that I really like is that you are also very active in the political debate on Twitter as well, where you quite frequently encounter, a storm of counter-arguments, but that's good for, refining your own arguments. Great to have you here. Yeah, of course, feel free to applaud. And then I would like to welcome digitally from Frankfurt, I hope that this is going to work out, Fritzi Köhler-Geib.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, first of all. Can we hear you? Yes, well, we checked it a moment ago, and I hope that you can hear me. Could you repeat that? Well, we tested it a moment ago, and it worked rather well. Well, great. Yes, we can hear you as well. So, Fritzi Köhler-Geib, she's the head economist of the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, that is the Credit Institution for Reconstruction in Germany. Before that, you used to work for a number of years at the World Bank, and you were also responsible for the countries of Central America, and now at the KfW. I didn't really know that. It's one of the largest promotional banks in the world. So that is really quite an impressive financial volume that's being administered. 170 billion euros were actually spent last year alone. And, this is something that is rarely talked about, against the backdrop of this large financial volume. But we're really looking forward to the discussion with you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Yes, I would like to start with a rather unusual format. I would say that this event here now is under the header of the multiple crises that we mentioned. There are so many right now, and I'm sure that we all agree that the climate crisis, or rather averting the climate crisis, is probably the most important objective. And that is where I'd like to say, okay, but you are not allowed to say anything about that. But if I now ask you, what is, from your point of view, the crisis that needs the most pressing answers, and that is the one that you find most disconcerting, apart from the climate crisis? What would you say, Madame Bonn?
I think you cannot really shy away from the climate crisis, because we have to undertake the most profound and largest transformation of our countries and economies. And this is affecting everything that we had been running so far. So it's changing our industry, it's changing our jobs, it's changing the way, as you were highlighting, of eating our houses, it's changing our transport, our vacation, everything. So that, I think, you could say it's a multiple crisis, but we cannot shy away from it at all. And we need to be very super active to avoid the pitfalls that we came across in the globalization period. So it doesn't mean we should stop trade, by the way, but I think we must pay a lot of attention to people who are being left behind when we do these transitions. I think something the SPD actually did prior to COVID, when it closed the coal mines in North Rhine-Westphalia. I don't know if you remember, but there was the objective, I'm sure you remember, even much better than me. There was this objective of closing the coal mines with a plan that cost 48 billion euro to take care of people going into pre-retirement, people who needed to change job, infrastructure to bring businesses into North Rhine-Westphalia. There was a very comprehensive action that was planning to leave no one behind. I think we have to take inspiration from this and bring it at the European level, which is in a way what we do with the Inflation Reduction Act and all the acts around.
Ja. Ich warte noch kurz die Übersetzung ab. Herr Klingbeil, was würden Sie...
Yes, I just had to wait for the interpreter. Now, Mr. Klingbeil, just give us a brief answer, please, if I may ask you for that. So, apart from the climate crisis, as Ms. Bund just very rightly pointed out, we've got the inflation, we've got a social gap, we've got the large blocks, again, reforming at the global level. What would you say? Well, let me stick to the national level, and I try to make this clear in my input. You know, the question of growing social inequality connected to an impending crisis of democracy is, to me, the largest challenge. And I tried to describe it by naming the Act on the Renewing of Heating Systems, where we've made, you know, many mistakes also in terms of the public debate, because I think that there is the basic willingness for change in society, but politics needs to use the right means. And in this Act for the change of heating systems, the question of social equilibrium, we, you know, inserted this into the discussion too late, so people were rather uncertain. And, you know, we can see where this led to. There are the first surveys that say that the AfD, the right-wing party, now has 20% approval rates, and that, of course, is you know, something to be concerned about. So when talking about climate change and how to fight against climate change, the question is, how do we get the society on board? How do we achieve acceptance, and how do we manage to strengthen democracy along with this transformation? That is the biggest challenge that we will have to deal with, apart from the climate question, for the next years.
Frau Köhler-Geib vom...
Now, Ms. Köhler-Geib from the Financial Hub in Frankfurt, what is your perspective? You know, when you say what is the most pressing problem for me, is that, as we heard on the panel, the social gap and the growing social gap, or the concern about that? Well, I think that Klaus Klingbeil really pointed that out rather well in his presentation. You know, this time of a polycrisis, if you will, the multiple crises, you know, there are very manifest difficulties, short-term difficulties as well. Last year, for example, because of the high inflation, workers actually ended up having 4% less of purchasing power with their wages. But on the other hand, there are also the long-term challenges. You know, of course, climate change topping the list, but of course it's also about the question how to maintain prosperity and employment in Germany and in Europe. And this is where we now have to act, and that makes it so difficult. So in that respect, it is extremely important to really use measures that have a short-term and a long-term impact. Now, Ms. Weber, what is your take? You have now come here from the United States. You're doing research there. What is your take on the situation? Your work is looking at questions of inflation. You know, we also talked about the gas price cap, but also, you know, the inflation based on, well, profits, basically, you know, unjustified profits in these times of higher prices. Is that a topic that really concerns people because it is so dominant and because it is part of the social gap in society? Well, I think, first of all, we need to take a step back and look at the inflation crisis that we had, because it's, you know, an expression of this multiple crisis, this polycrisis, whatever word you want to use. Because, you know, there is just this general feeling that there are so many crises that overlap each other. And this overlapping is, I think, the characteristic element of this moment, of this time. And I would like to offer a global perspective as well. I would even go so far to say that, you know, the 200 years or so during which the West had an absolutely dominant economic position in the world is coming to an end. With the rise of China, the you know, balance is shifting in the global order in a rather fundamental way. And this is also a crisis of, you know, the interconnectedness of the world, if you will. And it is in this context that these multiple crises are manifesting themselves. Of course, the climate change also has something to do with how we do economy and how we did that over the past decades. It has also something to do with the fact that China has first, followed suit on the path of fossil fuel-based industrialization. Now they're making a turnaround, but first they wanted to get into that game. So that appears to be a lot, far away from schools and kindergartens and industry policies and infrastructure policies that we need in Germany. But I think it's helpful to just take a step back and first take a look at the historical point that we've arrived at. And I think that inflation, in the end, is also an expression of this rather sudden shift in the structure of our world economy. When talking about supply chain bottlenecks, we are talking about a rather sudden shift in our world economy. And when we're talking about the fact that certain companies actually were able to, get an advantage in this situation, then we're talking about asymmetries, how these different players could actually get these advantages for them, and how certain parts of the population were actually at the losing end of this development, and how certain very powerful players have a head start in that respect. So I would say that this larger image is what we need to look at so that we can then return and get back to the concrete questions. And when starting from that point of the broader-based perspective, we can see that the inflation of today is not just based on a bit of too much demand or a bit of too much money that is floating around in the sphere of economy. No, we've been dealing with mega shocks, the pandemic, the war. They are part of these global crises that also have to be seen in the direct connection with the dynamics of inflation. Now, Ms. Boone, I would now... Okay, of course, feel free. I don't want to stop you from clapping. I would like to talk to you about the question of social cohesion a bit, because we've seen the images from France over the past weeks and months, the images of the protests against the increase of the pensioning age from, I think, 62 to 64 years of age, where we would think, okay, so what, it's 2 years, but still, the president pushed it through, rather energetically, and it led to a lot of resistance. Would you say that these kinds of reforms are a mistake because the people have not been, taken on board somehow?
So there are a few things about it. I think both mention it, right? You mentioned social inequality. I think what is very striking from my standpoint, it's not necessarily social inequality after redistribution through taxes and subsidies, social support for people in France, but it's the inequality of opportunity. Let me take you through this because it will explain also the difficulty that we had to get through with the pension reform. Start with the beginning of the life. A kid born in a low-income family has twice less access to baby care than a kid born in a higher income family. So you start by socializing and exchanging less. Then you go to kindergarten. And we also say kindergarten, by the way, in French. And there it's the same. You have less chances of being in an enabling environment. Then you go to school, right? If you come from a social background where your parents were a professor or engineer, you've got about 2 to 3 times many chances to access a good university. And you know, by the way, which are the good university, which is not the case if you're from a low-income background. And if you have the right university, then you will get the right job. If you get the right job, you will get the right in-job training. If you're unemployed, you have many more difficulties accessing some training, vocational training. And obviously, then you have an issue with your pension because you had a hectic career, low income, low salary. And this is, I think, the biggest inequality of all. And it starts with education from the beginning of your life. So I would like to say 2 things here. The first one is we are not paying rightly the most important people in our life, which are the education people. Far from it. And that's across the board in Europe. If really education is the biggest gift, we should pay teachers much more. The second thing is it's always been difficult to do a reform that asks you to work more, right? We have started reforming the pension system in 1991. And it's been ongoing since 1991 with small steps. It's been sometimes difficult, sometimes less difficult, but there is also a tradition in France of really lively demonstration. We did it for taxing carbon, and you're right, for the climate transition, we are not embarking people enough. But I guess it will be another question. But what I'm saying is we are reforming. We need more people employed. The biggest inequality for me is education, and to get that right, this is the bigger thing we need to change.
Frau Köhler-Geib, wie würden Sie das einschätzen?
Now, Ms. Köhler-Geib, what is your opinion? You know, we need to reform so many things. We have a huge need for investments, infrastructure, all the promotional programs, quite concretely, you know, the Building Energy Act, you know. But where do we have the biggest problem in terms of state income, and how can we resolve that?
Haben Sie meine Frage gehört?
Could you hear my question, Ms. Köhler-Geib? Oh, that was a question to me. I'm terribly sorry. I could not really tell that it was a question to me. Okay, so state income and how to solve that problem. I've got the impression that the real largest challenge is rather to be found on the side of investments, because, you know, we have this transformation ahead of us, this comprehensive. We had a research done that said we have an investment need of up to 5 trillion euros until the end of the century. A large part needs to be done by the private sector. And then the question is, how do we get there? And then, of course, there is also the question of how these investments can then be funded or financed. But the first question is really, how do we manage to really implement them in real terms to make sure that companies, but also the state, are in a situation to be able to do these things? And that is, of course, on the one hand, we've got many different approaches when it comes to the framework conditions. So companies and households as well would only do investments when it's worth it. We asked the companies, and they said that they would be willing to invest even more if the planning and approval procedures were quicker. And then we also looked at the supply side, you know, of the economy and of companies. You know, they say what they need are skilled labor, raw materials. If we want to have a fossil fuel-free economy, then we will be more independent of these fossil fuels, but we will become more dependent on raw materials. So the demand for mineral raw materials will, until 2030, you know, for the needs of climate-neutral technologies, will grow sixfold. And these are really huge numbers. So we need to be able to use all the measures that are available. And we've also talked about the fact, you know, that we have the European dimension, that a few things need to be done at the single market level as well. Of course, when it comes to the profile of returns, financing plays an important role. And I think that in Germany and in Europe, we have a very broadly based, you know, portfolio of possible fundings and financings, but we need to shore that up still and add to it. Strengthening, for example, markets for risk capital, venture capital, because we need these investments for, you know, making progress with the transformation. Then perhaps also in the field of KPI-linked, you know, bonds, for example, and then we also have to ask ourselves whether an equity support for these transformative tasks should be necessary in some areas.
Herr Klingbeil, weil
Yes, Mr. Klingbeil. Mrs. Kühner just spoke about it. The Social Democratic Party always looks at the industrial corporations, traditionally speaking, such as ThyssenKrupp. How can the steel companies be supported in the transformation process? It's a very important question, but Mrs. Köhler-Geib alludes to the SMEs. My question is, do we sometimes not pay enough attention to the SMEs in the Social Democratic Party, and shouldn't this be rather the first step? What can we get from the corporations before we start off focusing on the big package by imposing measures on the part of the state? Well, in my presentation, I spoke about the fact that we need a new cohesion between the state and the market. And let me use some imagery. The state determines the framework conditions, sets the stage as in the theater, the lighting, the background. But on the stage, there are important entrepreneurs who know how to play the game, which path to embark upon, but one will not work without the other. And I don't want to contradict you in what you've just said. The state can help by defining guidelines and principles. And entrepreneurs need to know these are the areas where the state is going to interfere, where we invest. I spoke about the market power of the state. Planning and approval procedures need to be accelerated, and this is what the coalition agreement is government is currently working on. The LNG terminal in Wilhelmshaven needs to be built. No more excuses accepted. And the state support us by passing legislation on skilled workers, finally, in the country. Because we do away with the deconstructive idea of not being a country of migration. I always have to tell you the story again and again. You know, Christian Lindner, who's very much appreciated, the Minister of Finance, lectures to students, 200 students in Nigeria, and he asked them, well, who of you wants to come to Germany later on in his or her life? And one hand goes up. You know, we always say that we think that we are a country of immigration and millions of people will come here, but it's going to be a hard struggle. We've got to become a culture of immigration and a culture that welcomes people from abroad, yes, but that's what we're currently working on. This requires entrepreneurial decisions. But I think we need to focus much more strongly on Europe. We have the next gen EU, the reform of the Growth and Stability Pact, where investments really have to be made possible, but we also urgently need an European energy union. The extension of the grids cannot be done at the national level only, but we have to think about 460 million citizens in Europe by and large. Europe is a very strong economic location, but my great concern is that resurging nationalism in Europe will lead to the fact that we weaken ourselves. Also, in connection with the capital market reform, this will lead to the fact that private capital will stimulate it much more strongly, will be used much more and be made available. But as a social democrat, I'm also deeply convinced that if all this does not solve, and if I have to weigh the ambitious goals with the debt cap, then I will most definitely decide for the investments made in the future, and then the state has got to make the money available. Because we will really cause a major level of distortion if we don't make these investments for the future. I'm not the first one who's saying, well, we have to increase taxes or increase inheritance taxes. I think that also needs to be put a focus on because of all the major inequalities that exist. I'm open for any idea which makes more financial resources available, but I'm deeply convinced of the fact that with everything that is on my political agenda, we need a lot of money for the next 10 or 15 years to make investments into the future. And I'd like to repeat, industrial investments cannot be paid off against the social welfare state. That won't work, because then the first crisis that I spoke about will aggravate, and we will lose people. This is why we have to invest into a well-working welfare state. This is a part of our transformation process. I know that I still have to convince some in the coalition of the fact that we need that money, but that's my conviction, and I always like to find allies who help me to do this convincing work. Jens Tönnes by my side just gave me a secret sign, because there are some interesting questions that have come in through the chat. Very much in line with what you said, Mr. Klingbeil. There is a question from Philip, who has a very strong sense that the SPD is in the government. Olaf Scholz is not really on your page with regards to the investment, but he's rather committed to the austerity policies of Christian Lindner. Maybe that's a result of the day of the German business community yesterday. How do these both strategies match? And Tariq Kandil also asked a question. He referred to your speech. And he was asking, well, you are in favor of an industrial public gas price, but Olaf Scholz does not seem to be in favor of that. How do both positions match? What's the reason for the discrepancy? Well, we're different players. One is the Chancellor of the Coalition Agreement. I'm the chairman of the oldest party in Europe. It would be terrible if we always had the same opinion. It is my task to develop future prospects and develop long-term strategies, and it's Olaf Scholz's task in the government to take care of daily affairs and take decisions on a daily basis. But I nevertheless know from the election campaign that the Chancellor is of the opinion that an industrial electricity price will help us. The only question is how to fund it. I have a very particular position. 200 billion that we introduced for the gas and electricity price cap. Thanks very much for all the support who supported this theoretically. And as for this political support, such as Isabella Weber, we managed to push this through, and we are very proud of that. But I think we will not spend the 200 billion. But if you look at the rules and the regulations concerning the gas and electricity price cap, it was introduced in order to help situations of dire straits. So I think the gas and electricity price will thus be covered, but some might say it's too insecure, then the law needs to be changed. But I'm convinced of the fact that if we don't do that, and if we don't support the business community, you spoke about SMEs earlier on, then SMEs will get to feel this very strongly. It's not a question of either or, but it's a question of whether we can continue to be a strong industrial site. The funds from the Industrial Stabilization Fund and also the Climate Fund, but I'm talking about the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, have to be redefined. We also need to use it for the industrial electricity price. That would also help us provide funding. Maybe here the Chancellor and myself are not really on the same page, but we are discussing this. I know that there are party convention resolutions that I'm committed to. And with regards to the debt price, yes, of course, we have a coalition agreement where the debt cap is included, but this will not prevent me from saying what I think is right as the chairman of the party. Future investments or debt cap, I think we need to invest into the future. That's my utmost priority. And I would like to repeat once again that the zeitgeist, and this is what I alluded to in my speech, is currently changing. We do no longer focus. Well, it was correct to say that how can we keep our money together, but people are becoming more willing, even in the corporations, to say that if you can guarantee that the money will be used for appropriate infrastructure measures, digital infrastructure for grids, specialized workers, education, if the money is being used for those particular purposes, we are willing to take more social responsibility as entrepreneurs. I think we are about to bring about transformation processes, and we need to give shape to them as policymakers. And this is why I'm quite clear and I try to get political majorities. Therefore, it's no problem if the Chancellor and the chairman of the SPD are not of the same position. Mrs. Weber, an industrial electricity price, a bridge price, as the Chancellor or the Minister of Economics already put it, wouldn't it provide the wrong incentives? Now, let me hear the economist's voice. What is your take on that?
Ich glaube, erstmal muss man da noch mal einen Schritt zurück.
I think we've got to take one step back.
Ja, aber ich glaube, was gerade passiert ist.
What is happening right now is that we negotiate what happened in the year 2022. The question is, what happened in the year 2022? The forces of the market were strong, the prices were strong, we left everything to the forces of the market. And what happened in 2022? Did we have a clearly defined objective of trying to mitigate this mega shock?
Staat das Heft des Handelns in die Hand genommen hat.
And the state interfered and took measures to counter these trends. I do hold the view that the creation of LNG terminals is probably the most successful industrial economic policy that the government has ever brought about over the last decades at supersonic speed. Where it's not about saying, well, the price signal of gas is going to lead to the fact that we will build LNG terminals tomorrow, but the state needs to take action. These LNG terminals are urgently needed, and this is why the state has to build them up by becoming an active player in the market. But the goal was clear. We need some new infrastructure, and this needs to serve as a role model. In this spirit, the gas price cap was introduced because we said we need a protective shield in order to build a bridge into the future. And of course, you don't want to tear down that wall before we've reached the future. And in 2023-24, if we say, well, this is the bridge, but we'll stop building it. Although we haven't reached the other side of the shore, then we haven't really finalized the entire project. Therefore, we need an industrial price. But the question is, this industrial electricity price, how can we combine it with objectives which stipulate very clearly where the other side of the river is? What is our overarching goal? And I think this is also very important for industrial electricity prices. There are very clear conditions that need to be adhered to. Conditions leading towards decarbonization, green conditions, because, of course, we need to reduce incentives, or we do reduce incentives by reducing the price, but we can create incentives by using other instruments. In the idea of Mariana Mazzucato, we can say we have a clearly defined mission. The dirtiest industrial branches, the most energy-intensive industrial sectors in Germany will be made as clean as possible because we have the technology in Germany, we have the industrial foundation. But for that purpose, we need clearly defined objective. So we have to take one step back before we say, well, what are we trying to head for? And how can this industrial electricity price ensure that we reach our goals?
Ich kann nie direkt die Frage stellen.
I can never ask the question immediately after the reply. You will always get an reply, but now I'll answer immediately, I promise. You said 3 conditions. As an economist, what are the 3 conditions which are absolutely essential, which have to be created if we want to do this favor to our industrial sector? I think at this moment in time when we leave the world, which makes us say that price incentives coming from the market are always taking us into the right direction. When we get lost in the nitty-gritty, then things really turn out to be rather complicated. And then we've got to talk to the experts who know about the petrochemical industry. I'm not an expert in this regard. I can't tell you what the conditions should be for the petrochemical industry, but there are people who know the ins and outs very well. BASF is currently building the first plant in China, which is going to be completely green. How's that going to be? Where are they going to go with a completely green chemical plant in China? What are the conditions? What are the missions going to be? What are the goals that we need in order to see to it that the industrial electricity price is part of the toolbox to becoming a completely green business community, just by way of example? But we need sectoral competence, which is of the essence with every kind of industrial policy. And we can't just have one economist providing it all, but we need close cooperation with environmental experts, experts for industrial sectors, experts who know socio-political and social repercussions of these measures. And we also need some kind of future commission focusing on sector-specific changes. That is why I don't want to pretend to be able to do it all, but that's what we need. Mrs. Bohn.
Sie haben jetzt nur geklatscht, weil ich das gesagt habe.
Yeah, just gave us a big hand because I said that. In France, you have a completely different tradition in industrial policies. You're much more active, much more centralist.
Frankreich auf die deutsche.
What is France's take on the German discussion about this industrial electricity price, also against the backdrop of the European developments by and large?
Oops, sorry. A couple of things. Thanks for the explanation. There are 2 things. One is industrial policy. You're right. It used to be a French sort of dirty word. It's now a European sort of clean word, which I think is essential in this period, where obviously, and Isabella was talking about it, going through a period of transformation, right? The world's no longer safe. We're paying a high price of with what Russia is doing into Ukraine beyond the humanitarian disaster in Ukraine. We had COVID exposing also how dependent on China we are. So I think very much in line with what Isabel was saying, we need a strategic industrial plan for Europe. Otherwise, we're going to get either too dependent on, once again, one country. I'm not saying codependency are bad, but we cannot afford, we've learned the hard way, we cannot afford to be dependent on one country. And China is taking a huge importance into the green industry. So we need, and we have, a European industrial plan. And it starts with a few things. First, energy. right? It's essential to have reliable supply of energy at affordable prices. And what does that mean? It means diversifying resources. It means producing local energy like renewable as much as possible. And by the way, let me just take this opportunity to highlight that France's share of renewable is 20.4%, which is slightly higher than Germany, contrary to what you may hear from time to time. The energy mix is also, no matter where you start from, we start with an electricity that is 6 times less carbon emitting than other countries in Europe. Let's do it. That's our choice. Germany can use other sources of decarbonized energy. But I don't think we should, when we have a good basis, we should move on from there. So the first thing is low price, reliable energy production. And for an industrial country like Germany, this is essential. The second thing is an industrial plan. And that means protecting our internal market, not just German or French industries, but the European internal market. We can have competition within Europe, but we need 2 things. One is to make strategic investment, and this is the work of both the private and the public sector, like Marina Mazzucato is usually advocating. Private and public money. We do have some public money. KfW is a public body. We have the European Investment Bank. It must be put at work to attract private financing. We need a lot of money. We did the Invest EU, the Juncker plan, and Martin Schulz was there. We need to do more of those. We need also to make sure that we have access to critical raw materials. And France and Germany are organizing themselves to do that. It's essential. Cobalt comes from China to a very large extent. We cannot depend on China only. We've seen how detrimental it is to depend on one country. So this, then investment in the strategic sector, that means determining what we think is strategic. Obviously, the state cannot be everywhere. It has to be in energy transition. It has to be in digital technology. This is too important not to be at the leading edge. And by the way, also, let's not do European bashing, right? 5G. There's no 5G in the US. There are 2 European companies out of the 3 global companies in 5G. We can do it. But we also need, beyond investment, we need, and that's, Isabelle is an economist, so you take the standard production function. I mentioned technical progress, perhaps not enough yet. I mentioned physical capital, human capital. We talked about it earlier on. We need to train our people better. We need to retain our people better. We train as many scientists in Europe as the US does train, but they go to the US. We must bring them back, absolutely. And yes, we need skilled migrants as well, absolutely. This is also very important. This is what industrial policy is about, and then market access, right? And I will finish with that, and reciprocity. Europe is a pro-trade nation. Germany is a pro-trade nation. We are pro-trade, not only for the critical raw material, but we are pro-trade because we need those export markets, and because we need to export our social and environmental norms as well. So we must engage in trade agreements that respect the COP21 Paris Agreement norms, right? We must do the same with the social norms. We cannot have products or services coming from countries who exploit children or do not respect our environmental norms. It's not fair for those countries and their kids, and it's not fair for our producers and our companies. And I'll stop here because I think I could go on, and you will think that it's an economist thing to speak for too long.
Das war ein sehr umfassendes Programm, was Europa alles machen muss. Frau Kuhn.
Well, this was a comprehensive program for Europe. Ms. Köhler-Gelb, from the KfW, you have a broader view. Where does Europe stand at the moment? Where are we losing in competition with the US? And a country like China, where there is cheap government money available and where the industrial policies are completely different. Well, we looked at the competitive situation in Germany in view of the data situation. In the public discussion in Germany at the moment, you could get the impression that Germany and Europe are being left behind. But if you look at the data, it's a mixed picture. So if you look at work or labor, Germany and Europe are good because we have skilled labor. The challenge is the perspective, because the risk there is that, particularly in Germany, if we don't influence the trends, and we already heard that the government is working on an immigration law for skilled labor, and we have to make sure that we have a sufficient amount of skilled labor. When it comes to capital, we also see a challenge that industry investment in Germany have decreased compared to the overall economic performance. But this is the same in other countries. When it comes to public investments, we see huge investments in China, and it's also a question of efficiency. If we consider the technological development and innovation, Europe is extremely good. Particularly Germany. If you look at the Global Innovation Index, Germany is ranking 8th. This is not a top position. The United States and Switzerland and Sweden are ranking higher, but so far Germany has chosen the strategy of incremental innovation. And there is some catching up to do with respect to digital technologies or disruptive technologies. In one of the keynotes, it was very clearly mentioned that infrastructure is important, and we should not underestimate the fact that the United States have considerable challenges regarding road and digital infrastructure, energy and security. I lived in the US for 10 years. I remember the summer of 2015. There were 2 days where we didn't have electricity. It depends, of course, where you live, but it makes it very clear energy security is a challenge in the United States. If you need 100% security, you have your own generators. So prices are higher for industry. And if you look at transformation, energy efficiency is also decisive, and Germany is in an extremely good position there because electricity and energy prices in Germany historically have been very high already. So companies producing in Germany have extremely focused on energy efficiency so far. And this is something I'd like to mention with respect to the previous discussion. Germany has an excellent vantage point, and Europe has an excellent vantage point. And the growth markets, which are green markets, can be easily used by Europe and Germany. Germany is the second largest exporter of climate protection goods after China. And the technology profile of Germany is particularly strong with respect to environmental technology. So with respect to competition factors and location factors, we have a mixed picture today. And the situation is actually very good at baseline at the moment if we take the right decisions today and if investment takes place in Europe and in Germany. Well, this is a very consoling statement that in Germany we're pretty good when it comes to innovation, and energy efficiency is also an underestimated topic. Jens, what do you see in the chat? Well, it's important to invest in education and to help people to learn throughout their entire lives. And the question is, how can that be funded in a fair fashion? The Bastian P wants to know, is the change of taxation of inheritance is something we can expect during this legislative period. And what does the Social Democratic Party want here? And Clemens asked Thomas Piketty demands an inheritance of 120,000 euros for everyone so people can practice lifelong learning. Ms. Köhler-Reitzen, the inheritance tax is something the SMEs tend to criticize. Is it true and is it correct that they do that, or could they pay a little more? Mr. Klingbeil, well, non-performance-based income, such as inheritances or donations, require urgent actions. If we look at the inheritance volume in coming years, this is very obvious. It's not about the little house you inherit from your grandmother. It's about huge inheritances that are passed on in the future without people ever working for them. This is something we have to focus on. And I also tell you that it's not clear whether we can achieve that during this legislative period. So the answer is no. Well, with the Green Party it would be possible, but with the Liberal Party it's very difficult to convince them. In the gas and electricity price break and the excessive profit tax have been good examples for convincing the others in the coalition government, but I wouldn't bet on it that we can manage inheritance tax during this legislative period. We created a commission in the beginning of this year in order to have a specific answer for our party convention in September when it comes to paying transformation costs and closing the inequality gaps. We will make proposals in that respect, and we will also discuss the inheritance tax. I also know this proposal to create inheritance for all, and I think it makes economic sense, as Piketty said. But first, we have to invest in transformation. I think education is important, and we have to create better cooperation between the federal level and the Länder level. It is a very strenuous and cumbersome process if the Federation says we pay 3 billion for the digital pact, and the member of parliament knows that from the day this measure is announced to the first day it trickles down to schools, it takes 2 years. So responsibilities and roles have to be redefined, but giving an inheritance to everyone, well, let's wait with that before we have invested in transformation. Ms. Köhler-Geib, a question about SMEs and their complaints when it comes to inheritance tax. Are they really in such a terrible situation, the SMEs? We don't have any surveys about inheritance tax for companies. From my perspective, it's important to weigh the social interest of continuing activities and employment by a company and their contribution to growth value added, and the question of fairness and the question of using other means. I have a final question for Ms. Boone. The answer of Europe to the Inflation Reduction Act. The United States pioneered, they have a 3-digit billion package with targeted industrial policy combined with climate protection, very hard conditions made in USA. You have to produce locally, you have to comply with very strict requirements. Why does it take so long before we have a European answer? And you rightly said recently, it fails because there's a lack of cooperation between Germany and France. The image people have of Germany and France and their marriage-like cooperation might be idealistic. They might just be living together instead of being married.
I think I was one of the first one to say we're not a couple. We don't need to kiss each other each time we see each other, but we do talk a lot, and we have a great relationship and a very intense one, because also we don't agree on everything. But on the Inflation Reduction Act, first I think we should be happy that the US finally takes care of climate change. And if we were a bit ambitious, we would say that they are actually responding to all the investment in terms of legislation and cash investment we've been making into the energy transition. We Europeans have started this 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's been precipitated by the Russian war against Ukraine, but it's been going on for a while. So the US reacted to this and put a lot of money on the table. Okay, what did we do? I mean, they did that. We spoke about it as European in October. In December, it was on the menu of the European Council. In February, we had an answer. So I think in terms of speed, we've been quite good. In terms of substance, we can improve a lot. First, bureaucracy. And if we want people to employ faster, to invest faster, we need to cut on the red tape. And it's too long. European processes are too long. We've been asking, together with Germany, for cutting the time the EU takes to grant authorization for state aid or other things, or the common project of interest, like hydrogen project, which we do together. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's incomplete, right? We can loosen state aid, and Germany and France can take huge advantage of it. And Germany more than France, I think. But what about smaller countries? What about Eastern European countries? What about Southern countries? They've all been asking for flexibility in the use of Next-Gen EU to help them with the energy transition. When the president was at the European Council, he clearly said, and Germany as well, state aid loosening okay, but flexibility for European funds for other countries. And this leg we are missing. This is creating inequality across European countries. It is detrimental to the European project. We must work on that together. And we will be working on that together with Germany.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Phil, thank you very much. That was the panel. We had multiple crises. And I think it's very impressive that we also already have multiple answers. There are lots of ideas, and what is decisive now is that in many places, on many different levels, decisions are taken, as Ms. Köhler-Gelb, companies and SMEs have security and certainty. I thank the panelists very much. Now we finally have a coffee break for 20 minutes, and then we will continue with the next panel discussion. Jens Tonnesmann will talk to two strong women, Hildegard Müller from the automotive industry, and Yasmin Fahimi, the chairperson of the German Confederation of Trade Unions.
Herzlich willkommen zurück.
Welcome back from the coffee break. We will now be dealing with a topic that Lars Klingbeil already also touched upon, that is how important a strong social partnership is and has been in Germany. We'll be talking about a topic that starts from there. We'll be talking about the future of industry in Germany and good work in the social and green transformation. Many people are concerned about the future of industry, a concern that's being heard rather frequently, by economic associations, the industry, family companies, medium-sized companies, even startup founders are thinking about shifting their operations to other countries, and people are afraid of deindustrialization. Of course, we also have had a year of high inflation, which is putting pressure on the purchasing power and the wages. Some people bear the brunt of that. So it is, of course, something, that is a logical conclusion that people are asking for higher wages, which employers don't really like as an idea. How do we now connect these objectives of good work and a viable industry for the future? We invited two participants for our panel who at first sight may be appearing to be rather different, but they have many things in common if you look a little closer. They are heads of very strong associations, both, and are exceptions because they're women, and mostly it's men who hold these kinds of positions, and they also have had political positions in the past as well. So they are tailor-made for our second panel, and I'm very happy to be able to welcome them here today. One of the two says, I love the discourse and I love discussing things, and she is a banker by training, but entered into politics early on. She was the head of the Junge Union, the youth organization of the CDU. She was also a member of the presidium of the CDU. She was a member of the Bundestag between 2002 and 2008, and she was a state minister under Angela Merkel. Then she changed jobs and went into the economy. 2008, she was head of the Federal Association of the Energy and Water Companies, and then became a member of the board of RWE. And for more than 3 years, she's been now the president of the Association of the Automotive Industries, VDA, representing the interests of more than 650 manufacturers and suppliers. It is the most important industry in Germany, with 411 billion in turnover in 2021, directly employed 800,000 people in this sector, and the Spiegel wrote about her, this woman is supposed to save the German car. We are very pleased to have her here today. Hildegard Müller, a cordial welcome.
Kommen Sie gerne nach vorne.
Feel free to join me on stage, please. Just briefly, a brief question before we invite, or rather introduce our second partner of this talk. Now, before we start complaining about things, how much fun is it for you to save the German car? 30 seconds, please. Well, first of all, I am very passionate about the things I do. I'm not a victim of my decisions, to speak up for this task and pursue this challenge. I think it's a decisive time, and we're all very much asked to do our share. And of course, fun might be the wrong term when I have to get up very early in the morning, but in total, I am very, very satisfied with the progress we made, also in the field of the automotive industries. And, I like doing things, and we in the Rhineland say, well, if we're in a bad mood, it doesn't make anything better anyway. Thank you very much, Ms. Müller. The second partner of our discussion here, the Handelsblatt, wrote about her that she is actually concrete breaking in terms of her conviction, and that she likes to go on the attack. She's also part of a very important network. She's also the head of the DGB, the biggest association of trade unions in Germany, and she wanted to enter the IG Metall, the metal workers union, as a student. She was an intern at Bosch in Hildesheim, and she wanted to join the trade union, but they couldn't find an application form. She then studied chemistry, but also, worked in the factories, but also in supermarkets, and she also sold even Christmas trees, so she knows what hard work is like. And there are a few parallels. She entered into politics early on, became a member of the Social Democratic Party at 18, became a general secretary, was also a state minister, and was also a member of the Federal Parliament Bundestag between 2017 and 2020, before these then moved on to work for the DGB, the German Trade Union Confederation, which is a combination of 8 trade unions with approximately 5.6 million members, and she wants to be the protective power of these employees. Yasmin Fahimi, welcome to you.
Frau Fahimi, An Sie geht.
Ms. Fahimi, the same question to you. 30 seconds, please. Why is it so much fun to protect so many employees in Germany? Well, I don't think that there is a better task, a better mission to really change things, not just politically and to make a difference, but to also try and push your society into a better direction. And politically speaking, I had a socialization and a training that really made clear to me that work is and will remain very central for a good society, but also for the good life of the people themselves. So there is no nicer job than the one I'm currently doing for me. Great. Now let's talk about how things will develop in Germany, the situation of the industry and the jobs as well. I read up on the automotive industry and thought, oh my goodness, it's facing a huge transformation. It's under an enormous amount of pressure. But then ERI, the advisory, they conducted a study and said that the German car manufacturers had record results, 572 billion in turnover, 15% more than last year, significantly more than before the corona crisis. And I thought, oh my goodness, things are going well. So how well is the German car industry really doing, and what are your worries? Well, I think, first of all, truth is always a bit more complicated than some studies bear it out. It is very much differentiated between the car manufacturers and the suppliers, and it's also worth to take a clear look at where these turnovers were generated and why the last year was the way it was. Part of the truth is that a larger share, an increasing share of the turnover is no longer being generated in Europe, connected to many different factors. We've got a saturated market, but also, that there is this huge growing economy in China that is shifting the focus of car sales. And last year, there were also significant, EU and dollar effects that led to these huge profits. But then we're also talking about billions of euros that have to be invested into the transformation for the next years. New drivetrain technologies, new batteries, new innovations that we need to have in order to, keep up and to also fulfill our climate objectives. And then 130 billion in terms of retrofitting factories, for example. It's a huge investment for the overall industry. And I think it's worth to take a differentiating look at what that means, because it also means that we now have to decide at which locations we want to invest. And that is something that we'll probably get back to later, the question of competitiveness. We yesterday met at the BDI event, and we talked about how Germany and Europe can remain competitive in the long run. So the figures are positive, but they will be redirected into investments directly, and it's more for the manufacturers than for the suppliers. Now, Ms. Fahimi, hearing about these challenges on the one hand and the good figures on the other hand for the last year, there was also a collective bargaining agreement of the IG Metall last year, and there were warning strikes and 5.2% more in terms of wages as of June and 3.5% as of next May. Was that appropriate, or were you concerned that it was slightly too little against the backdrop of these huge profits, or will you have to later on negotiate again? Well, our collective bargaining agreements are always proportionate and they're always responsible. But of course, in the end, you are mentioning exactly what is important. I am not a trade union that is signing these collective bargaining agreements. Those are the task of our member trade unions. But it's always about exactly this balance, which is why these bargaining agreements are different in the different sectors as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't need it. You have to look at productivity numbers, at profitability, economic viability, and those are the basis for our agreements. Last year and this year, the collective bargaining agreements were also influenced by an additional factor, and that was the record inflation. And that means that there is also a social responsibility that we have in order to make sure that there is a real wage development that is not shying away, and I have to say this at this point, from, accepting the fact that employers will always complain that it's not possible. Of course, in economic dire times, you don't have the leeway, but even in better times, people say, well, things could turn out to be very, very bad in the future. So that's the usual game we have to play. But I think that we managed to not only have good collective bargaining agreements in general, but one thing is also very clear. A bargaining agreement is not creating an eternal truth at a point in time X. These are only temporary glimpses of the future. And also, look, back into the past that allows to come to the right decisions. And in this difficult situation, well, inflation is going down slightly, but it's not yet gone down to a healthy measure. And so I'm assuming that these topics will be relevant in the future as well. But apart from the collective bargaining, to also get back to the topic at hand here, it's also important, and that's also a responsibility we're assuming, it's also about thinking about how we can make sure that we still have the basis for future collective bargaining agreements. So how do we secure a sustainable and a successful economic structure with new champions that we also want to see make progress so that we can become technological leaders, not just by thinking of entirely new things, but to also focus on the strengths that we still have. In spite of all the difficulties, we are still a very important industrial site in Europe here as Germany, and Europe still is the largest world market we have on this planet. So this now has to also be about the fact that we have to keep it alive. We're seeing China and the United States investing billions into their economies, and we have to think about how to safeguard our own areas, because we do not only have to reindustrialize like the US are doing, we need to make sure that we have a stable industrial structure that can be developed for the future. That's a different challenge. But it should not be perceived as a competition. You should think that, okay, they are now entering into investing into green technologies, sustainable energy economies, and the Inflation Reduction Acts, they even made union jobs part of their portfolio. So we will then have to do our own work. We have to do our own homework based on the strengths that we have and trying to underline these. But that is the real danger. You already mentioned the international pressure. The biggest seller, or the biggest e-car seller in Germany is from Tesla's, yes, the e-vehicle, yes, but there are also competitors from China now. The e-vehicles batteries are being manufactured in China to a large extent. Now, making our homework, well, what did the industry do wrong over the past years? Are we too late? Well, two remarks. First of all, we have to realize that, getting a company like Tesla into Germany is also always very interesting, and it's also important to have these new industrial players in our country as well. But what I think is a huge problem is that, trying to attract these companies also through huge subsidy programs, like in the case of Intel, that we offer these subsidies without any conditions.
Und das ist mit Blick auf den
And that, with the view to the east of Germany, is doubly dramatic because for more than 30 years they've made the experience, that people have been promising them, a great environment and great industrial environment with all kinds of growth, and then they, actually realize that it's a back and forth. What we have to make sure is that there are long-term investment plans, that they secure the industrial base in those areas, and that they also accept collective bargaining. And Tesla is spending a huge budget for union busting right in the heart of Germany, which is a huge scandal.
Und auf die grundsätzliche
And coming back to the basic question of what the automotive industry can do, I think two areas are problematic. Now, battery technologies and e-vehicles have not really been perceived as strategic projects early enough, and now they are making the mistake to really, focus on luxury models instead of smaller cars in the mass market. And there is also a deficit in the software development, that is the digitization of cars. And the fourth element is that I would like to see the automotive industry to also raise their voice a little more when it comes to the question of how the traffic infrastructure can become part of a larger network. So not just placing our eggs in the basket of autonomous driving, but connectivity of the different modes of transport. Well, that doesn't sound like a good report card for the automotive industry. What do you say, Ms. Miller? Well, perhaps I can counter this with a few points. Of course, we would have liked to see the kind of promotion, that Tesla got when they first came here. If you want to set up a factory in Germany, in many cases, it's very complicated. The second point is that 70% of the jobs in the automotive industry are connected to exports. And that is a number that I want you to understand as a warning. That means that over the last years, we developed a model that was very successful when it came to optimizing different supply chains. But now, with a change of the times, We see that economic policies can also generate political influence. Sometimes it was, or in the past, it was just a support for, real politics. But now the economic strength of regions is being used in order to achieve political power. You can see this in the example of China in an entirely different way because they follow a different approach, but also in the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act. And Europe, it has not yet decided how to pursue industrial policies in the future. And that is a point we have to make very clear. And when I hear that the European answer is regulation, then it's, something where we perhaps could agree, that this is not where entrepreneurs say, well, this is the right precondition for investments. And then there were weaknesses in terms of our allocations that accumulated over years. They tried to compensate for that, but they become ever more apparent. That the fact that we don't have a battery production in Germany or in Europe has something to do with the fact that we don't really have a sufficient or a comprehensive energy politics or policies, and the energy prices are toxic in Germany and in Europe. They are the highest, and the plants that need a lot of energy. And I could also talk about semiconductors. They then shift operations to other locations in other countries if we don't counteract this development. And the European Union, and we as well, quite frequently try to use money in order to reshuffle problems. I think it's right to talk about, industry electricity prices. That's something that the trade unions are also talking about. But it's not going to really help the whole automotive industry because my industrial middle class or these small and medium-sized companies are not covered by that. And, then taxes, electricity, all kinds of fees and levies are higher than in other European countries or other countries. And then there's also something that we need to be taking seriously. We're talking about the massive investments, new plants, and the fact that we need to be competitive in the future as well. And if we have now surveys about, questions of industrial locations, then they say energy is not competitive. We don't see where bridges are supposed to end then. Then we have to point out where that leads to. Then we all have the issue of a lack of skilled labor. Then, taxes, levies, and fees. That's another problem. And investments are not happening in Germany. You can say this is very unpatriotic, but you can also just realize that many people try to shore up their industrial base in Germany by entering other regions and investing there. The industrial sales, is no longer focused on Europe, at least in the automotive industry. 10 to 15% of their cars are being sold in Germany and in Europe. 50% of all cars that are being produced go to Asia, especially to China, because there is a huge ramp up. There is a huge catching up demand of 1.4 billion people. So industries and sales markets are different, and we have to, realize that. On the topic of digitization, I don't know that we're really doing as poorly. Mercedes got their forced approval for autonomous driver. I'm really fully agreeing with you that we need multimodal concepts, new traffic transport concepts, but still, we should not undervalue what we're doing. In China, the customer needs are entirely different. In China, I don't want to be sitting in my car, for an hour in my car to have a me time because I've got such a small flat or something. That's what the Chinese do, which is also why they have higher digital demands than customers in Europe. So it's worth to look behind the situation.
Right, I think we've now described the most important items. Now we've got to take the audience on board. How can the transformation be brought about successfully? You did not only speak about the German car industry, but also elsewhere. How about the competitiveness of the German
Und zwar lautet die Frage,
industrial location in Germany? Now the question that you can vote on per feedback is, what endangers the German competitiveness most?
Tempo bei der
Too slow speed in bringing about the transformation process in the economy, or strict rules and regulations and too much speed in the field of transformation? You've got these two choices. Take a vote.
Es gibt in der Zeit, in der Sie nochmal da auf den Handys
while you
und zwar fragt
muddle away on your mobiles, there is a question coming in from the chat. Daniel wants to know, from an industrial policy viewpoint, is it possible to promote fossil mobility with subsidies? Shouldn't we focus only and exclusively on e-mobility? I don't know who wants to answer that one. I think it's about business cars, taxation of business cars, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to mention that With regards to fossil mobility, if you want to call it that way, we need a lot of innovation and changes, and that's what's currently taking place because we are making a lot of headway. The average business car has the size of a Golf because the business cars, of course, are used for many decentralized jobs such as care services. And this is why I think this is more than justified. Fossil fuels, as we've already adopted, will be imposed with higher taxes. But here you also have to look at the social components, because mobility also means participation for many. And this is why such a system needs to be transformed slowly. Secondly, we invest into 250 billion into the car industry, into exactly these future-oriented technologies. In the transformation process, the electric car is still more expensive. It has to do with the building up of new plants. We have got to learn how to become more efficient with better routes and the like. So we assume that in the second half of this century, the electric car will be cheaper than the ICE. But at the current moment in time, we're talking about Euro 7 and other rules and regulations. How expensive can ICEs still be, or can they become, and do we have to give a boost to investments? So I'd like to argue that we continue to support mobility. And this is what we can also do with the help of the business cars in this particular manner. Mrs. Fahimi, would you like to come in on that? Yes. I understand what this question is trying to get at. And I think this needs to be discussed in the future and clarified, but I'd like to comment on this. We have to make sure that in the field of transportation transformation, we do not focus too much onto the side effects, but where are the main levers that we can use? This is rather a moral question that you can discuss, but for the climate, it's irrelevant. That also holds true for the question as to how successful can a transportation transformation be brought about, just as an additional piece of information. And as a tip, you can also use business bicycles, electric cars, and you can make them completely tax deductible as an employer. So here the return rate is much higher. Subsidies are much higher than they are for business cars. Of course, not in the end price, because an e-bike is not as expensive as an e-car. But just, let me just point that out because I'm trying to get at something else. The national government has now decided that 45 billion should be invested in the budget for the expansion of the railway system in Germany. And that's quite something, that's quite significant. That is the result in the acceleration of developments that had not existed 15 or 20 years before in this sector. This needs to be appreciated, you see. And if we gain more speed, become more serious, if we gain more innovation partners between the state and the business community, that's the main lever in the interest of climate and for a reasonable mobility transformation, as well as for the employees in this sector. I think this result fits in rather nicely. The majority of you in this room and in the live stream rather think that it's a problem if we bring about the transformation process too slowly. I think this is something like a fatal question, if I may ask you, if I may say so. No, we've got to be slow in order to be competitive? Not really. I think this question is not clear enough, you see? Because it doesn't reveal how complex such a transformation process is, what it means to the employees, what this daily struggle means for transformation. In addition to what we already have, the pandemic still has effects on supply chains in the automotive industry, the war in Ukraine. The question of the abolition of complete business models amongst the suppliers goes hand in hand with the necessity to develop new business models in order to ensure employment in the long run. This is why I called it a rather fatal question. Of course, we've got to be quick, but such a transformation process is also rather complex. And when we talk about mobility, people tend to neglect it. I think it's absolutely right what we are doing in the German railway system. We are happy about every ton that can be transported on the rail. Therefore, the situation of the German railway system is a complete and utter disaster and calls for improvements. But we have to think of ways and means of how we can create the conditions for people to switch to e-mobility. For that, we need charging infrastructure. We do not only need charging stations, what are a completely different grid, also for heat pumps and many other things. So the infrastructure is not really focused enough on in the field of transformation, roads, bicycle trams, and the supportive infrastructure that we need. Is recall, we do not only have to build cars. The German car industry will not have problems building cars, but how they are going to be accepted in the market, whether they are going to be bought is a completely different question. Second feedback question, Marlies. Yes, it fits in rather nicely. What should the priorities of policymakers be in order to reduce CO2 emissions in the field of transportation and bring about a transformation process? First of all, promote e-cars and extend charging infrastructure. B, making fossil fuels more expensive. So it's going to be more expensive if you do the gas station. Expansion of local public transport and the German railway system. Or are you a fan of bicycles and you want the bicycle transportation and the infrastructure to be improved? Or are you rather saying, no, I rather want a mix of everything? Answer E or D, nothing of that at all, please. While you take your vote, well, if you think that everything is correct, please cross E. While you take your vote, I would also like to allude to an issue that we already discussed yesterday when the Hans Manteuffel Prize was awarded. How can we in Europe react appropriately to the American Inflation Act? Do we need higher CO2 taxes or do we need other subsidies, promotive measures? If we want to accelerate transformation, what would we need in Europe in order to make it work? Mrs. Müller. I already have 2 mics. I just realized that. At the end of the day, the Americans do not really invest more. They are just smarter in investing. They changed the framework conditions. I already mentioned that our electricity prices are too expensive. We've got an electricity tax which exceeds the European average by far. This is why the electricity prices are high, and we redistribute. The Americans embark on a different path. They rather set framework conditions, set CO2 targets. Reduction is the goal, ambitious goal with regards to the timelines as well. And then they say we create the appropriate framework conditions by supplying enough affordable CO2 neutral energy. Third point, they bank on security of supply of raw materials. And then tax credits and other issues can be added to the list. Another very important point, which is very decisive, is one of the core competences in Germany of ours, because they do without research and innovation. The freedom of research and innovation is of the essence. Try to do more in the field of CO2. This is a very smart approach, cleverer than ours. And I think the Americans, no matter how you critical you can do, then look at them because they also have skilled workers, but they can generate much more innovation for green tech than is the case over here. I think Joe Biden said that when I look at climate change, I look at jobs, which will be created as a consequence of the change in the economy. Do you think we also should have a Transformation Act in line with the Inflation Reduction Act because it might lead to more jobs? There are 2 things that need to be factored in when you think about the Inflation Reduction Act. There are 2 things that we can learn from. 2 things are good, which doesn't really mean that you can copy instruments that were produced elsewhere. Our systems are far too different, but these 2 criteria are the following, in line with what Mrs. Müller has said. The principle is keep it simple. And don't just wave with a development program and then make it so complicated that nobody really knows how to muddle its way through before you get 3 years. When it takes you 3 years before you get your approval, that's complete and utter nonsense. So keep it simple. And the second point is, and this is very new for Americans. Joe Biden said very clearly that he also wants to increase the number of jobs supported by trade unions, not because he's very much in favor of the trade unions. He does that here or there, but it's rather unusual that an American president talks about trade union at all. But he says, I'm not willing to watch any longer. The middle strata of this country is going down the drain, basically speaking. Unionized locations means that we strengthen the very important SMEs that we need. This is a typical American economically driven approach, but we can copy that, and he adds a lot of criteria onto that, which are simple. CO2 reductions, investments into green technologies, and unionized jobs. And this is why the proposal of Robert Habeck for the industrial gas price is very positive, because that's exactly what he's doing as well. This is what we also need for other development programs. We can no longer use tax revenues without tying them to certain conditions. So let's be loyal to collective agreements and to particular locations. What's interesting from an economic viewpoint is the question: we don't want ongoing subsidies of the private economy. That's not in our interest. But we are in a very special situation because we are in the middle of a series of crises. And we're in the middle of the most fundamental transformation process of our society and economy by and large since the beginning of industrialization. And these dual challenges need to be tackled with immediately, but we have to build bridges, and these bridges need to pursue political reduction, CO2 reduction, decent jobs. And this is what I mean with innovation partnership between the state and the market. That's what we need to work on. Because the market economy aggravated crisis or even caused crisis, because the financial crisis that we all remember is not that long ago. And this is why we need exactly that logic. That is exactly what we're fighting for, but let me come up with a final statement. This alone will not suffice. Development program and an industrial electricity price. We need R&D, we need an expansion of infrastructure, we need accelerated approval processes. All that needs to be part of it. We also need carbon border taxes when we think about steel.
Nicht einzelne Industrien aufgeben, die uns zukünftig in der Wertschöpfungskette fehlen. Stichwort grüner Stahl. Natürlich
green steel. Of course, we have a lot of imports of steel, but we are talking about more resilience along the supply chain. And then we simply give it up, all those important aspects in the basic chemistry industry, non-precious metal industry, be it copper, steel, or aluminum, or whatever. This would be complete and utter nonsense. And this is why we need to build these bridges with close conditions attached to them. Now, we've reached a wonderful consensus, but what is the result of the poll, Marlies? What's the final result? Can you present it to us? We just have to wait and see. Here we go. These are the 6 results. I think the most important finding is that we need a mix of all the above, not because I mentioned it, but I think it makes most sense. What's also interesting is that the expansion of public transport and rail service plays also a very significant role. This is what the 45 billion were invested for. This doesn't take me by surprise at all, because local public transport means that 60% of the people live in rural areas. We are not talking about the local public transport, but the school park. I went to a Saxonian transport company, and he said, well, if the school bus is not in operation because we're on holidays, then an apprentice can come to work, and we're thinking about an alternative right now. So we are very often looking at things from the angle of the cities, and therefore participation is of the essence. It is really important. Local public transport, of course, forms part and parcel of it, 10 people whose demand is not really fulfilled. Thank you very much. I think we've reached the end of our presentation. We spoke about a lot of interesting topics. Thanks very much to Mrs. Müller and Fahimi for taking the time for the discussion. Thanks very much. We were delighted to have you. Thanks to both of you.
Ja, wir machen jetzt hier weiter mit
Let us continue with the fora.
das, was wir hier jetzt schon gehört haben, und erweitern das um insgesamt 8 Foren an
We will have 8 fora that you can participate in, where we talk about fair
Industriepolitik,
financing,
hier aber auch im Haus,
narrative turnaround in the fiscal policy. Some of them take place over here, others in this room. You signed in already, and it would be very nice if you could turn to the forum that you got registered for. If you don't find your room, please
lassen Sie bitte
ask the
hier benutzt haben.
people of the foundation to ask you. Please leave your headsets here. There are other headsets in the other room. Those from over here will not work over there, so it will only cause technical problems. So leave your headsets here.
möchten Sie außerdem noch hinweisen,
And we'd also like to draw your attention to the inheritance tax award in hall number 2. If you go past it, in panel number 2 with Klaus Klingler, we briefly talked about it. What would be possible if we increase the inheritance tax?
können Sie sehen, wie viel
When
Geld
you look at the watch, you can see
stünde.
how much more money would be available. And it would be very nice if you could come back here at 10 minutes to 3 after the second round of fora for a discussion with Jan Christian Wester, the Nordic Minister for Trade and Industry. And Marlies, you will moderate this session. Thanks very much for the time being, and we're looking forward to seeing you again later on. If you stay here in this room, we will also have a workshop over here. We will deal with the EU fiscal rules and economic governance. And how can all this be governed? If you want to listen to that, stay here. If not, try to find your forum. Thanks very much.
So we should try to start.
So, dann bitte ich wieder um Konzentration.
I kindly ask you for your attention again.
Mit dem 1.
We start with forum number 1, financing the transformation of financing. And the focus of our discussion is Europe and fiscal policy in Europe.
Ja, an alle, die noch weitere bilaterale Gespräche.
To all of you who would like to have additional bilateral conversations, please leave this area. We have 1 hour for our panel discussion, and we will also be streamed. So hello, everybody who is watching us and listening to us online. You can ask your questions in the chat, and we try to answer them during our forum. So let's start with our discussion. I'm very pleased that here on our panel regarding the financing of transformation, we have 4 ladies and gentlemen who come from different areas and would like to give us some insight. I start with Professor Peter Bofinger. A lot of you might already know him perhaps from yesterday. He is a senior professor of economics, money, and international economic relations at the University of Würzburg and a former member of the Expert Council for the Assessment of the Global Economic Development. That you survive that is great. And the next panelist is Mr. Ole Funke, the Federal Chancellery from the Federal Chancellery Group Leader for Coordination of European Policy, Economic and Financial Aspects of European Integration. Very impressive.
Ganz kleiner Zuständigkeitsbereich.
So a very narrow range of responsibilities. That is always in great demand. Then we have Kati Wiese, Senior Policy Officer. Yes, it is a rather multilingual job description. So, Senior Policy Officer for Economic Transition and Gender Equality at the European Environmental Bureau, the EEB. And last but not least, we have Mr. Joachim Schuster is responsible for legislation on the European level, member of the European Parliament since 2014. He is a representative for Bremen and Bremerhaven, and he is a member of the Committee on International Trade, Economic and Monetary Affairs. So voluntarily, he has been dealing with economic and financial discussions on the European level. So maybe a round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you for your time, and thank you for facing up to this challenge of thinking economics forward. How do we do that? What do we do here? And what is the role of financing? I would like to start with a very topical question. Today, the proposals were presented in Brussels, how the European Commission imagines its multi-year budgetary frame, that is the 7-year framework, and they would like to see more national financial means transferred to the European level because of the great challenges. So far, the contribution from the national GDP was 1% that countries had to send to Brussels to finance the different responsibilities there. It was presented today. My question is now that it is requested that the European member states transfer a little more money to Brussels and that they also show a greater willingness to endow the European Union with their own funds, that is, to contribute more to the European budget. I'd like to start with Ole Funke, because that's a malicious move, I think. The federal government, the Federal Republic of Germany, will probably be one of the first to be contacted because they're one of the largest contributors to the European budget. It's not a novel demand that the EU wants more money. Is there already a position envisaged how Germany wants to react to that? Ole?
Ja, danke. Danke für die
Well,
Frage.
thank you very much for the question. The answer is rather difficult because we don't know the specific proposals yet. We will receive them at noon. It's about the revision of the present financial framework that is still valid until the middle of 2027. Why, without having a final position of the federal government, do we already now see a need for that proposal? Because the environment that we had envisaged for the next 7 years has drastically changed, particularly with respect to interest rates and inflation. And I'd like to come back to the question that with this financial framework, for the first time, we will incur debt, and then the Commission will have to pay interest for the first time. The question is how much interest they have to pay, and this is much clearer than before. It will probably a double-digit billion amount until the end of 2025, and it will probably be not a low double-digit amount, not a very high one either, but clearly above 15 billion. And we don't even know whether the Commission has a price tag for that. Then we have another important issue, Ukraine, that nobody had envisaged when the last financial framework was adopted. At the moment, we support Ukraine with community loans. And if you look at what the Americans do in Ukraine, they don't give them loans, but they give them cash transfers, direct money. This brings us to a point eventually where international partners look at us and say, it's nice that you always give the same amount, but there is a qualitative difference here in your contribution. And the Commission understood this. The Commission sees the problem. And we envisage that Ukraine will need funding for a longer period of time. So the Commission wants to propose a structural solution. And that will also amount to double-digit billions. This is the vantage point. And then there will be some occasions where the Commission would like to have some more money. But the two additional requirements that nobody really doubts will be a challenge for member states, because all member states are now confronted with a budget policy turnaround. Maybe not as much as Germany, because when you look at the budget negotiations here and the great efforts we have to make, then you all understand what I mean. But similar processes take place in all member states. What is so special this time is that in this review, there are no net payers or net recipients, because with these large budget items, the money is simply gone and everyone's a contributor. These will be very difficult discussions, and we will have to face up to these discussions, because these are additional requirements arising from very clear, undeniable political priorities, and it has to do with the entire program. That's why we will not be among the first to reject it. But there are some member states who are rather critical in their position, and I expect them to propose an alternative, because you have to take the money from someone. Of course, you can talk about redistribution here and there, but I don't see that with the present EU budget. Yes, indeed, these are two important items: interest payments that we haven't known so far, and the question of Ukraine. But then I would like to hand over to Peter Buffinger. It makes sense from your angle. If the Commission wants more money for more tasks, it makes sense, doesn't it? Well, in addition to the undeniable expenditure, we must ask, if we could make a wish, how would the transformation be financed? The transformation is a climate policy transformation, an industrial transformation, an energy policy transformation, and they have enormous externalities. They work better if they are planned in a joint effort for all of Europe and if they are shouldered together. And the worst solution is, and we see that in energy policy at the moment, is that every single member state pursues their own energy policy without considering the other member states. So we should get as much money for the Commission so the joint tasks can be planned centrally and do not contradict each other, so we make full use of the advantages. So if we could make a wish, the more European the solution, the better. So would you agree the more European, the better? Or do you see difficulties when it comes to transferring the money from the national level to the European level to promote national projects? Well, I see difficulties because the national levels always believe that they do whatever is necessary. But what we mustn't forget is that we need European cohesion. At the moment, we have comprehensive renationalization trends that lead to a situation where we cannot agree on anything in some areas. And when you look at climate transformation, this is a fact. And there is also a great debate about the Stability and Growth Pact. Germany is criticized because they can afford it and the others can't, it is said. And I doubt whether certain expenditure should be handled on a European level rather than on a national level. Support to Ukraine has to be handled nationally because the European Union doesn't have any competence there. And the principle who decides has to pay should prevail, and that cannot be a European solution there. But the question is, how can solid funding be assured so we can finance everything we're planning, and an increase in revenue has to be planned, not direct transferred necessarily to the European level, but adding money in the system. That is necessary. And I don't only talk about inheritance tax as we discussed it this morning, but consistent combating of tax evasion and tax avoidance. That brings hundreds of additional millions for Europe, and we can make even greater progress there in order to have more money in the system that can be used. Thank you. Kati, for you a question. Climate political dimensions have already been mentioned in connection with what we would like to see with respect to transformation. And then there are restrictions or, unfortunately, the undesired payments for Ukraine and for interest and for inflation. But from your angle, from the European Environmental Bureau, what would make sense? Rather national funding or rather European funding? What is your assessment of the situation? Well, thank you very much for inviting me, first of all. For us, from a European NGO, it would be desirable to have more EU money for climate protection and transformation. Joachim already mentioned it. Climate change is a cross-border problem requiring solidarity and coordinated measures. We have to avoid that some member states don't invest enough and miss their climate targets, because that has repercussions for other member states and for our overall results, globally speaking. And of course, we have an enormous need for investing into the green and social transformation. For Europe, it means 850 billion euros per year. The figures for Germany are also very high. So we have to tackle this. Investment takes a long time before it has any effect. So it is desirable for us, but also we have to focus on the quality of investment and the object of investment. Regarding Ukraine, we also have Ukrainian members, and it is important that we promote green reconstruction. This is also important to us. Well, thank you very much. So let's directly enter into the discussion about the Stability and Growth Pact, or the Stabi Pact, as it is called in Germany. With the Stability and Growth Pact, it is important to see to it that in all member states of the EU, state spending in the highly indebted countries as well as in other countries is reduced, or at least not growing as massively as they have grown so far. So we should not go beyond our financial means. So there should be a limitation of additional spending for member states. That was the principle of the Stability and Growth Pact. So it was said there is European money, but it should be spent responsibly. I start with the business administration professor. There are lots of proposals for a reform of the fiscal rules of the Stability and Growth Pact because it also allowed for many exceptions. The reform proposals, how do you assess them from an economic point of view? Well, the Stability and Growth Pact is a rather audacious construct, using two approaches that are interrelated. The first one, a country shouldn't have deficit, should have a balanced budget. And it has a similar logic as our debt brake. But this is not easily reconciled with the golden rule of fiscal policy. Of course, a country should not spend more than it has, but if there are investments, investments can be funded by incurring debt. And the debt brake and the Growth and Stability Pact limits that ability to invest. And there is also an arbitrary level of state debt, 60% of economic performance, and there is no scientific evidence for that. It was just an average of sovereign debt of the member states in 1995. Now, if you have any rules that try to achieve that sovereign debt is below 60%, it doesn't make sense. It is completely arbitrary, like assuming an arbitrary blood pressure that is desirable without having any scientific evidence. And if a doctor would pursue in that fashion, the doctor would be subject to malpractice suits. So the importance or the meaning of the 60% has now been reduced. There was a so-called six-pack. The difference of sovereign debt in relation to the GDP has to be reduced by 1/20th part every year. This is a rather complicated assumption, which has now been abandoned, and now there is a residual rule saying if the reduction is 1% per year, we're satisfied. And this is a good solution in contrast to what we had before. It's considerably improved. And you said that these spending pathways have to be analyzed in a more individual fashion. The situation of the individual states has to be considered. There is no one-fits-all solution. The situation of a country will be considered. The investment will be considered. And I think this is greater flexibility than before. And as the overall construct is problematic, it's better to handle it as flexibly as possible. But I would like to know some explicit golden rule included in the approach. If a country incurs further debt, there should be justification of that. My proposal is a project-based golden rule should be established. If a country wants to incur debt, the country has to say, this is the project I would like to achieve. And these are future-oriented investment I'd like to fund by incurring debt. And on the European level, the Commission or the Parliament would have to approve that. agreeing to it as it is a meaningful project, a good project, future-oriented, and not just spending money for nothing. But of course, too much flexibility is not good either. You cannot completely dilute the rules. So my idea is the fundamental principle of a golden rule should be introduced. Governments can spend more and have a longer adjustment path if they invest in reasonable projects. The model we have in Germany with the special assets or earmarked funds, that is incurring debt for special investment, would be a good solution instead of saying if you invest, you can take more time in paying back. That's exactly the critical question. Where's the right balance between a little bit of flexibility on the one hand and not too much on the other? Ola, I know I asked the Social Democratic Chancellery what the non-Social Democratic Ministry of Finance should do better. What is your coordination position there? The problem is clear. Debt is to be reduced everywhere if possible, but the question is how fast, to what extent, and at the expense of growth in the member states, yes or no. So how do you strike the right balance here?
Let me make a preliminary remark. There is a certain attitude towards this debt stability and growth pact by the government, and everything that we feed into the discussions has been agreed upon by the Chancellery, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Economics. Not every single public statement, though, has been aligned by the ministers. This will never be the case, and of course everybody is free to make his or own particular statement and set his own priorities, but the position in general has been aligned. So I don't have to defend the Ministry of Finance, but I can speak on behalf of the position of the national government. I think you just have to understand what its starting position was about, economically and politically speaking. After the pandemic, in some member states, we were faced with a new fiscal reality in some member states. In the Eurozone, and I only speak about that because the Stability Pact applies to all. But in the internal market, of course, there are completely different interdependencies. There are some member states which are far beyond the 100% level of indebtedness. What is a healthy value, you might wonder? Ultimately, just keep it simple. The next crisis will linger, and we have to add 20% in each and every member state on top of that, and we will navigate through the crisis rather safely, all of us, in simple terms. If I'm of the opinion that in some cases we need to keep a certain distance, that we need a buffer, so to speak, then we really have to take care of those member states in particular. That is why I would not approve of the idea that the debt rate has to be brought down each and everywhere. I don't think that this makes any sense. This is not what the rules should stipulate. That would be wrong. That's the economic starting position in rather simplified terms. Why so pragmatic or why so simplified? Because this is the political starting point, leaves us very little time. The old rules will apply from next year onwards once again. I don't know what the Commission will do when the 1/110 years rule will be introduced for a country such as Italy in the year of the European elections. You know, this is a gigantic, almost impossible task that the Commission has to face. From an economic viewpoint, this is not desirable, and from a political viewpoint, neither. So we need to reform the old rules, the new rules, before the old rules can be introduced. So that leaves us very little time. And we can't therefore say, well, let's take a look at the treaties. Unfortunately, here it stipulates that 60% have to be adhered to. We can't just make fundamental changes, but we need to come up with a pragmatic solution. This is the last point I'd like to raise, but we can also go into the nitty-gritty if you wish. But I think there are 2 points of criticism that need to be distinguished when we talk about this proposal by the Commission. The fiscal orientation. Is it progressive or rather conservative? We might argue about that. And what's the right calibration? But the other point is the basic governance model that the Commission suggested. And here we all agree with our criticism in the government. We do understand the intention of the Commission.
Ownership hinzukriegen. Das heißt,
It wants to bring about a better national ownership. It wants to enter into a dialogue with the member states and do something like meaningful investments which have to be identified, which need to be considered. This is also part of our papers.
am Ende darum geht,
But if at the end of the day,
Verpflichtungen rauskommen,
certain obligations will be imposed on member states, which will lead to difficult political decisions at the national level, and that's the way it's going to be if you apply the rules, if you have to reduce the debt rate. Then you need common standards in order to have member states get the feeling that they are treated equally in the Council. Otherwise, you cannot come up with a governance model which will lead to more social cohesion and can work effectively. If the country A says at the end of the day, well, why do I have to do so much more than country B because they're in the same situation, then we do have a problem. That's why we said we have to have common standards. You can talk about calibration if you wish. We can talk about this in greater detail in a minute. But the fact that the Commission is of the opinion that without the standards, the right path could be embarked upon is our main point of criticism concerning this proposal.
seit letzter Woche wieder so Diskussionen haben, wie
It is less favorable that we had statements made by some ministers last week who said fiscal policy is a national affair.
Souveränität der Mitgliedstaaten.
Here, the national sovereignty of the member states needs to be given full weight. With the currency union, this is something that we have done away with, because we've delegated sovereignty or responsibility to Brussels, and I think we would have had already made more headway. Joachim, in the European Parliament, you're having a similar discussion going into the same direction. The new or old, or depending on how you see it, we have a valid stabilization and growth pact, which has been suspended for a while, but is going to be reintegrated soon. And there are very diverging views on that, diverging proposals, different vested interests. What's the discussion like in the Parliament? Can you push it through? Can you say, well, we'll come up with case-by-case solutions, which is what Southern European states would like to see because every country is specific? And with the help of Next Generation EU, we have gained the experience. It's possible, also with the help of the recovery plans. Or does it take more of very strict framework conditions and rules imposed on by the state? In the Parliament, we have a similar discussion as we do in the general public and in the Council, so I tried to come up with my own position. It's correct that we say that we've got to come with a national specific level of flexibilization. It is completely inappropriate to expect the same from everyone. You know, they had expenditures not because they weren't able to pursue the right budgetary policy, but at the very beginning the positions weren't the same. And they, of course, moved into different directions. And, you know, renationalization trends were mentioned by me because there is a great risk, because we need common standards. Not if somebody thinks he has to do more, if in doubt, member states don't do that. But what if we end up in a big crisis? The last big financial crisis, 2008 and 2009, has led to a euro crisis. This was not the root cause, but the effect. But then we had a central bank which says, whatever it takes, we'll buy up everything. This will no longer work today because the entire macroeconomic environment with increased interest rates has changed profoundly. That is why we need common standards and solidarity. What I don't understand is that the national government says, well, it's got to be 1% no matter where. 1% of the debt rate should be reduced. It should rather be tied to growth rate. When they say part of the growth should be used to reduce the debt rate. If there is no growth, it doesn't automatically mean that there is no indebtedness. This would be an anti-cyclical solution. And then we'd have to take on our responsibility. But the second thing that would be missing is what the proposal of the Commission does not include at all. How are we going to tackle with the problem of investment? The golden rule is good on one thing. If the interest rate is at 0, no problems. But if you have an interest rate of 3 or 4%, and if you have to pay for new debts and repay the old debts, which increase over the course of time, I think in Italy it's 7 years before they can be totally reshuffled, all of a sudden the debt rate will increase tremendously. It doesn't matter whether you were formally allowed to go into debts or not, you can formally just not pay them back. This is why we need European solidarity. And here we do have the example of the reconstruction fund that was built up during the pandemic. And it says exactly that. We at the European level indebt ourselves, and you can also generate more revenues at the European level. I'm not really a fan of debts, but never mind. And then we will unequally redistribute money to those who need it most for investments. Then you can double check on the money that the countries have spent it on, because, you know, some right-wing governments should not really be given any money, but if they carry out reasonable problems, that's not a problem, even in Poland or Hungary. And here the advantage would be that you do not only use penalties, that no European member state is going to adhere to any of it, but you can provide incentives. If we have a behavior in line with the European standards, then we have got more leeway at the same time. That's what we're not yet at, because where we make headway is the national specific path that are widely being accepted. But the deficit is how can we fund investments in the future, especially to the scope that it is required. And we think that it would mean that we'd have to double the current EU budget if you really took into account the dimensions of climate change and digital transformation as requested. Kati, I'll come to you in a minute because I'd like to discuss the question of investments with you. But back to Peter Bofinger. Individual regulations on the one hand. This is what you see with regards to the recovery fund. In a dialogue with the countries, you can embark on a path of debt reduction or growth. But we'd have to have some framework conditions in any way in place. Because you can't just introduce automated processes by saying, well, once you reach the level X, automatic processes will trigger in order to reach fair treatment or fairness that Ole spoke to. From an economics viewpoint, does such thing exist? Would you dare to say that there is a macroeconomic Pareto optimum that could be used in order to create a fair balance? The problem is we as economists will know very little about the best possible level of national indebtedness in relation to the economic performance. An attempt was made by two renowned economists who said 90% of the level of indebtedness is the upper ceiling, but we don't really know. Japan has a level of indebtedness of 250%. That's not recommendable, but they're living pretty well. Oli Funke comes up with other arguments. He's saying, well, they rose from 150 to 250 in Italy. Not that good either. But casting it in rules and regulations is rather problematic. It was our dream in the 70s to come up with rule-based policies, rule-based monetary policies, rule-based fiscal policies. But everything we are experiencing right now, with all these crises that hit us so hard, shows very clearly that there's no way around it. You simply have to try to come up with a discretionary approach. Our debt brake is also based on such a rule, and we said, excellent, now we got fiscal policy under control for good. Debt is not be allowed, and now we got stuck. Even Mr. Lindler, in a sleepless night, will argue for the reduction of the debt policy, because then fiscal policies could be pursued which are reasonable. I think we need to turn away from that. If reality does not happen in a way that the past repeats itself so that we can adjust our rules accordingly, but you have to come up with parliamentary control and reasonable policymakers in order to come up with an appropriate solution. Thank you very much. That's an important piece of information. Per se, there is no best possible solution falling out of the blue. In economic science, we don't have any natural science rules and regulations that we can comply with. But how are we going to invest? How are we supposed to invest? The framework conditions of the Stability and Growth Pact, to which extent can be softened up? Works-based golden rule is one potential solution to go about it, or limit investments restrictions even further. Kati, we are talking about economic change. What should happen from your particular viewpoint? What should the money be used for? Which investments would have to be made? Where would it make sense for exceptions to be made? Thank you very much. I simply wanted to mention that the EB is part of a coalition of fiscal matches with other youth, environmental, climate, and trade union activists, and we are trying to come up with a more ambitious reform. Now, let me briefly tell you what our reactions are to the proposal made by the Commission. We welcome some aspects of the country-specific debt reduction paths or the 21 regulations, but we wonder whether these regulations give us enough leeway for an increased investment into transformation processes. And here the answer, unfortunately, is a no. The new Connect Foundation has carried out a proposal stipulating that only 3 countries under the given rules would be capable of filling the investment gap without running a counter to the 3% deficit limit. I think it's with Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. I think a sustainable strategy is needed, but there are many challenges that we've got to face, and this is why we have to have a more ambitious reform. It's also very lamentable that we still stick to the Maastricht criteria. This is what Mr. Bofinger said, because they were adopted arbitrarily. They constituted the average. We spoke about industrial policies, China, the US. They ignore these rules and regulations. I think China has exceeded the 3% deficit by far. Now, it's too late for such a reform. But maybe we should rather think about these changes in rather general terms. Another point I'd like to make is this. These rules and regulations have an inherent juxtaposition in them. Reform investment on the one hand, making investments into transformation and cutting debts. There were interesting calculations made by the EB, which stipulated that the average debt rate in Europe, due to the higher interest rate and the increasing cost of an aging population, will continue to rise. If we add on the climate costs, then they would exceed the former maximum amount. A debt reduction, fine, but transformation, on the other hand, are just 2 points which are too much juxtaposed. They cannot be combined. The second question is, can the rules and regulations prevent a new austerity policy from being pursued in Europe? This is where many are skeptical. There might be a risk of new austerity policies being introduced in 2024, as we were told. The general escape clause will be suspended, and according to today's proposal, this would mean that highly indebted nations or countries with a deficit of more than 3% would have to make an 0.5% budgetary adjustment per year. Who will that be? 10 member states in Europe. Quite a lot. So this means that 10 member states will have to discuss the budget in order to cut their debt rate. And this leads to a high risk of new austerity policies. This is what we discussed also this morning. Fear of a pressure towards the right. Austerity policy is associated with right-wing populism and anti-EU sentiments. So this takes us by surprise. Why can't we bring about a shift of paradigms in this regard? Because the rules and regulations as they are focus too much on the budget and not so much on the ecological and sociological transformation. Thank you.
And your question was, what investment do you need? Well, what would be your priority investment? Well, investment that help us combat climate change or to achieve the 1.5-degree targets. That is investment in decarbonization of different sectors. We have to massively expand our electricity grids, focus on renewable energy, digitalization, education, and social conditions. I'm working on questions of gender equality, and what we see in Europe is that the transition, the notion of transition focuses very narrowly on high carbon sectors in certain regions, usually male-dominated sectors. But we should also ask the question, what other sectors also contribute to the well-being of our society? And that is care, work, and education. And we should pay more attention to that when talking about future investments. Well, thank you. Another question to you, Ole. I think with respect to priorities, combating climate change, supporting digitalization, there is hardly lack of consensus there. But the question is, should this happen on national level or rather on European level? And if on European level, do you need additional funds, additional own funds, additional possibilities of funding at EU level, or is it sufficient to pool national funds? Well, I'd like to briefly come back to what the previous speaker said. I don't question the need for investment at all. But my question is whether the fiscal rules are good instruments to clarify these issues, or do we overtax these rules? What does that mean? Well, why do we have fiscal rules? We have fiscal rules in very simple terms. So in our monetary union, I can imagine other monetary unions, but we don't have others. It is avoided that one country goes bankrupt at the expense of others. If that is our primary goal, then I have fiscal rules in Europe that we're reforming mean to ensure sustainability of all member states. And if in the short term, that is in 10 years, we have to support some member states, we have to avoid that others feel that they're treated unfairly. We have an immense need for investment. I see that problem, but I don't see how we can resolve this problem within our fiscal rules because the sustainability problem still exists. And during the COVID crisis, and that is right, we gave an answer. The answer was we jointly incur debt on union level, but you don't find it in the debt reports. 430 billion were incurred. This is what we did for good reason, because we already had concerns that some member states might be overtaxed. So this was our answer in solidarity. This money has now been spent by approximately 20%. So in the short term not meaning 10 years, but it's going on until the end of 2026, I don't see any problem in union or community investment. There is money, but of course for the time after that, we don't have any conclusive answer yet. And we will not give this answer in the short term, but we will have to give it eventually. And I don't think we find these answers in the fiscal rules. The investment clauses and all these tools are correct to calibrate the path, but it does not respond to the greater problem of climate and other investments we need that amount to much higher amounts. So if we have a problem the instrument is supposed to solve, we cannot apply it to other problems. But could an argument be that, of course, we have the fiscal rules that apply to regular cases, so everyone is to adhere to them, so good budgeting is necessary, and then we have challenges that are to be supported by special items. And within the Next Generation EU Recovery Fund, the EU could incur further debt in the markets. Well, I just said that I believe that with respect to investment after 2026, we have to start thinking about them. I don't have a mandate for that. I think this is something that has to be discussed and decided on a political level, but we cannot discuss it before we have reached an agreement in the reform of the Stability Pact, because then we have the foundations in place that enable a rational debate. And we still have some time there, because by the end of 2026, we still have funds available. But I do not want to ignore the problem. The problem exists. I don't have a mandate to take any decisions or make any proposals, but I can say that we have a question here that has to be answered. So I asked the economist again, Mr. Bofinger, you might be able to speculate a little more. Yes, that's nice when you're a professor. You can speculate more, you can think freely, you can make mistakes. But I think it's correct what Ole Funke said. You have to separate two things. We have the fiscal rules on one hand, that is to give some leeway on the national level. But if we have these large transformation tasks, it would make more sense to finance it collectively. And you see that also when you look at Europe and at the European area, we have China on the one side and the US on the other. And these are countries without a debt break who never even think about debt. In the US, it's about 5%. In China, we don't really know the figures. They're always IMF data. Adding the debt of all the provinces, you would arrive at 10% for China as a whole. So these are areas where debt issues don't really arise. They don't have debt problems because they have debt incurred in their national currency. And they spend a lot of money for transformation, whether it's energy policy transformation, industry policy transformation. And if you see what the US are doing at the moment with respect to the Inflation Reduction Act to promote individual projects, that is a multiple of what companies get when they invest here. Well, if you have enough money, you can do that, yes. So you have to see this challenge. And if we could make a wish, professors can make wishes, then it would be nice if we had a common debt facility, whether the debt is not assigned to Italy or Belgium, but it is the debt of the EU, which is not reflected in national indebtedness. This is the next generation EU approach, because then you would have money to jointly envisage transformation. Individual countries complain that if we promote semiconductor production here in Germany, other countries say it's unfair. We would also like to promote the semiconductor industry, but because of our high debt, we cannot do this. So it would be a good solution if there was a joint fund the money could be taken from, and there could also be a joint planning round. In Germany, with respect to energy policy making, we try to be energy neutral, building all these wind parks everywhere, which is a good method, but it would maybe be much better in Spain. There are larger areas, there's more sunshine, so maybe the energy we need in Germany could be produced in Spain, and the grids could be organized accordingly. Germany was never independent when it came to energy supply. So my impression is that the approaches regarding energy strategy are very national. And if we had a European planning competition for wind energy or solar energy and for the respective grids, then with a joint funding concept and a joint planning concept, this could be realized. So the next generation EU project could become a permanent model instead of a one-off model. But the rules are the issue here. The Constitutional Court has to come in. But if we compete with the US and China and want to position Europe in a correct fashion, these are the instruments we would need. Joachim, should we incur more European debt? Well, I'd like to start by saying something else. How can you think that we have to change the fiscal rules, but you don't want to comment on the funding of investment. Although I agree with you, Ole, we have enough money at the moment, but when you think of investment, you need a certain continuity. And if on the one hand, we have fiscal rules that limit the budget leeway of some important member states, the question is, how can you do the other? You tell them you have to invest, but you don't get the funding. So doing it like this is the continuation of the erroneous construction of the monetary union. We have a joint single market, a joint economic area, and a joint currency, but fiscal policy remains a national thing. It started with the austerity policy rules of the old Stability and Growth Pact, but it fails politically eventually. And now the reform discussion has arisen because it's completely absurd what's written there. You have the 5% reduction the Italians have to achieve. It means overnight in the first year, the entire defense budget and the entire health budget would have to be deleted. Then they would achieve this target. You can ask them whether they actually want to do that. Alternatively, they can also, of course, reduce the social budget. But if you want to make progress, and if you do not want to accept renationalization, you need to have a novel integration development. And with our geopolitical and our global economic competition, it would be a good thing to achieve that. But both parties have to agree. We cannot say everyone has to be able to do whatever they want. With our budget situation, it's impossible. Our debt is too high. But the member states have different levels of debt. That makes it even more complicated. And if you now have a more creative approach, looking at what Germany did with the federal states in the 2010s, there were different levels of indebtedness, and we found a solution that enables all federal states to continue to exist. And there's also acceptance among the federal states, with the exception of Bavaria, that the equalization of burden takes place. So it presupposes that we do both, change the rules, make them more flexible, and at the same time have basic rules for all. And you have to clarify the investment issue. When you can do that already now without saying exactly where the sources of funding are. Of course, the Next Generation EU Fund will continue. You can name it differently. You can say investment capacity or facility, but the necessary cohesion in Europe will not be possible without it. And that would be extremely bad, because then the nationalist, not only right-wing extremists, but also left-wing extremist national forces would thrive. So we have to stop them. We have to demonstrate, however, that Europe brings advantages for everyone. Well, thank you very much. Ola, I'd like to ask you again what a European investment facility or capacity would look like. Would it be a European equalization of financial burdens? This is something the federal government might discuss as a potential solution for the problem. Well, I can only repeat what I already said. I said that in the system, we still have a lot of money until the end of 2026, and we see that it's not spent as fast as we had envisaged. And politically speaking, my view is that a rational debate, which will be difficult enough regarding what we do after 2026, is only possible if everyone gets the feeling that regarding the fiscal rules, we are on a reliable path. Not only for them who are more affected by these rules, but also for them who are supposed to give or contribute more than others eventually, to put it in careful terms. But I understand this simultaneous approach as an economist, but I don't think that the European member states will reach an agreement in this fashion. After this large package of the Next Generation EU project, that hasn't proven its worth yet by spending prudently, we shouldn't and cannot immediately present the next project without addressing the fiscal challenges, convincing everyone that we will have quieter times for 10 years. If you observe the political situation independent of the fact that this federal government doesn't have a mandate to further ponder over these aspects. I think it's important that you pointed out that we still have funds available without starting afresh. All these funds are packaged and repackaged into different funds, for example, Solidarity Fund or the Strategic Knowledge for Europe platform, whatever. But Kati, another question to you.
Seht ihr das ähnlich?
Do you have a similar view? The money is there basically at the moment, and to talk or philosophize about new funds is not what we should do at the moment.
Nein, eher nicht.
No, not quite.
Joachim
I can actually rather agree with Joachim that we should think both concepts together. There are also calculations that show, although we use the money that's still available, it's still not sufficient for the green transformation and the gap that we have to close. And that is why we as an NGO demand an additional biofiscal capacity that is, of course, depending on prerequisites, that countries who have a higher risk or higher debt should get more beneficial conditions, so they are not endangered further. We also have to ensure that funds are effectively distributed among the member states, and we have to see that we achieve the objectives. How can you do that? How can you control that? How can you demand these priorities? Well, in the capacity facility or funding facility, the GDP was considered, but we can also consider the economic resilience index or other ecological indicators that Zoe produced. There are lots of approaches possible. And the green budgeting tools proposed at the moment are only for consideration. That is, they're not part of the actual proposal. They don't have any legal consequences. And we heard that Germany is responsible for that because of a lack of capacities or a lack of bureaucracy. And green budgeting tools are an important tool to create transparency what money is spent on, in order to avoid spending on projects that are detrimental to the environment. And Spain and Greece also had a similar bureaucracy to deal with, but they're more willing to take up these tools than Germany. And when talking about investment in green transformation, we also have to deal with the reduction of fossil incentives. Well, we're rapidly approaching the end of this session. We actually have no time left, but if there are any urgent questions, please ask them quickly and come forward. So please run for the mic. And we need a good answer. Well, I try to ask a larger question, and a quick answer is a challenge. What I hear from the panelists is that debt should be handled carefully. But I'd like to know from you, what is the macroeconomic concern you have here? Is it about interest? Is it about inflation? Is it about sustainable debt? And the background are the enormous crises we have: climate crisis, youth unemployment, housing issues. We're only talking about debt reduction. The Chancellery representative said it's also about going bankrupt, that some member states go bankrupt. The European member states spent their euros themselves. How can you go bankrupt with your own currency? In 2020, Greece, with the support of the central banks, was easily incurring debt for coping with the pandemic. And we had a debt crisis in 2010. How do you explain that? Shouldn't we rather look at the real terms of policymaking than percentage values that cut budgets in an anti-democratic fashion? Well, thank you very much.
So, ich hab 21, ne?
Well,
Also,
I have 21.
das habe ich vorhin schon gesagt.
Well, I already said it before. I don't think in the categories of a different architecture for the monetary union. You can do that with a different mandate for the European Central Bank. Then you arrive at different conclusions. You arrive at conclusions that are closer to what you assume when you question. But we have an architecture of the monetary union saying that the central bank cannot fund states that without a bailout, a no bailout clause. And the Federal Constitutional Court has to assess this. And if I don't have a political mandate to change the situation, and we don't have that mandate, then I have to deal with that. And dealing with that means, and I said that before, that sustainability of debt has to be granted in every member state. Where the limits are, I don't know. We discussed it too, and I'm also against rigid percentage values. I already said that. I believe that among some member states we have the problem in the next crisis with this level of debt. I don't have that problem in a different architecture of the monetary union, but in the present architecture, we have the problem. So I have to address this with fiscal rules. This is my point.
Geht das? Ja. Ich will auch mal mit einer
Well, I would also like to end on a positive note.
Architektur der Währungsunion.
We have this architecture of the monetary union.
Der Währungsunion haben wir doch relativ
And we still have achieved a lot of flexibility. The ECB now has generously funded all the deficits caused by COVID, in contrast to 2010, when the ECB funded practically nothing and we ended up with the euro crisis. So the ECB is willing to fund a lot of things. The transition protection instrument was also coined by the ECB. They see to it that there's not too much of a gap. The six-pack has been abolished. The 1% compared to the 5% is considerable progress. We have the Next Generation EU project. So a step has been taken that these projects exist. The door has been opened. Olaf Scholz talked about a paradigm change. So a door has been opened. Whether we can do that again, I don't know. There was this terrible fiscal compact nobody remembers. Ms. Merkel contributed that because she wanted this constitutional debt break nobody talks about anymore. The architecture cannot be fundamentally changed. We have to live with that. The house was built in 1990. We cannot demolish it and build a new one. But there is still relative flexibility. We must see that. And we shouldn't completely despair. But of course, we can imagine a more beautiful house, a more modern house, a nicer house. And maybe one day we will realize that in the next decades. But the art of policy making would now be to turn the worst construction of the European currency union into a better monetary union, into a better one. So we have leeway to flexibilize more. This is one approach. And another approach is to build up investment capacity. Next Generation EU was based on the COVID crisis, but the climate crisis is something we all feel here in Germany. It's very dry. And without changing contracts and treaties, we can continue as we have started. We cannot always change courses in investment. You need continuity if you want to achieve true change. Thank you very much. I think This is a good closing remark, a final applause for our panelists and for the great discussion. So we're working on it. This is the message that came across. There are possibilities to make more improvements. We have already started and we will continue. And what we're doing here is a good framework to discuss this. There is food available. We have lunch break for 1 hour, and at 1:45 we'll continue here and next door. So have a look at where your forum is and enjoy your lunch.
Wo gehen die hin? Brauchen Sie nicht. 5 und 6, ne? Locken wir die einfach oder locken wir? Ich würde die richtig ausmachen. Ja? Martin, die Mikrofone.
one here. Oh, danke, Vera.
Wir können miteinander sprechen.
Okay.
Und hier, falls dich dann Fragen aus dem Chat kommen,
Okay. Okay, perfekt, super. Danke dir. Ich versuche ein bisschen Auge drauf zu haben. Mal gucken. Okay, danke. All right. You can hear me okay, I think. Welcome to everyone. Great to see so many people here in the room, and welcome also to everyone who's following this panel online. Great to see that you're interested in this topic. My name is Cedric Koch. I'm a policy advisor here at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, working on European and international economic policy, and I have the pleasure of being a moderator for today. Before we start, a few logistics. We will try to get some questions in from the audience towards the end of the panel. There are basically two ways of going about this. First one, you can put your questions into the live chat, which you can find on the website, or if you follow the QR codes, which are on the sheets in the room here. Or you can, of course, also just old school raise your hand at the end of the session, and someone will come with a microphone. Or actually, there are microphones positioned here. Okay, now without further ado, let me introduce why we're here and what we want to talk about today. So this conference seeks to discuss progressive answers to economic thinking in Germany and Europe. And one key topic that we've heard a lot about also this morning already is transformative industrial policy for the green and digital transitions. And most often, even as progressives, we discuss these topics in the context of German and European policy debates, which are already challenging enough, as we all know, of course. But what we often overlook, if we do that, is that this transformation is strongly interlinked with the rest of the world. On the one hand, the transformation here is completely dependent on many countries and regions in the world because of trade. Especially for an open economy like Germany, it's basically impossible to do the transition without partners abroad. And the way we do our industrial transformation here and the industrial policy turnaround that we do also has massive impacts on the rest of the world, which we do not often consider enough. So we need to pursue this transformation in a way that increases global justice as well, rather than deepening existing global inequalities. And this panel, that's what we want to discuss. The global trade dependencies we face in this transformation and how we can achieve greater global justice together. To do so, I have the pleasure of welcoming a set of fantastic panelists here on stage with me. I'll start with David Luke, who's sitting on my left-hand side immediately. He's a professor in practice and strategic director at the Firoz Lalji Institute for Africa at the London School of Economics and Political Science. And in his previous work at the UN Economic Commission for Africa's African Trade Policy Center, he was also instrumental in the preparation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We're very happy to have you. Welcome. Thank you. Next to David, we have Kuleta Zelikovic. She's a professor with a focus on international trade in the Department of International Relations at the National University of Rosario in Argentina, and a researcher at Argentina's National Scientific and Technical Research Council. Thank you for coming all the way and being here with us today. And last but not least, we have Andreas Golthaus sitting at the far end. He's the director of the Willy Brandt School and Franz Haniel Professor for Public Policy at the University of Erfurt. And he's also a research group leader on the geopolitics of transitions in energy and industry at the Research Institute for Sustainability Helmholtz Center Potsdam, focusing on global dimensions of the energy transition. Thank you very much for joining us today. To kick us off, I'd like to directly pose the first question to you, Andreas. So, which key global dependencies arise from the transformation that we're doing in Germany and Europe, and how have we tried to address these until now?
Does this work? Yeah. Thank you. Great. First of all, thanks so much for having me. It's a great pleasure. And I know we're all in this after lunch dip, so I guess we're trying to do our best to entertain you guys. So in order to answer your question, I think what we need to do is take one step back and ask, what is it that happened over the past, say, 18 months or so? And I think from a European perspective, that's important. If you just recall what happened, in a nutshell, three things. First, we understood that interdependence can be weaponized. It's not benign. And that came out of the energy crisis with massive impact for household and industry. Second, rivers are running dry, also in Europe. I mean, half the French nuclear fleet was down because of that. And so climate change is really hitting home over here as well. That means we need to deal with an externality. And the third thing that really happened is that the green energy future certainly is not about Adam Smith. It's not about markets, right? Because if you look at what happened on the other side of the pond, we have the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a massive green subsidy program. If you look at China, we have China Made in China 25. So each of these things individually would have required a specific answer. And we have done this in the past. Externalities were dealt with through the ETS, for instance, the emissions trading system, for renewables, and winning ourselves off Russian gas, for instance. We could have ramped up renewables through the Renewable Energy Directive, and so on and so forth. But taken together, these three things, and I'm coming back to a question in a second, taken together, these three things, essentially meant that something happened that in policy research we call punctuated equilibrium. Essentially, a bunch of things come together and the old stuff goes out of the window. And that's essentially what happened if you look at everything that we're doing at the moment. Three things changed. One is we think very differently about our industrial policy, our economic policy, everything that we do. The paradigm went from market, if you will, back to state. There's a lot of state and stuff at the moment, from nationalizing energy companies to throwing a bunch of money at households and industry and so on and so forth. The second thing we did is we securitized pretty much everything when it comes to green and clean technologies. And that's where we get into Repower EU, that's where we get into even critical minerals, the Raw Materials Act, and all these kind of things. They would have been unthinkable had we not had these three things coming together. And finally, we think very strategically about trade and industrial policy these days. So we're talking Net Zero Industry Act in the EU. We're talking about ring-fencing EU industry. That's where we get into the territory of CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. We're looking at energy partnerships, if you want to frame it the nice way. Effectively, it's energy diplomacy. That's the state coming in and being very proactive here, from hydrogen to renewables, and so on and so forth. So I guess to answer your question, what is it that arises? Well, it has been there before. We had these dependencies in raw materials, in energy imports, in all sorts of things. But the way we think about this is very different, and that's a result of last year.
Thank you. Okay, but then now, given these dependencies and the way they've maybe been there before already, but we definitely have them strongly in the focus now, as you said, because of these changes, it's really important, of course, how we are perceived from outside of Europe as well, right? Especially in the global south. So, Julieta, turning to you. You are researching and teaching these things from Argentina. How is the European transformation and this shift that has been going on that Andreas has just laid out for us being perceived from Latin America?
Well, you have to understand that Latin America has a different starting point. In Latin America, we have 30% of people living under poverty. We have not reached much gains from the last 30 years of globalization and neoliberalism. This process that ended has made European Union change its mind in Latin America has not helped to improve development. On the contrary. At the same time, Latin America is responsible by the 8% of carbon emissions, having 8% of population, but is deeply vulnerable to climate change. So when the European Union starts adopting these new policies, there are some ambiguous feelings. On the one hand, we are happy with climate standards. Europeans are the ones able to make the rules of the game stricter, higher, enforceable. Actually, no one in Latin America won't care of climate change without the European Union introducing the discussion. But we feel that it's deeply unfair. We have been victims, if you cannot use the word, of extractivism and colonialism practices by mainly European companies in South America. Many industrial policies initiatives that we may have had in the past have been condemned and sanctioned by developed countries, including the European Union. Many anti-dumping cases and measures against those small policy spaces that Latin America searched to have had been cancelled. So when the European Union goes to these policies, we say, oh, come on, it's unfair. You are kicking away the ladder for the second time. So I'm happy to hear all the morning how this progressive economic perspective introduces notions of sustainability and fairness. But I think that from a Southern perspective, we need to discuss this, how sustainable is in the international system. I think that the balance between markets and states, between economy and environment goals, is a little different in South America. We cannot achieve climate change goals without financement, without the resources. And we cannot have the resources if we cannot have value added in our territories. So for the economic system to be sustainable, it has to be sustainable worldwide.
Thank you. So some welcoming of more sustainability in the global system, but also a deep sense of injustice that I hear from the Latin American context. David, let's turn to you. Does this match your view of how the discussion is going on the African continent? How's the transformation and its impacts, especially on Africa, being perceived there?
Very much along the lines that you later has already pointed out.
I think maybe press it again.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. No, I was just saying very much along the lines of what Ulrike has just pointed out. One of the interesting things about what is going on now is how development and poverty reduction, and I was very pleased you referenced that as well, has more or less been taken off the agenda. How long ago now it seemed from 2015 when we did the Sustainable Development Goals. So of course, since then you've had COVID, the pandemic, and then now, of course, you have the war in Ukraine and then the urgency of the climate transition. But whilst 30% of the population in Latin America could be considered poor, 60% of the global population that can be considered poor lives in Africa. And I think that is a fact that we need to take into account as these transitional strategies and policies are being developed.
Can we actually use this one? Yeah.
So that's something that... yes, censorship. No, that's something that needs to be taken into account.
Das muss man berücksichtigen. Denn wenn diese politischen Maßnahmen entwickelt werden, ja, wir sehen wieder ein strategisches Modell, aber das ist nichts Neues, um nochmal das zu wiederholen, was Julieta gesagt hat. 7% der Investitionen der EU sind Investitionen, die direkt im Ausland, außerhalb Afrikas investiert werden. Also über 70%. Aber wenn Sie die Investitionen im Bergbau anschauen, sind 47%, 31% in den USA, auch 31% in China. Das heißt, es gibt dieses extraktive Modell. Diese politischen Maßnahmen wurden getroffen. Die Situation in Afrika wurde nicht berücksichtigt. Und wir haben festgestellt in einer Studie, dass die derzeitigen Prioritätssektoren, die ausgewählt wurden, sich negativ für Afrika auswirken würden. BIP würde um 25 Millionen zurückgehen. Und wenn man diese Maßnahmen weiter steigert, würde sich das weiter auf die Wirtschaftssysteme in Afrika auswirken. Und beim Modeling hat man auch gesehen, was die CIBA machen wird, ist wahrscheinlich den Handel auf andere Kontinente umlagern. Zum Beispiel China und Indien bekommen dann einen größeren Anteil der afrikanischen Exporte, erstmal ausgewählte Produkte, aber dann kann das auch weiter ausgedehnt werden. Und Cedric, als letztes möchte ich sagen, dass diese politischen Maßnahmen ergriffen werden und Armut wird nicht berücksichtigt. Das alles beendet ja nicht den Druck durch Migration und Klimawandel. Der Migrationsdruck wird steigen, immer mehr Leute möchten migrieren, möchten Chancen woanders finden und all das hängt zusammen. Wir leben immer noch auf dem Planeten und alles hängt hier zusammen. Wir müssen also einen holistischeren Ansatz für all unsere Maßnahmen finden. Ja, vielen Dank. Ich möchte einen Aspekt aufgreifen, den Sie schon angesprochen haben, wie die Transformation und die transformatorische Industriepolitik sich überall auf der Welt auswirkt. Sie haben verschiedene Arten und Weisen erwähnt und der Paradigmenwechsel in Europa, der ist ähnlich ambivalent wie das, was Sie über Lateinamerika gesagt haben. Das sind massive Konsequenzen mit verbunden, vor allen Dingen durch den Handel. Das heißt, diese massiven Subventionen, die wirken sich auf die Wertschöpfungsketten aus und schauen aus wie unfairer Handel. Bei CBAM ist es das Gleiche. Das ist so wie europäische Firmen gegen den Rest der Welt. Und dann geht das auch gegen den Geist des Multilateralismus, den die EU immer versucht hat zu verteidigen, wenn Entwicklungsländer einen Wandel des Systems wollten. Was sind die konkreten Forderungen aus Ihrer Perspektive zurzeit, aus der Diskussion in Lateinamerika und Afrika? Wie kann man diese Industriepolitik global fairer gestaltet werden in Bezug auf die Regionen, wo sie herkommen? Wie kann man verhindern, dass ähnliche Diskrepanzen in der Zukunft auftreten? Man sieht ja, die Leute sind jetzt ziemlich sauer darüber. Wie sind die Diskussionen in Lateinamerika? Was sind die Forderungen gegenüber Europa? Diese Frage ist schwer zu beantworten, denn Lateinamerika hat ja nicht eine einzige Stimme. Das ist eine der Einschränkungen des Dialogs. Nächsten Monat gibt es den Gipfel EU-Lateinamerika. Der letzte Gipfel fand 2015 statt. Es ist also nach 8 Jahren schon relevant, dass wir hier wieder einen solchen Gipfel haben. Aber wir haben keine einheitliche Stimme für Lateinamerika. Wir haben verschiedene Perspektiven und damit gibt es auch unterschiedliche Antworten. Ich kann meine Antwort in Bezug auf den Mercosur geben. Da kenne ich mich besser aus. Die Diskussion der europäischen Industriepolitik kommt nach der prinzipiellen Einigung aus dem Jahr 2019 zwischen Mercosur und der EU. Das war ein Abkommen über 20 Jahre. Das wurde dann eine diplomatische Vereinbarung im Jahr 2019 im Juni und im Dezember kam der Green Deal und alles änderte sich. Die letzten
Brazil claiming for more policy space in the chapter of public procurement, wanting to create some changes, some space for industrial policy in Brazil. So my question is how the FTAs the European Union has already signed restrict the policy space in Latin America, and what are the tools Latin America has to protect from the negative impacts? So when you invite me to the panel, I sought some ideas of how a progressive economic policy with international justice could look like, and I thought that what it was needed, rules, a rules-based system is needed, and we need common rules in understand what is industrial policy about. We need rules also to understand what are the standards in labor, in climate change, And there, the European Union has a good contribution. But what is needed also is financial aid. These debt-related commitments could be, Argentina is very interested in promoting this idea in climate negotiations with exchanging debt from to commitments in climate, but also technical cooperation. All these industrial policies have an impact in Latin American exports that will need some kind of certification. So the great winners will be the companies, probably European companies, that could provide the service of giving certification. But we need to create those capabilities in our territories. Who to talk? There is no one Latin America to talk to. So I think national governments are relevant, but also local governments, the provinces, where the development actually happens in real territory, and local companies create partnerships. And how? I have two ideas that I think are very relevant according to all the discussion in the morning. Flexibility. The European Union has been making stronger its enforcement policy, and I think that we need actually the opposite. We need the Europeans to be more flexible with us, with Latin America, not having a strict enforcement on FTAs, and even because those FTAs were 20th century FTAs or deep globalization FTAs and not Green Deal FTAs. And Green Deals meaning progressive economic policy with sustainability. And also legitimacy. We, as a global community, we need these goals that are valuable goals to gain legitimacy. Because for many, this is Europeans setting the rules of the games, and you take them or you die. And maybe the rules and the goals you set, the European Union set, are not wrong. But they lack of a legitimacy process. And legitimacy is very relevant in all political process. So build institutions, promote multilateralism, and give the others a chance to talk, to speak, to have a voice. So for me, flexibility and legitimacy could improve the impact of the European Union industrial policy in our territories.
Fantastic, thank you. You are very free to clap, yeah. So I hear that it's both about sort of how we negotiate and discuss these new arrangements in the first place, and also how we enforce maybe the somewhat older structures that already exist and are super relevant for continents like Latin America and the diversity within them. David, let me turn the same question to you. Does this rhyme also with what you see, the discussion being like on the African continent? What are demands that are sort of emanating maybe more from an African context, where of course there's also similar but different problems of speaking with one voice and different processes that are going on from the continent itself?
Yeah.
What are the demands?
Absolutely, and I could echo much of what Yuletia has already said about legitimacy, flexibility, financial support, of course, in the context of growing debt crisis as well, technical assistance. I think I could tick all of those boxes. But I think also in the African context, I would say, do no harm. That should be the fundamental principle. Do no harm. Of course, I know, and I'm realistic enough to know that in the kind of global situation that we're in, different countries have different interests, short and long-term interests and so on, and the way that international diplomacy plays out, these interests have to be pursued. But I think that for the European Union and for Germany in the European Union, that should be the fundamental tenet of policy, do no harm. But when I look around, is harm being done? I would have to say yes, even though there's not one African voice, as in Latin America, to point out where the harm is being done, because like Latin America, the African countries have their short-term interests like everyone else, and don't necessarily pursue comprehensive, collective policies or approaches to these issues. But I think that should not be the issue. The issue should be that the EU, Germany, should be principled when it comes to development. It should not want to do harm, and it should try to make sure that that is the approach that is being taken. So if you look at trade, for example, at the moment when the African countries are trying to integrate their markets, you find the European Trade Commissioner jetting off to Kenya to sign a trade deal, which goes a truck through their own customs union arrangement in the first place, and also the broader integration agenda that they're trying to pursue. But yes, the Kenyans want the deal, which is why they're signing it, because it's in their short-term interest. They need to create jobs and so on. But is that the way to do it? And I would say that the answer to that is no. So as welcome as this focus on the climate is, and we have to recognize that it's mainly developing countries that we are really seeing the damage that the climate emergency is causing in terms of floods, in terms of, even in Africa, the low costs, all sorts of issues that are emerging. But yet, I think, again, as I said earlier, we need to take a joined-up approach to these sorts of issues, and above all, do no harm.
That's a welcome reminder, I think, in this discussion. Andreas, let me turn it over to you. You've mentioned already at the beginning that, of course, a lot of policy change has happened in recent months or years, and a lot of rethinking is taking place. And I would like to ask you about the existing initiatives that we already have. So I'm thinking about, for example, Germany's Just Economic Transition or P+ partnerships, or the EU's Global Gateway and Team Europe initiatives, right? These are all sort of initiatives that we are trying to use to address some of the same concerns that have been raised so powerfully by both of the panelists now. To what extent are they steps in the right direction already of creating something like an equal partnership, what we like to call Augenhöhe in Germany so much? What is needed? Like, is this the right direction, or do we need to be even more drastic in rethinking this?
That's a tough one. I would, let me say this. So, on principle, it's all going the right direction somehow. So the basic ideas informing partnerships of whatever sorts, the basic idea behind Global Gateway, the money that's earmarked for that, these are all things that put the EU into a position where it hasn't been before, which is it becoming slowly but surely some sort of an external economic actor. They have always been there, of course, by way of being a $17 trillion economy, which means, they strike trade deals and FTAs and make the rest of the world play according to the rules, whether they like it or not. And that's your point, and I totally agree. But there was not this idea of that having agency. And that is changing. And I think that's a good thing. Now, let me poke a few holes into all of that. So the first point I'd like to make, I think, is what I think needs to come before we come up with a shiny new toolbox and lots of money in it is a better idea of to what end we're going to use it. I mean, if you look at Global Gateway, in the end, this is sold as a means to keep China in check, one way or the other, because of China's debt diplomacy, because of them going out and building infrastructure left, right, and center, because of them buying friends in parts of the world where we think we should have friends as well, and all the rest of it. I mean, I'm making this a little bit simplistic, but that's what it is. But that's not enough. You can't just say, I put something in place because China does something else and we don't want that to happen. I'll give you an example of what I mean by to what end. I mean, let me go back to David and what he said about CBAM. We also did some modeling, and actually my team at RIFS and Potsdam tried to understand which countries are in fact most affected by that trade measure, because that's what in the end, what it is. And they model two things. One is exposure, and that means essentially that boils down to the question of how much you trade with the EU, which means if CBAM hits you, you're more exposed than others because you're trade exposed. And then the next question was, the part of it was to understand vulnerability, which is a different thing. If you have options to shift away from the EU for the sake of the argument, then you might be exposed but not vulnerable, right? And so the team put all these things together and did a bunch of statistics, and what came out of it is a pretty clear idea of which countries around the world are both exposed and vulnerable. And the long and short of it is, it's very different even across continents. In Africa, for instance, parts of North Africa, but also parts of Southeast Africa are exposed and vulnerable. Close to home in the European Union, Ukraine is one of the most exposed and most vulnerable places for CBAM. Why? Well, because we brought them into our orbit by way of saying, let's trade with you. And at the same time, they have on top of a terrible war, they have a very fossil energy system, which means whatever they export to us probably gets hit by a CBAM. And there is no way they can change that in the short term. And that holds true for a whole bunch of other countries in the European neighborhood as well. So the long and the short of it is, this is all very uneven in terms of impact. Why is this important? Well, because if we put up a bunch of new tools like a partnership toolbox, a money toolbox, the Global Gateway Initiative, and all these kind of things, we probably want to ask ourselves, first of all, what do specific countries need in light of their exposure, vulnerability, and possibly, also external negative effects of our own policies before we actually put in place a tool. And that's something that isn't happening. And that goes back to a second point, and I'll try and make this a lot quicker. Global Gateway, partnerships, and all of that, great. But what you need for that on the European end is, I think, a much more holistic, joined-up way of thinking about your external trade, industry, economic policies. At the moment, it is a very siloed way of doing that. I mean, for the sake of the argument, and this is, I'm not making this statement the first time, but it's so juicy, who's in charge of CBAM at the Commission? It's DG Taxud. You might not have heard of them. They're in charge of taxes. So a Director General in charge of taxes is in charge of an external trade instrument. That's the last thing you want if you want to build a holistic, joined-up way of thinking about your toolbox. So what you need to bring together is development policy, external energy policy, the whole trade toolbox that you have, at least those, and ideally you also bring on board Mr. Borrell, the External Action Service, in order to have some joined-up thinking injected into all of this. If that doesn't happen, the toolbox isn't worth very much.
Yeah, thank you. So there's also some coherence and policy coherence to be done on the European end, I hear there. Let me pick up on one of the aspects that you also raised there already, which is, of course, that Europe is not facing these challenges alone at the moment, right? All other major powers are going through similar transformation processes, and they're often competing with each other for relations with and access to markets in many countries, especially in the global south. So this raises the question also of how Europe is being perceived within this new geo-economic competition that you've already mentioned, right? Let me start maybe with you, David, in this context. How is this geo-economic competition developing at the moment on the African continent, and the discussions that you're following there? What is is there like a trajectory of China fatigue that we have heard about a little bit, are you buying this narrative? And what is the perception of Europe within relative to these major powers like the US and China within this dynamic?
Yeah, well, geographically, Africa and Europe are neighbors, so that, of course, brings another dimension into all of this. And there's that long relationship between Africa and Europe that expresses itself in multiple ways. I think there's a lot of frustration on the African side, and you see how that plays out in international fora like the UN, the vote on Ukraine and so on. I think it reflects frustration with Europe. But at the same time, certainly African countries are looking at other partners and what they have to offer. We have made a study of the trade regimes that Europe offers, the US offers, and what China actually doesn't offer. Because we found that in trying to look to see what they the trade regime between African countries and China, we found that there isn't one, which was quite shocking, that there's not much in terms of policy granularity or when it comes to trade. Not even a GSP, which was even shocking. China doesn't offer that. On the other hand, we found that the US in its AGOA, which required a WTO waiver, which the EU swears is not possible to get, and so on, we found that that is a much better deal for the African countries, although, of course, it's not perfect, and there are ways in which it could be improved. But it goes back to the fundamental principle that I mentioned, and that is do no harm. And I think in looking at what all these offers out there, I think for African countries, the choice really should be to look to see which of these partners offers you the best deal that doesn't do harm to your prospects. That's not always the case on the African side. As we've said, we do know that because of short-term interests and so on, and there isn't consensus on the African side either. The African side is also challenged by capacity issues. That's a reality that's out there. But still, all the same, the interest is welcomed from a variety of partners. But I think in many ways, because of that long historical relationship between Europe and Africa, I think African countries instinctively look to Europe first. Mm-hmm. But Europe, I guess, is yet to have an approach that matches that kind of instinctive relationship that Africans seem to want with Europe.
Mm. And we've heard a little bit already why Europe is maybe lacking that. Julieta, let me turn it back to you again. So how is it in the Latin American context? Because also there China has become a growing presence. I think it's the main trading partner now of most Latin American countries ahead of the US, right? What is the sense of how the geo-economic competition within this transition is affecting Latin America at the moment, and what is the sort of role for Europe within this concert there?
Yes, I think Latin America, as many developing countries, is being a victim, suffering the effects of a more uncertain international system. The more competitive international order with the hegemonic transition has provoked damage to international organization, lack of leadership, and so even that has reflected on prices and on markets. So on the first part of the answer is we have suffered the systemic consequences of the competition between the States and China. How to frame a foreign policy in this competition has been gaining attention among governments. There is one proposal that's a narrative from 3 Chilean academics that calls from a non-active alignment.
Oh, what, sorry?
Non-active alignment.
Non-active alignment?
Alineamiento.
Yeah, okay.
No alineamiento activo would be. That looks for places for autonomy for Latin American countries, and this has been the main narrative. Although when we are doing, especially at the university now, a research on this, what we found is that Latin American countries have remained with tight relationships in the political tight relationship with the States. At the end, we are, as Western countries, is our identity. Mm-hmm. But have strong, really strong economic relationships with China. And most of the countries have been really pragmatic in this relationship, as David has pointed out, looking which has the best offer, being pragmatic balancing among the powers. And we decided in the project we are researching right now, we are going to present it in a conference next month, we decided to look at what were the reactions of the States when Latin American countries engaged with China. And we found that there were more carrots than sticks. Mm-hmm. So going closer to China gives you more chances to negotiate with the States. Mm-hmm. And where's Europe in all this? Well, Europe disappeared. Europe was the main partnered in 1990s, and now is the fourth. Europe has lost presence, and actually, I said it before, 2015 was the last regional summit. European Union has neglected its relationships with the Latin American countries. They have signed FTAs, and cooperation has remained reduced, has remained at the margins. And now with this geopolitical turn, geoeconomical turn, we are rebuilding our relationship. But Latin America, and especially South America, have strong value, shared values with the European Union. We are all the great daughters and great sons of migrants, great nowadays. So my great-great-grandfather was Italian. And many of us have strong relationships with Europe, and this is a strong base to rebuild the relationship. But in the hegemonic contention among the States and China, European has lost presence.
And there's a lot of a flurry of activity going on in that direction, right? We have mentioned Mercosur already before. Ursula von der Leyen was just traveling to Argentina and Chile last week. Andreas, let me turn it over to you. What is the package that Europe could offer to these countries, especially in competition to, for example, the US and China, maybe also other emerging powers that are becoming more attractive as potential pragmatic alternative partners for many of these countries in the Global South?
I mean, that's an easy one and a very difficult one at the same time. And no, but the point is, you know, if you go back and ask what were the big discussions at COPs of various sorts, you know, last year, the years before, where essentially the big debate was about how can the Global South, which is a term, to be perfectly honest, which I don't like that much, but it's, you know, because it lumps together countries which don't belong together, but the non-OECD world, rather, where the non-OECD world has essentially raised one central issue, which is the need to transition from a high to a low carbon world in a manageable period of time with a net benefit for society and the economy. I mean, that's in the end the only ask they have. And they asked two things, if I summarize a very complex debate. One is they asked for support, funding. And they have a point. I'll come back to this in a moment. And second, they asked essentially for the technology support to make it happen. The numbers speak for themselves. If you ask, for instance, how much investment went into renewables, give or take the last couple of years, every year, we're talking about 300+ billion euros, give or take. Now, half of that, more than half, goes into the non-OECD world. And that's good news, because in the past that has been different. But if you unpack the non-OECD world, it's all essentially 2 or 3 countries. It's China, it's India, and it's Brazil, and that's it. So a very small share of the investment in renewables goes into every other country on this planet outside the OECD world on those three countries. In Africa, we even have negative energy investment. It goes down, it doesn't go up. And that's on a continent that has the largest renewable energy resources on this planet. So the point that non-OECD countries are making, this needs to change. And that's an absolutely fair point to make. Why? Well, because if you don't get the FDI in, the energy investment for renewables or other clean technologies, then you don't get the technology into those countries. FDI bring technology on the back of it. That's what they do. It's never about money, it's about assets, right? Now, if the FDI doesn't come in, if the investment doesn't happen, the technology doesn't come in. So the second ask is essentially to say, give us access to clean technologies that we can make work for local contexts. And these are two asks that the European Union can actually address, because the European Union has just proven that if need be, they can mobilize lots of money. Just think about, we did the math on this, what we threw at the energy crisis problem last year. By end of October last year, we stood at 700+ billion euros. And that's where we stopped counting. That European countries spent or pledged in energy subsidies to households and industry. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that's money that went out the window because it's not investment, it's consumption. Germany alone spent 200 billion in energy subsidies or pledged them during the energy crisis. Now, you may say that's right or wrong, who cares? But the point is, the whole German budget is 450 billion. We spent 200 out of that. Now, if need be, apparently money is there. And if I had a wish free, I would say the next time around we spend those 700 billion, we probably want to spend it as investment and not in terms of consumption. So money is the one thing. The other thing is technology. Very quickly on that. If you look at patents in clean tech, and we try to look into this, essentially 3 or 4 big players emerge. That's the US, the EU, China obviously being a big lead, some East Asian economies, and that's literally it. So if you want to solve that problem, you probably have to ask yourself a different question, which is, how can I find a model of giving access to IP, intellectual property rights, to countries where, in some cases, legal systems aren't great, where essentially the intellectual property right might not be secure. The problem with that is, you can do it, but the problem with that is, it goes to the heart of our market economy system, right? Because the moment you invest into IP, you want to make money out of it, and we call this a patent. It's a monopoly on earning money for a couple of years. Now, giving technology away, which is the second ask, is difficult. If it was me having a wish, I would say these are the 2 things you want to address. Come up with a smart way of thinking about the funding problem. It could be debt, it can be loans. We can find a way of doing it. But find a way, second, more importantly even, of handling the access problem to crucial clean technologies, because that's where future jobs are, that's where future growth prospects are, and that's where the green industrialization promise is. If that doesn't happen, it won't work.
Great, okay, that was comprehensive. We have a lot of challenges, it seems, but we also maybe have a bit of an opportunity compared to sort of other major players in the rest of the world. But something needs to happen, something big and rather fast, as we heard. So I want to open it up to questions from the audience. My iPad has just died battery-wise, so I cannot know if we still don't have any questions. We don't from the live chat, but you can still put your questions there. We'll try to get them here. Otherwise, if there are questions from the audience now, you can also raise your hand here, and if that's not the case, I would have a question before that. There's a lady at the back. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes. Maybe come to the microphone here if you like, and I hope we'll be able to hear you well. You should have the translation option in case the question is going to come in German. Should I?
Ja, zuerst. Ja.
Yes. I have 3. Could you please say who you are?
Ich bin Journalistin.
Selame is my name, and I'm a journalist from Berlin. I have 3 continents here on the stage, but a very important group is missing, Arab countries. Why do you neglect the Arab countries? Did you do that on purpose, or don't you have any room for them in the discussion? The problem is that Europeans have always thought of themselves as colonial countries and powers. And if they want to invest into a country, they use the old patterns and matrices. They are smaller than we are. We do something good for them. But if you look at the entrepreneurs in Africa or elsewhere in developing countries, you see there is a minimum consideration. They don't ask the question, if I return to my country, how can the recipients of our investment benefit from that? Because they use colonial approaches that lead to nothing. These developing countries remain where they are. They cannot really develop. And what I'd also like to know is that these Europeans, particularly Germany, go to countries under a certain label. For example, combating terrorism, stopping migration to Europe. And this is proof in the last visits of ministers to Tunisia, the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They went there in order to stop the waves of migrants, and that is wrong. Thank you.
I'll switch back to English. Thanks for the questions. Of course, this was not on purpose that we wanted to exclude the Middle East. I would suggest that we collect maybe one or two more questions if we have, and then I'll give it back to the panelists. Thank you for your question already. There was a gentleman there. Henrik, maybe after you. Yeah.
Ja, ich wollte nur mal fragen, ob man nicht immer.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask whether you also don't also have to consider that free trade means too free and too little social, ecological considerations. Just because in international competition you have a natural advantage, you should not be surprised that if there's international free trade, that there will be negative impacts. If people multiply their capital, you don't necessarily cooperate well with them, because you also have to consider that if a country like China that internally looks at distribution principles, and we don't do that in Europe or in the US regarding the distribution of wealth.
Good to see you again, David. My question is a little bit to look at it from the other side, because you said Europe should support not bilateral trade agreements, but what can Europe do if countries, for example, in the case of Kenya, demand such a bilateral trade deal? I mean, Professor Giulietta, you also mentioned that there's diversity among those countries. So what would you advise? What should Germany or the European Union do if individual countries come with their very own interest and justified interest to demand a better deal that might not be a coherent deal?
Thank you. Great questions. And I think my colleague Vera has another one from the chat, and afterwards I would give it back to you.
Yeah, one question from the chat. How can the G7 increase negotiation power regarding the global monetary system and or special drawing rights?
Can you repeat the question? How can
G7 increase negotiation power regarding the global monetary system and or special drawing rights?
Okay, so focus more on the financial side of the international system rather than trade. It touches a little bit on the financial demands that we've also heard before. I would give it back to you. Julieta, you wanted to address the first question. I think I'll just feel free to answer.
Some general ideas and reactions. Thank you for the questions and the interest. Firstly, I agree with this idea of the colonial attitude and not leaving anything or leaving too little in the territories. And all morning we've listened to the need of the European industrial policy to be based in cheap and resilient energy values chain, cheap and resilient energy supply. And cheap energy supply implies that it's being extracted, the resources, the mineral resources that are being extracted in the original countries have almost no value added. So we can agree in resilience, we can agree on traceability, we can agree in shared values, but maybe it cannot be cheap. It has to pay. And also, what are the demands in FTAs? And I picked the last question. Market access is unfair in the European Union. Colombia can export potatoes to the European Union, but it cannot export fried chips. And there is a famous case at WTO. And the escalation of tariffs in food industry is one of the things that is unfair. And an FTA could help that. But Mercosur-EU agreement, what have they negotiated? Mercosur reduces its tariffs broadly, and European Union gives quotas in what Mercosur countries have comparative advantages, food. And it's not the same level playing field. It's broadly asymmetrical. So, a progressive economic perspective could balance a little more those asymmetries. It's only one idea regarding finance negotiations. The extra interest rates are one of the things that has been brought to the G20 negotiations that could help. Extra, the IMF, extra.
The special drawing rights?
Exactly. We are eager, Argentina is eager to get more financial help. Yeah. So everything, we accept everything that could ease our debt restriction right now, that is twice our GDP.
That's a widely shared situation, right? David, do you want to respond to some of the questions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start with Enric's question. And what I would say in response to that is that you have the governance side, you have the humanitarian side, you have the economic side. I think on the governance and humanitarian side, you find the EU being very principled and pursuing these principles. So, say if an election in Kenya doesn't go well, the EU would stand up and say, we have concerns and the rest of it. On the humanitarian side, you also find European values, European principles. Now, on the economic side, I struggle to see what the principles are. And what your question highlighted one of these aspects where the EU comes in without scruples to do what it wants to do. And you're dealing with a weaker partner. It's an asymmetrical situation. Kenya's exports to the EU a fraction of EU total exports. The EU does not need that agreement. Kenya needs it, and the EU is in a position to give it to Kenya without asking for anything back. But this is where these principles do not apply in the economic sphere. We see them in the other spheres, but not in the economic sphere. Kenya is in a customs union with its neighbors. When you have that kind of agreement, it drives a truck through, as I said earlier, that arrangement. We've seen when the EU deals with other major countries, like the UK, the Brexit, the Northern Ireland thing, we've seen how tough the EU has been to say that the EU single market cannot be breached for any reason whatsoever. But then it turns on its head and does exactly the opposite to Kenya. So I think that answers the question. And it also speaks to the other issue that was raised about the financial resources. And Andreas helpfully pointed out the EU spending power. You did not mention how the EU combated the COVID crisis, which also showed the kind of financial power that could be brought forward. Now, the kind of economy that the African countries have is one that inevitably you're going to run into debt as soon as you begin to make any improvements on your infrastructure, your social solidarity, and so on. Inevitably, you run into debt. Ghana is a classic case of how these things play out. And we're yet, as a planet, we're yet to figure out how to work with poorer countries so that they do not have this endless cycle of debt. This applies, of course, to all developing countries, not just the African countries. You're poor because you don't have capital. That's basically what poverty means. And we're yet to figure out how we can support countries. Of course, through the SDRs and so on, but we're yet to figure that out adequately. And perversely, another point, again, to come back to what Andrea said about it's the tax directorates that's in charge of the CBAM. Potentially, you can find African countries financial flows because of the CBAM into Europe, which it should be the other way around. As you know, when the CBAM was being discussed, there was this view that there should be an exemption for less developed countries, etc. And that was thrown out of the window. It did not happen. So now potentially you could have African countries paying because of the CBAM paying into Europe, and so you have a reverse resource flow from African countries. I've seen one study that puts the potential yield of the CBAM for Europe into several billions of dollars. Of course, only a fraction of that will come from African countries, but still is a flow that is going in the wrong direction. We should not be having resources coming from the African countries into the EU. It should be the other way around. So I think this is all part of these issues that we're yet as a planet satisfactorily to address, even as we are making progress on climate. But there are all these other aspects, which, as I said earlier, are all connected. And one of the ways that they play out this connection, as you see, is migration, the pressure on migration.
Thank you, David. We are unfortunately out of time. Andreas, do you want to have 30 seconds to respond to some of the questions that you've raised?
30 seconds of fame.
Sorry.
A two-liner on the neo-colonial issue. I think we stand a perfect chance to get it right this time around. Germany and Europe is currently striking green hydrogen partnerships with various countries. This country, particularly with Namibia. The principles underpinning that partnerships are green energy for the country first, second, local value creation first, do no harm, third, finally, if anything's left for export, we're going to take it. If we get it right, this could be a role model, and we finally overcome precisely your criticism of having a neo-colonial extractivist approach to things. The jury is out, but let's try and end this on a positive note. I'm hopeful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andreas, for making my job of closing this much easier, because you've already struck the optimistic note that we needed. Let me close by thanking all of our panelists for making the time and bringing in all of their expertise and insights. This was very much appreciated, and exactly the kind of discussions that we need much more in Germany and Europe to open them up. At FAS, we will, of course, continue these debates, not only at the rest of the conference today, but we also keep building this dialogue internationally and try to discuss and push policymakers in Berlin, Brussels, and Geneva in those directions. And together with partners in Germany and abroad, hopefully we can find a way to make policy even more progressive, not only for ourselves, but even also for a global level. So thank you, everyone who listened also here. And now we have to clear the room for the Norwegian Trade Minister, who is supposed to come very soon. So, yeah. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Nicht, oder? Funktioniert das? Jetzt. Liebes Publikum, bleiben Sie gerne hier. Es geht weiter.
Dear audience, please stay in the room. We'll continue in a few minutes. We're waiting for the other participants from the other fora to make it back to the plenary, and then we will have our talk with Jan Christian Vestre, the Minister of Trade and Industry in Norway. See you soon.
Ich sage mal herzlich willkommen zurück. Schön, dass Sie wieder da sind. Ich freue mich über jeden, der hier langsam
Welcome back. I'm happy that so many of you are coming back, and we're going to have a short talk with Jan Christian Vestre. Jan Christian Vestre is the Norwegian Minister of Trade and Industry.
Background mit der
And he's got a background with the German labor movement, the big Social Democratic Party. Family is here today. Do you understand German? I was just wondering. Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks very much. Here we go. It's great that you understand us. You come from a family of entrepreneurs. At your homepage, I already looked at the Vestre offer.
also Bänke und Co.
Banks, seats for public applications, benches, Since 2021, you've become a minister, and 1 month ago, it was your great pleasure to visit our Minister of Economics, Robert Habeck, and both of you jointly agreed that you're going to intensify your cooperation.
Von Deutschland natürlich total.
As viewed by Germans, this is completely and fully understandable because you really helped us in the current gas crisis.
Jede Menge
Germany imports a lot of LNG from Norway, and my first question to you is, how about the situation in Germany in the course of the energy crisis?
Liebe Freunde, can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Das ist great, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's a real privilege to be here and to be able to talk to you. And thank you so much for the question. I think we are facing like massive challenges right now, but I think we should remain optimistic, because even though we are struggling, and even though it is a huge challenge to get rid of Russian gas, and at the same time dealing with the climate crisis, we are closer now than maybe ever before in our history to reach our goals. And that leads me to the answer of your question, because we have to work together to be able to have at least 2 strategies at the same time. We will need to use fossil fuels for some more years. And the Norwegian contribution is to be a stable and predictable exporter of Erdgas. Danke, das ist so much better. Erdgas in the next upcoming years. But at the same time, we have to increase our investments in Wasserstoff, batteries, carbon capture and storage, offshore wind turbines, everything and every technology we can utilize to speed up the green transition. And I think that will be the key success point to be able to reach those very ambitious and bold targets now, is that we can do those 2 things at the same time. And we cannot do it alone. Germany, even the great Germany, can't do it alone. Norway can't do it alone. But I'm 100% confident that if we team up, and I always say, in terms of Deutschland und Norwegen, 1 + 1 ist mehr als 2, then I'm sure that we can reach our targets.
Okay. Inwiefern ist die deutsche Energie...
To which extent is the German energy transition a business model for Norway? It's pretty smart, you see. Right now, you can sell LNG to Germany at favorable prices. Prices were even higher a couple of weeks ago due to the high stock prices for gas. But at the same time, you also buy our CO2. And you would store it back in your storage capacity. How does this business model work? Do you really benefit from our crisis?
Because this is a result of supply and demand. And we wouldn't have solved the energy crisis if we couldn't replace Russian gas with Norwegian gas and gas from other partners and friends and allies. And large amounts of the profits from this fossil industry is being invested into new green technologies, which is key, of course. I think there is a huge potential of more profitable green value chains as well. But then we have to work together, and we have to combine the supply and the need. For instance, what we are doing now together with our friends in Germany is to mobilize the industry for a feasibility study looking into the possibilities of building a dedicated infrastructure transporting large amounts of Wasserstoff from Norway to Deutschland. And that has to be kind of, driven by the industry itself, but we can also contribute. And right now, it's maybe not profitable, but I think when we scale up, when we develop the technology further, when we get long-term contracts and commitments from both sides, I'm pretty sure that this value chain will be competitive to other fossil fuels. And that's why I'm so optimistic now, because back in the days, carbon capture and storage, large-scale hydrogen production, offshore wind, this used to be science fiction. Mm-hmm. But it's not science fiction anymore. It's happening right now. And it's about if we dare now to think big enough, if we dare to make the right decisions, if we dare to put in the money needed to accelerate this transition. That's what it's all about. And if we do so, yes, we can make a profitable business model together.
In Deutschland wird ja auch diskutiert,
In Germany, we're having discussions about whether the CO2 should be stored here, back home, in our own soil. What's your take on that? You're coming from a country where you say, well, we can do that in your favor. Do you understand this discussion?
And storage carbon projects in Norway for 27 years already. So this technology is proven. And in 2025, we will launch the world's first large-scale commercial project for carbon capture and storage.
In 2 years.
In 2 years from now. And again, it's not science fictioning, it's happening now. It's proven. It's safe. According to the IPCC, the United Nations Climate Panel, there are no chance whatsoever to reach the Paris Agreement and the 1.5 degree goal if we don't succeed in carbon capture and storage. And that's because the huge emitters in the world accounts for at least 20% of the global emissions, and we started this transition too late. So we have to capture the CO2 and store it safely. What we're doing is injecting the CO2 back into the layers 3,000 meters below seabed, where we used to extract oil and gas. Now we are putting carbon back into the same storage for some millions of years. It's proven, it's safe, it's on a commercial scale. And we are looking into building pipelines, infrastructure, connecting German industry to the CO2 storage facilities we have in Norway.
Also nicht nur die Infrastruktur für.
So you do not only want to create the infrastructure for transporting hydrogen from Norway to Germany, but also the other way around, CO2 from Germany to Norway.
That's two different.
That's correct.
And again, you know, I love Germany, as you understand. And this is again a German-Norwegian partnership, because Heidelberg, great German company, they are investing now in CCS in Norway. So they will most likely be able to produce the world's first carbon-neutral concrete, because they capture the CO2 from their facilities in Brevik, 2 hours outside of Oslo, and we will inject that CO2 into the continental shelf, helping Heidelberg to reach their climate goals, and even more important, reducing the global emissions.
Und wie viel zahlt Heidelberg Zement dafür?
How much does Heidelberg Cement pay for it?
Okay.
I'm kidding, but the point is obviously that all new technologies come with a price. It's never cheap in the beginning. Look at solar. Look at onshore wind. It was very expensive in the beginning. A lot of people said that this is never going to be profitable. Right before the crisis in Ukraine and the war and the Russian aggression in Ukraine, it was cheaper some parts in Europe to build onshore wind, solar panels, compared to keep the old coal plants. And you know, when renewables are outcompeting fossil fuels, this will accelerate and go faster and faster and faster forward. So the technology is expensive, yes, but when we increase the capacity, increase the scale, the prices will go down and the technology will improve over the years.
In Deutschland hat Robert Habeck
In Germany, Robert Habeck pursues a very ambitious goal that he proposed in order to reform the heating sector. And the new standard heating in Germany is to be the heat pump. Norwegian has an extremely high amount of heat pump in its system. What is your viewpoint on the situation in Germany? Do you understand this struggle about the heating reform in the basement?
We need to have people on board the green transition. And a lot of people are feeling insecure about how will this impact me and my family. And I mean, as social democrats, it's even more important that we make sure that we leave nobody behind. So what we did in Norway a few years ago was actually to tell our people that we are going to ban oil for heating purposes. But we didn't do it overnight. So people had the time and the chance to go through this transition. Then we used the carrots because we made national support mechanisms so that people would get money to ban their old fossil energy installations and replace them by heat pumps. And you know, Norway is quite cold. It's snow. We don't have polar bears everywhere, but it's like winter wonderland, so it's cold. Now, 39% of all Norwegian households, they have heat pumps. So this is actually working. That's my point. But we do need to support the families. It has to be a predictable plan. We cannot do it overnight, but it is going to work as long as people feel safe and confident that we are on their side. Same example with the cars. 4 out of 5 new cars in Norway now are fully electric. We have the highest penetration of electric vehicles in the world. Not because we banned the petrol ones or because we force people to buy electric vehicles, but we made them cheaper than the fossil cars. Meaning the market changed, and now the go-to cars in Norway are fully electric. So it is possible.
Es ist möglich, aber
It is possible, yes.
ganz schön viele Karotten.
But you also have the possibility to offer many carrots and fund them. You paid out very appealing subsidies for electric cars in the government, and of course you also have a much lower electricity price, don't you?
Energy used to be an advantage for Norway, at least before the war in Ukraine. Now the price level is more or less the same as in Europe. But I mean, we're not only using carrots. There are some sticks as well. We were one of the first countries in the world implementing carbon pricing, CO2 taxes. And we have increased the CO2 taxes, even with SPD in the Norwegian government, I would say, especially with SPD in government, because we believe it is a very important principle that the emitters they're actually paying for the emissions. And this, of course, gives the industry a huge incentive to look into new technologies and to reduce their emissions simply because they save money if they do so. And that income, of course, is going into the state budget from the CO2 taxes and can be invested in developing of new green value chains and technologies.
Okay, Herr Westre, ganz herzlichen Dank, dass Sie kurzfristig vorbeigekommen sind.
Mr. Westre, I would like to thank you very much for your short visit, and it was really great to have you here.
So, und hier würde ich sagen...
Right, and now I think we really deserve a break. 30 minutes. Have a power cup of coffee, enjoy the good and fruitful talks, and we are looking forward to meeting you back here again to our town hall meeting, the final panel. No, sorry, there are 2 more to come.
Kurze Stopptaste drücken.
Let me just correct that, reset.
Noch ein Streitgespräch?
We'll have another debate. Not a controversial discussion, but let's rather call it a debate.
Genau. Es gibt noch ein Panel.
We will have a panel where we will talk about the big picture, the global crisis. That's what we're going to talk about, and Jens will moderate the session. See you then. Enjoy a cup of coffee.
Ja, herzlich willkommen zurück.
Welcome back. We would now focus on the global situation again and the many crises that characterize our everyday life, the multiple crises and how to navigate through them. And we invited an economist who has lots of experience with crises and is an experienced navigator in times of crisis. She originally comes from Turkey, studied in Istanbul, then she got her PhD at Georgetown University in Washington. In 1992, she started working for the IMF, and she had a remarkable career there. The IMF, a special organization of the United Nations, is advocating sustainable development and growth and wealth for all. She worked there for 23 years as with an interruption when she was chief economist of the Amro Bank. Now she works in the strategy, policy and review department, and Kristalina Georgieva said when she was nominated that her diplomatic instinct, her leadership qualities, and her international engagement would help the IMF help member states in a difficult environment. What this environment looks like, how you help them properly, and how you navigate through these times will be presented by Cela Paza-Bagiuk.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. My German is ein bisschen, so I think that was great, and it's very good to be here. It's a very timely conference on a topic which is in the minds of everyone, so I really look forward to our discussion today on the forces that are shaping the global economy. What are the trends? What are the recent trends? What are the transmission channels? And what can we do about it, both at the country level, at the regional level, and of course at the global level. So that's what I hope to cover today. So I have a few slides, basically some figures that I'd like to show, so I will go through those as well. I just want to tell you the main message I would like to give today is that there is no silver bullet. We are going through a geoeconomic fragmentation. This has been happening already pre-COVID, and there is no silver bullet. And I think it's very important that we take the measures to be able to find common issues that we need to solve globally and really work on them to find consensus. And that way build trust to be able to resolve these issues in a much deeper way. So I think we need to be pragmatic, what we call pragmatic multilateralism, and try to then build up the momentum and the trust to resolve the issues in a much more sustainable way. So today, as I said, I'm going to first start with talking about where we are now. We have come up with our economic outlook in April, and we have been updating it. And the global growth is slowing down to 2.8% this year and remained around 3% for the next 5 years. And to put this in context, this is the lowest it has ever been since 1990. So we are in a difficult condition in terms of weak global growth, and at the same time we have geoeconomic fragmentation and structural challenges that are taking place. How did we get here? We had decades of globalization, which was really incredible in terms of international cooperation, economic and financial integration, technological progress, and this has delivered results for many. And for 3 decades, we had poverty decline, global poverty declined, and extreme poverty has declined. But the benefits were not shared evenly. We have seen this in a good paper by, good research by Lackner and Milanovic in 2016. They looked at real incomes across the world during 1988 and 2008, and they have this famous elephant chart, if some of you know it. It's basically showing the relative failure to provide gains to the lower part of the income distribution in advanced economies at the expense of lower skilled workers in some key emerging markets and higher skilled workers in advanced economies. So I think this leaving some behind, if you like, has led to weaker and uneven recovery, especially after the global financial crisis, where we did see trust in the institution, trust in the financial sector really weaken. Most recently, of course, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, the US-China trade tensions, the Russia's war in Ukraine, and the intensification of geoeconomic and geopolitical rivalries. All of these are, of course, adding to national security and economic concerns and leading to policies which then come at the expense of efficiency and global growth. So we already see, as I mentioned, the early signs of geoeconomic fragmentation. If you look at the right-hand slide, you will see that the trade restrictions have been increasing very sharply since 2018. They have increased threefold since then. FDI flows are also changing. They are being increasingly channeled toward politically aligned countries. We have done a chapter in our April World Economic Outlook on this, and companies' reports also mention plans for supply chain reconfigurations towards nearshoring or onshoring. Financial fragmentation is, of course, also seen in the collapse of a significant slowdown in cross-border financial flows, debt portfolio flows, and this is particularly the case in the context of countries that have not condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So we do see flows to those countries declining. Energy fragmentation has become a reality following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. European energy prices are expected to be persistently higher, reducing output and living standards. And we have industrial policy fully back in swing. In some cases, countries are turning to discriminatory provisions, more stringent rules of origin, local content rules, and so on. And this, of course, means that there will be much more screening of inbound and outbound investments. So what are the channels in terms of geoeconomic fragmentation? These are the same ones that has helped us in the globalization, trade, technology diffusion, labor, capital flows, as well as provision of global public goods. So we see the pendulum swift from more open policies to much more protectionist policies. And you can see this in also in terms of the uncertainty that is linked to fragmentation. This takes a toll on investment and productivity. So the key concern, of course, is there are certain public goods which can only be addressed if there is global cooperation. And I think that's including, of course, climate action, pandemic preparedness, AI, cybersecurity. These issues are critical in terms of having international collaboration. And if we don't have that, this becomes this ends up with very large costs, especially for the most vulnerable economies. And I think that's a key point that, over the last 3 decades, the globalization has helped many of the more vulnerable economies in terms of capital, goods, services, and people movement. And if we see restrictions in these, most likely we will see some of the low-income countries and emerging markets that will really lose in terms of productivity and living standards. We had seen 1.3 billion people lifted out of poverty in the last decades, tripling of the size of the global economy. But of course, what we see now is basically decoupling, and there are different estimates. You can see them on the screen. The global output loss from trade fragmentation could be as high as 7%. Of GDP. If we add technological decoupling, this could reach 8 to 12% of GDP. That's the last column in this chart. So this is very much a concern. in terms of what countries may need to adjust to. So what needs to be done? What can we do? And this is what I'd like to spend some time on in terms of a much more pragmatic approach. And we need to acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns in terms of supply chain resilience. We saw this very clearly in the context of the pandemic. There are also legitimate concerns in terms of national and economic security. So I do think we need to acknowledge these concerns and be able to work around them, but not shift to extreme protectionism. So need to find a sustainable balance and a way to cooperate to address common challenges. What are these urgent issues where we think multilateral cooperation is critical and will benefit everyone, so it's in the interest of everyone? These include where benefits align, right? These are the issues in terms of climate, debt is another one, and basically what we need is small-scale agreements, consensus, and then plurilateral agreements that countries, smaller set of countries can agree on, and some sort of guardrails to basically make sure that we can manage the spillovers. When we have the international trade system with, in the context of low growth and high inflation as we see it now, we need trade more than ever. And this is really critical. Strong trade engine by promoting trade, openness, and predictability. That's why WTO and related reforms are very critical. It also includes addressing issues like subsidies and tariffs through strengthened trade rules and securing open markets in modern areas of the global economy, like services and e-commerce. The rules are not yet clear, but we clearly need the rules because this is where trade is going to increase the highest. We also need to be pragmatic, as I mentioned, about strengthening supply chains. Most supply chains have been resilient in the past, but we have seen disruptions to food and energy supplies. And this is, of course, leading to legitimate concerns, but and we have done some research that diversification of supply sources can cut economic losses from supply disruptions by half. But this needs to be done in a smart manner. And countries need to weigh the costs, both at home and abroad, of national security measures on trade and investment. This means that we need to strengthen our analysis collectively in terms of the impact of unilateral actions and design mechanisms to mitigate the spillovers from these actions. So for an example is the exemption of World Food Programme purchases from export restrictions. This has been critical, especially in the aftermath of COVID and the war. But these are not enough. We also need better policies at home, from improving social safety nets to investing in job training, increasing worker mobility across regions, industries, and occupations. And this is really critical to make sure that trade works for all rather than only a few. One of the issues that needs to be addressed in a more collaborative fashion is debt, sovereign debt issues. We have official creditors, which are very different than 20 years ago when we were working mainly with Paris Club, G7 plus countries. Now we have non-Paris Club creditors, about 20% of the sovereign debt of low-income countries. These include China, India, Saudi Arabia, and several others. And this is really critical because about 15% of low-income countries are already in debt distress, and 40% are at high risk of debt distress. And we have 33% of emerging market countries that are facing heightened risk of distress. So it is very difficult for many countries. It's not as bad as HIPC area in terms of pre-HIPC in terms of arrears and the levels of debt to GDP ratio. But if we don't take action now, we will get there. And that's very costly. So that's why it's important that we take pragmatic actions. What we have done, and it's an example of what I was mentioning, bringing consensus to key issues. We have formed the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. This is co-chaired by our Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, the World Bank President, now Ajay Banga, and the G20 presidency, the Indian Minister of Finance. And it's basically to bring public, private, official creditors, as well as the borrower countries and international institutions to talk about, to try to reach consensus on key issues: information sharing, debt sustainability analysis, contribution of multilateral development banks in terms of grants to countries, and comparability of treatment. Because right now, there's no consensus on these issues. There are lots of questions being raised. So I think it's very important that we take pragmatic action to agree and make progress. And we've already been seeing much more consensus since we have formed the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. Climate. This is really critical, and where Germany has been very active in terms of proposals. We have put in a proposal as the fund. It would be a game changer if we could put an international carbon price floor, and this could be agreed by the EU, US, India, and China. These are the major emitters, and it would focus on carbon pricing or equivalent measures to make sure that there's an equitable process that would complement and reinforce the Paris Agreement. So advanced economies would lead the way, supporting some of these emerging market countries so that there would be spread of low carbon technologies adapted by emerging and developing economies, and that we could have sizable progress in terms of dealing with climate finance. From our part at the fund, we have been looking at of course, doing analysis, coming up with policy initiatives, but also we have reformed our instruments, our toolkit, lending toolkit. We have the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which provides longer-term financing to countries to deal with the structural transformation of climate finance. Better data, and really focusing on how to mitigate some of the industrial policies are also issues that we have been working very hard on. So I would like to basically end my talk by mentioning 3 issues. As I mentioned, we really need to form consensus on what are damaging actions and how can we form some guardrails around them. So that's one. Second, we need to support the most vulnerable members, because otherwise we will have much more social tension, and that's countries, but also within countries, certain populations. And in the context of the fund, we have the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. We have been providing concessional financing to the low-income countries, and we have the annual meetings in Marrakesh in October. First time that the annual meetings, World Bank IMF annual meetings, will be held in the African continent, and we really look forward to making sure that the gap we have in our PRGT trust is filled so that we can continue providing concessional finance to countries. So I will end by saying there is no silver bullet, unfortunately, but we really need to work together to identify urgent common problems, find a way of forming consensus around them, small steps, but then build trust toward a much more coherent and stronger action, because otherwise we're not going to leave a sustainable planet, livable planet to those that come after us. Thank you.
Kommen Sie bitte einen Tisch weiter und bleiben Sie hier vorne.
Evet, Madam Zarpashola, thank you very much indeed. Please come over here to this table. We will have two more panelists joining you here. We've got someone as a guest who is an economist who used to be a politician.
This is your headset, so you can follow the translation. Welcome. Und wir haben einen Politiker
And we invited a politician and economist who is from the Hungarian Socialist Party, having studied in Budapest. He also went to Georgetown University. Between 2005 and 2010, he was a member of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Before then, in 2010, he became the EU Commissioner for Employment, Social Affairs and in Brussels. He was pretty much present in the German media, especially when, for example, in 2014, he asked for increased wages in Germany because the wage increases were lagging behind productivity development here in this country. Very interesting. Now he's the General Secretary of the Foundation for European and Progressive Studies, which is a think tank that is doing progressive studies, as the word says, but also wants to support discussions and does studies. And he's also professor at the Corvinus University. Lasse Andor, we're very glad to have him here. And we also have a third panelist here. A man who is very close to the difficult political decisions of these days and who the magazine The Spiegel called the second brain of our Chancellor, because he is one of the most important advisors of Olaf Scholz. He's a state secretary in the Federal Chancellery since 2021. Before that, he was a civil servant and state secretary in the Financial Ministry since many years. He's been a member of the Social Democratic Party. For a while, he was also the head of the youth organization of the Social Democrats in Rhineland-Palatinate. Before then, he started working for Goldman Sachs, where he had quite the career, getting up to the deputy boss level there, and then he changed back into the ministry. Now in the Chancellery, he is responsible for financial, climate and European policies, but also for G7 and G20 summits. He is a so-called Sherpa, one of the main negotiators, and he's always traveling to where the crises of this world are currently happening. Now he's here, Jörg Cookies. Glad to have you here.
Ja, wir sind komplett auf dem Panel.
Now that completes the panel, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you, if you have any questions, please use the chat function, both in the live stream as well as here. Maldis, who can, from time to time, present the most pressing questions. But let's get started here. We have heard so much about the current current challenges and the possible solutions as well in this world. But let me start with a very concrete case. Mr. Cookies, you in the past days thought about how we could convince Intel to set up a chip factory in Germany. And yesterday we got to hear that the federal level, that's the federal government, is going to support it. The settling here with the 10 billions. And I heard that then the Intel boss, slapped me on the back and said, thank you guys, thanks for allowing us to do this here. Now, of course, if he's so euphoric, we ask ourselves, did you really negotiate all that well? And then the second question is also, is that one of the answers to one of the many crises that we're currently experiencing? Well, of course, you have to think about whether in a strategic industry like the chip industry, whether you want to be a player or not. And we are talking about an industry where every and any setting up of a plant is being supported financially. This goes back to the fact that a majority of the chip production for a time was to be found in Asia, comparable to the solar industry and other industries. And the main reason, of course, for supporting this decision, or rather for these companies, opening plants in Asia, were cost advantages. But then the United States said, okay, if we want to actually get this strategic industry back, the companies will only do that if we set off the cost difference, which is why the United States then adopted the so-called U.S. CHIPS Act and said that they were ready and willing to even offer a higher percentage of the investment sum as subsidies in order to give them an incentive so that a bigger share of the chip production can happen in the United States. And the American companies, of course, are only coming to Europe when they encounter comparable conditions. Otherwise, they will stay in Ohio, Arizona, Oregon, wherever, because they're being actually welcomed with open arms. So the decision for the federal government was not whether we would pay subsidies or not. The question was, do we want to have semiconductor production in Germany or not? That was the only real relevant decision. If we said, no, we're not playing this kind of game, might be a legitimate position, but then you will have to just accept the fact that semiconductors will be produced somewhere else. And if I think back in 2020 and 2021, we had, a diminished growth by 1%, 1.5%, because automotive manufacturers, and you need chips wherever, in cars, in fridges, in toasters, you hardly have any electronic device without chips. So we had a massive problem in our economy because of a shortage of chips. 1.5% minus in terms of growth was, 60 billion. And even if you ignore the coolest effect, then you end up talking about at least 120 billion euros. So I think this really puts things into perspective, at least a little bit. And something else that's quite frequently forgotten in reporting is that it's also a bit of an investment for the state. So this company is going to employ people. These people will be paying taxes. And we've already seen that around the area where Intel is setting up their plant, that they have software designers and other companies, IT companies, and also, advisors and tax offices. There is going to be a real economic boom. If there is a company with a volume of 36 billion in terms of investments, that's going to have an effect. You can compare it to Dresden, there are so many critics that say it's never going to work out. But if you look at the ecosystem of the semiconductor industry in and around Dresden, you can see that around the original investments that were done by Global Foundries, Infineon, and NXP, that a huge ecosystem was set up around it, so that more and more companies, more and more investments, more and more innovations were actually attracted. And that's what we want to see there. So it's the economic strengthening that you want to achieve, but also reducing dependencies. I would like to also get to talk about the European level, because we're not just talking about Germany. There's also the EU Chips Act. Lasse Andor, from your point of view, and how far is that an example for Europe trying something together in order to change its dependencies?
Yes, it seems that the European Union needs to learn an entirely new game, right? So this is a period when a lot of reflections have to focus on these questions, how the original model of the European Union, which is basically just to develop the framework for a single market and ensure that the freedom of movement is provided and competition can take place between countries, is good for stimulus, but not necessarily good for the sufficient investment and technology policy that would result in a kind of global competitiveness in the 21st century. So it's not about throwing out the previous model, but building on it and trying to ensure that the EU also can develop the tools of investment and technology policy that help reconciling the original principles with the new challenges of competition.
Jaila, wenn wir das auf globaler Ebene angucken, es gibt die Sorge.
Now, if we look at that at a global level, there is the concern that there may be a subsidies race, so that the companies actually make huge profits because the states compete with each other in order to try and make sure that they go to their individual countries. Is that dangerous for the states, for nations, for the economies, if that happens in a larger style? Or does that lead to more competition and more growth?
I think there's a balance. If we go too much towards protectionism, I do think that's not good globally. But on the other hand, as was discussed, there is a need to develop some of these industries because of competitiveness at the national level, at the regional level. I think it's a very important balance to make sure that the implications and the spillovers are addressed. If that means trade in certain critical goods, free trade in certain critical goods, or technology transfer to some of the countries that are not able to compete regionally or globally. So I think it's a more inclusive approach that will be needed in order to make sure that we don't end up with efficiency losses in the context of national security.
Sie möchten dazu was sagen, Herr Andor?
If I could just jump on this, the inclusive approach inside the European Union has a name, which is cohesion policy. And this is indeed an important point because if we just open up for more state aid by the stronger countries, that actually would represent a threat to the single market in the European Union and at the end of the day to the cohesion of the system. So the next step what we need to do is to investigate how the European cohesion policy would need to develop further in order to ensure that a new approach to boost technology and competitiveness through a new industrial policy would not aggravate the internal imbalances in the European Union, because that can risk a more general disintegration of the system.
Und halten Sie das für wahrscheinlich und möglich, dass das in Europa...
And why do you think that is even possible in Europe, or is it impossible?
No, it will be possible, but we are not yet there, right? So this thinking is just beginning now, how a future cohesion policy can reflect this new reality, because the hitherto model of cohesion was built in the 1990s and connects with the stage of the development of the single market in those times. But we are now in a completely different ballgame.
Jaila, wenn wir nochmal auf der globalen Ebene bleiben, Sie haben ja eben sehr schön...
Now, Jaila, if we stay at the global level, you just very nicely described the challenges. Do you have the feeling that in the states and the nations, or even in politicians, that they really understood what the problems are and what needs to be done? Or do you really still have to convince them a lot?
Well, I mean, it is difficult. Whenever the national security issue is discussed, of course, everyone gets very defensive, and a lot of the more global or inclusive debate gets pushed aside. So yes, it is difficult. But I think what we have been asking for is understandable that countries need to strengthen certain supply chains. It's better for them, it's more resilient, and it's more efficiency. But at the same time, there are ways of designing policies which limits the implications on others. And I think that's where the discussion needs to be. What is the best way to design certain policies, understanding the spillovers, and then dealing with them with either complementary policies or different design of policies.
Ich habe es eben gesagt, Herr Kukis, Sie sind Sherpa.
Now, Mr. Kukis, I just said it a moment ago. Mr. Kukis, you're a Sherpa, and perhaps you can give us a glimpse behind the curtain, behind the scenes. What is the international community negotiating right now in order to buffer off these crises, and where do you anticipate the lines of conflict? Well, many of these points were actually a huge topic at the G7 summit in Hiroshima. The question where to strike a balance between a further integration on the one hand and the effort of, or the endeavor of giving enough space to international division of labor. And we have many positive examples in the declaration of the G7. For example, there is an offer to the Global South that we made when it came to the topic of developing critical raw materials, and we extend an offer to cooperate there. What we've seen in the past rather frequently is that in those countries of the Global South, there is relatively little value creation, which means that raw materials were just extracted from the ground and were then exported for further processing at a relatively early stage in the value chain to other countries. So this is not optimal in terms of the environmental impact, but of course also not in terms of the partnership approach, because the countries of the Global South had relatively little from, just selling raw materials. And our objective is now to really think more about, for example, in the case of lithium, which parts of the follow-up production process for batteries could actually remain in the countries of the Global South so that they have incentives for growth. It's not easy to then work out the details, but, it is the general approach and the general direction that we start thinking of. And what we also want to do is to massively expand the funding for climate measures on a global scale. And Thursday and Friday, we will have a major summit in Paris, organized by President Macron, and where we will again look at the question of the connection between international climate financing and the support of more vulnerable states when it comes to the effects of climate change, but also the question of the reforms of multilateral development banks, for example. We want to discuss these questions and look at how we can make them invest more targeted in the area of climate neutrality, and would that also, create some local growth impulses. You now mentioned the Global South, which is very interesting, because China is also, showing a lot of effort when it comes to African countries, investing a lot there as well. And you also pointed out that it was not optimal in the past, the way it, went. But are you not a bit late there? Have you not neglected it for too long in the past? Well, the short answer is yes. And why? Well, the Chinese minister-president was visiting, or has been visiting, Berlin until a few minutes ago, and also highlighted that China still perceives itself as a developing nation. But still, and in spite of all criticism, and even justified criticism, China thought in a much more strategic way about the question of supply chains, critical materials, the kinds of raw materials that they actually need for their economic development and for sustainability in the 21st century. More than us. We relied on the market regulating everything. And, compared it to the situation with the Russian gas, wherever we had the cheapest source, we went there and sourced our material there. Now, in hindsight, it turned out to be a huge mistake that really cost our economies billions and billions of euro. We lost prosperity, and there is also the danger now that industries will move and shift operations to other countries because of the increased energy prices. Those are all the effects of having focused too much on a single region, and they have now massively negative macroeconomic effects. And China, and their need for raw materials, they diversified it rather more strategically than we did. We were just watching, and we said, oh yes, the refineries and the processing industries for raw materials, well, it's a smelly thing, there's a lot of smoke, and it's not nice to look at, and then we've got the protests from our citizens, so let's just get everything from China, without even thinking about the fact that we may be creating the same kinds of dependencies. So we really have to be careful, and we have to be more independent. Okay, now if we now look at Europe, Ms. Sandor, and ask ourselves whether we can actually, rein in the market a bit by, using more of the state. Can we unify European countries, or will these crises lead to new fractures and divisive lines? What's your take on that as a European politician?
Well, the risk is always there. In the European institutions in the recent years, the big question has been, are we now smarter than in the previous crisis? And it's partly a matter of smartness and being able to learn from the previous mistakes of crisis response. But we also have to recognize somehow that different countries in Europe represent different economic models, different philosophies. Maybe this gap is a little bit more moderate after the Brexit, right? Because the UK used to represent a kind of extreme in the diversity and sometimes competition of different economic models. But still there is a diversity. And there is also an East-West divide in terms of some of the Western countries, Germany remaining on the cutting-edge technologies, quite focused and successfully stepping up to a higher level of competitiveness. Some Eastern countries remaining in what we call the middle-income trap. And this is, if we don't pay attention, becoming a factor that can reproduce an East-West divide. And we really need to think hard how to ensure that the Eastern countries also give up this obsession with low tax, low wage strategy. Again, aggravating the East-West imbalances in the European Union, sometimes leading to political polarization as well.
Okay, what would you suggest?
Well, I think most of these issues have to be put on the table very openly. For example, the tax question only arrived to the European table recently because the United States took the initiative about the global minimum taxation of corporations, and not as an intra-European one, right? So if the European Union itself could bring it forward to say that, okay, for specific purposes, we need a deeper European engagement in this. Partly it's there because of Next Generation EU, because what was borrowed for Next Gen EU has to be repaid somehow. So now the European taxation is a real question. And then to engage countries which have been skeptical in this field, and they are partly islands or landlocked countries. So there are two specific groups of countries which are skeptical about EU tax coordination. They can be brought to the table, I think, if we also connect it to some kind of collective opportunities of industrial policy and a new attitude to cohesion.
Oh ja, bitte, Seido.
There's also, of course, the business of finishing the banking union and the common capital market union. I think that's going to be also very critical to make sure that the benefits are shared.
Okay, also wir haben 2 Punkte Bankenunion.
Okay, there are 2 topics we talk about: the taxation system, the banking union. Let's take a look at Germany. Laszlo Ando, what do you expect from Germany? You can talk to Mr. Cookies directly if you wish.
Sorry, in what regard? What do I...
Okay, also wir haben jetzt über die Banken.
Now, we spoke about the banking union, and we spoke about the question of the tax system in Europe. And you made mention of the fact before that there are countries moving into different directions. What role should Germany play?
Yes, maybe just to highlight something. A couple of years ago, the Hans Böckler Stiftung, the IMK, produced a very interesting paper about 4 or 5 years ago, how to repair the roof when the sun is shining. Because 4 or 5 years ago, before the pandemic, we had a period of growth, unemployment was going downwards, and there were a lot of papers on the table left behind from 2012, 2015 about how to strengthen the European economic architecture in order to ensure that in the next recession, in the next crisis, we perform better than in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13. And this was definitely not done. Nevertheless, when the European Union had to improvise in 2020, the EU improvised quite well. And I think the German Social Democrats were playing a very important role in this. But it has not yet become structural. And now we are facing a very great risk that when the EU wants to go back to fiscal rules and end the suspension of the fiscal rules, and if we behave like the Bourbons, who learned nothing and forgot nothing, then obviously we can bring back the old risks of financial failure, which brought us into the deep trouble more than 10 years ago. So I think now there is a need for, on the one hand, imagination, on the other hand, strong commitment to make progress in the spirit of EU solidarity if we want to resolve this debate about the fiscal rules.
Okay, Sie haben dieses schöne Bild benutzt.
Well, you used this wonderful imagery.
Genau, und stellen Sie auch Fragen. Ne?
And please ask questions in the audience.
Publikum, jetzt ist die Gelegenheit.
We are looking forward to your questions. You used the beautiful imagery of the roof that needs to be fixed when the sun is out. Now it seems to be raining, dripping a little bit through the roof. Mr. Cookies, what's the government going to do? How is the roof going to be fixed now it's raining a little bit?
Dieses Bild auf ganz viele Aspekte.
Well, you can translate this imagery to various different sectors, energy policies, for example. Now, in the fortunate situation that due to different factors, the energy prices have gone down from peak values in the course of last year.
Das darf uns aber nicht dazu führen.
But this must not lead to the fact that we rest on our laurels. Especially last week, we've had the first big auction of offshore wind in the Baltic Sea and the North Sea. And this led to a very interesting result. You know, by way of conclusion, in the last 20 years, the national government
offshore wind gebaut.
Built 7.8 gigawatts in offshore wind.
In einer Auktion
2 Wednesdays ago, we auctioned 7 gigawatts in one day only, so we nearly doubled the figures in just one go. The second interesting result is that 4 companies in the bidding procedure on the lowest subsidies that they applied for in order to produce offshore wind asked for 0 subsidies. So we don't have to really spend anything in our climate and transition fund. And now we have a second round where the bidders tell us what they are going to pay to us if we give them plots of land in the North Sea in order to produce offshore wind for very little money, cheaper than coal, cheaper than gas. And to me, it's the main motivation to accelerate the process. We do not only want to double or triple or quadruple or increase wind and solar energy by a factor of 5. We need to tap this potential now because the energy prices are not that low that we prevent the absolute crisis from emerging. In the transitional period, of course, the infrastructure measures that were made have to be used for us to be able to ensure our supply sources in the transitional period that we meet gas. And we need to try to move out of coal and gas and nuclear. And we want to bring about a transition towards hydrogen. That is basically our strategy. That's what it's all about in a nutshell, in order to fix the energy policy roof, which really collapsed in Germany, in order to use the same image. And it will be much more cost efficient with regards to the energy that we receive, because renewables are not only positive because they are green, but also positive because they're very cost efficient, they're cheap. Marlies, questions from the audience, over to you. Yes, there is a question for Mrs. Pasapayoglu. This refers to your expertise concerning the Turkish financial markets. The question is, especially Spanish banks are very much involved in Turkish activities. 80 billion of Turkish loans were taken on in their books. Same holds true for French books. Banks. Well, if Turkey collapses, will there be a new banking crisis in Europe? I don't know whether the facts and figures are correct, but maybe you could tell us a little bit more about this.
So I will not make comments about Turkey because I am from Turkey and I work at the fund, so I need to have an arm's length view in terms of the developments in Turkey. They have a new finance minister, new central bank governor. We'll have to see what policies will be put in place. They have been saying that they will put in the right policies, so we have to see. In terms of European banks' exposures to Turkey or any other country, that I can talk about because we had the great financial crisis in 2008, and there were regulations that were put in place. I actually worked on many of the countries, including Spain. So there are capital rules, liquidity rules, higher quality of capital, and also putting aside provisions in case loans go non-performing. So I think, of course, these banks know their exposures, they look very carefully at the way things are developing, and they have good risk management systems. Hopefully, they have put in place the contingencies to deal with problems that can happen. The exchange rate has been depreciating. You asked about Turkey. In Turkey, and that hasn't impacted the loan books as much of these banks. But the ECB has been doing stress tests. They have been looking at the bank's strength. So I think it's important to answer this in a more general way, that I do think the banking system is better supervised, better risk managed. But again, one has to be always alert and make sure that measures are taken to avoid excessive exposure to a specific country.
Ich hätte sogar noch eine zweite Frage hier.
Yeah. I do have a question, Stefan. Mr. Cookies, when you hear this about the banking sector, it's a bit difficult to understand, to imagine that 10 or 12 years after the big financial crisis, banks once again go bankrupt, as happened in the US. Do you think that we've learned our lesson, or do you have to be prepared for more? The fact that banks go bankrupt is, per definition, nothing of the extraordinary. In the US, banks go bankrupt time and again. The only question is, have we secured the system so well that we will be able to survive, or will there be spillover effects? I think the cases that occurred in the US and in Europe, in Switzerland to be precise, have shown us very clearly that, first of all, yes, banks can go bankrupt. And secondly, the system has become much more resilient because the banks have much more capital. The rules and regulations that were adopted in order to make interaction more transparent and to reduce interconnections in the interest of central peering mechanisms that provide securities and guarantees for each other goes to show that the basic underlying phenomenon, if the bank takes the wrong business decisions, of course, can go bankrupt. And we all know about the history of the Silicon Valley Bank. This makes it quite easily understandable that mistakes were made, but the decisive point is what's going to happen afterwards. And here, I think the situation does not look as doomy and gloomy as some might think, because despite all the negative news, it seems to be the case that, especially from a macroeconomic perspective for the entire economy, we have not yet had any negative repercussions. And these banks were not all very small. The Silicon Valley Bank was a small regional bank. No, it had a balance sheet total of $200 billion. It's anything but small. It might have been regional, but anything but small. And the fact that banks like these, or the Credit Suisse, which is even bigger, was the first global systemic bank that was not really dissolved, but due to the creditors and shareholders could be solved with a limited state aid. But there was still trouble in the banking sector for a couple of weeks after that, but now the whole thing has calmed down. If you compare this to the Credit Suisse, at that particular moment in time, over that weekend, the Credit Suisse was bigger than Lehman Brothers before. So all the second or third round effects that led to a global crisis after Lehman Brothers did not take place, although the bank that was in trouble was much bigger. So this goes to show that many of the reforms that happened after the financial market crisis have had a positive repercussion. Now over to Marlies.
So the Silicon Valley Bank, it's the 16th largest bank in US, and it was not subject to the same rules as the largest banks. So some of the regulations were actually rolled back after 2008, including taking regional banks out of stress tests, out of capital requirements, and so on. In Europe, all banks are subject to the same rules. So I think it's important. And the other issue that we learned in every crisis, you learn something, is the incredible, I mean, this was a deposit run like no other because of using social media. So there were billions of deposits, dollars of deposits that were taken out of the institution within a day. And therefore, of course, now in everyone's agenda and financial regulators' agenda is how to deal with these type of very strong deposit outflows through using social media and electronic means.
Ja. Okay, ich glaube, wir müssen diesen Bankenteil jetzt einmal kurz abschließen.
I think we should conclude this section about the banks. Marlies, over to you again. Well, I had a question relating to the banks, and I think it's a very exciting one. Till Kupfer asked Mr. Cookies, which role can big investment banks such as the European Investment Bank play? And private investments, how can they be promoted for green projects? And how can investments for fossil fuels be diverted? Excellent one. Let me just give you one example. Scholars always say that in the Sahel zone and in northern Africa, the conditions for the generation of electricity coming from solar are just as favorable as in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and in other countries of the Middle East. Nevertheless, all the big projects or most of the big projects for renewables,
Beispielsweise Saudi-Arabien.
for example, are carried out in Saudi Arabia, 4.5 gigawatts solar energy.
Also Elektrizitätskosten von ungefähr.
Electricity costs amount to 1/3 of what we can generate here in Germany at best.
Rein aus den Erträgen.
They use the funds coming from the revenues they generate with oil and gas.
Ölfirma Saudi.
They've got a state oil-run company, Saudi Aramco, with 161 billion euros in profit last year, so funding is no problem to them at all. When we talk to the energy ministers, the ministers of finance, and the heads of state and government of the African states, this is always the main problem. How can you guarantee a similarly cost-efficient funding scheme? The conditions are good, even better, concerning sun and wind in the region. But this is where the EIB, the World Bank, and many of the other international global banks and players have ample opportunities. The new boss of the World Bank announced that this was going to be one of his major objectives. How can these investments be made available? By producing cost-efficient and cheap types of electricity in those locations where they couldn't be settled in the free market. The interesting thing is that if the financial resources are available, the markets are ready to go for such projects. These cases have already occurred. In the south of Morocco, wind energy is produced by a German company at very favorable conditions. So these projects exist, but not in the large quantities, not in the volumes as expected, because the financial resources are missing. Okay, Jalad, when we look at the role of the international organizations, they're really going for that. They provide the funds. Do they fill this gap which needs to be filled? And one additional question, shouldn't we have done this more intensively at an earlier stage?
So the multilateral development banks, and of course we have, our mandate is different, but we are also supporting, of course, the climate transition in line with our mandate. But MDBs alone or official bilateral credit alone is not going to be enough. You need the private sector to come in. And for that, you need, like you said, you need the companies to be able to make the returns. And what affects those returns? One is cost of capital, but it's also important that the countries themselves take the reforms that are needed to make sure that the regulatory uncertainty is not there, corruption is, procurement rules and all these other rules are also in place to make sure that the private sector can actually invest and make returns. They are not charities, they want to make returns. And I think the MDBs have a key role to help countries reform and also have hedging strategies and other concessional loans to de-risk or to provide some support to private sector to be able to come in. But I think everyone has a role to play, including the countries themselves, to make sure that the enabling environment is there. The Paris Summit on Thursday is going to discuss this issue. My concern is a lot of advanced economies, including the US, of course here in Germany, are doing these investments, and they have much more certainty and about returns. So you know, many of the emerging markets and developing countries will be next in line. So this has to be factored in terms of decision-making to make sure that there's technology transfer and diffusion to those countries as well.
Laszlo Andor.
I would like to highlight something, because I think very few people know about this, because the question was about the EIB, the European Investment Bank. And I happen to be on the supervisory board of the European Fund for Strategic Investment, which was basically created by the Juncker Plan a few years ago. And what was an absolute novelty in the functioning of this FC was a participation of stakeholders, including civil society organizations, in developing and evaluating the business plan of this fund. So many of you probably know about the concept of participatory budgeting, and with this, the EIB actually made a big step toward participatory public banking. And that's a very interesting lesson from the previous crisis. I think this experience of the FC should somehow be developed further. Not least because the fact which Jörg Cook has emphasized, that now the European banking sector is much more stable and it turned out to be more resilient, also has a direct consequence on public banks. That the public banks, which the EU tends to call promotional banks, started to play a greater role in resource allocation. And that's supposed to provide greater stability to the system. So other countries, of course not in the same scale, but started to imitate the KfW and similar types of banks. And, but then in order to ensure that these banks and this new model and the different balance than the previous one between public and private is working out better, I think this engagement with stakeholders in terms of designing business plans, but also the assessment, is something which we would need to think about and continue.
Okay, ich würde gerne am Schluss nochmal auf ein.
Right, by way of conclusion, I'd like to draw your attention to one more topic, which turned out to be very important today and yesterday during the award-winning ceremony. How do we reply in Europe to the Inflation Reduction Act in the US? How do we not only repair the roof, but how do we install solar panels on it? And maybe also the promotion banks or development banks can play a very important role. What do we need in Europe? Higher CO2 taxes? Will that be enough? Or will additional steps have to be taken? Increased subsidies, which is what the US are now showing us. In a nutshell, what's your take on that? First of all, Laszlo Andor, please, the European perspective.
Question at the very end. Look, I think Europe has a problem of the scale, right? That because of the lack of central fiscal capacity at the European level, the EU has a much different intervention capacity than either the United States or China or even Japan. So how to kind of square the circle, I don't know. I think Europe, first of all, needs to defend and further develop the instruments which we already have, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism. You have to say it with one breath, it's a long thing. But I think it needs to be protected and maybe further developed because that matches the institutional reality of the European Union and can ensure that what we set out as targets in the European Union can also be applied elsewhere. But this is, I would say, something that requires further dialogue with the global partners. In order to ensure that we do not throw out the baby with the bathwater, but arrive to the pragmatic multilateralism, which was highlighted in the introductory talk. Because I think the risk is that throwing out the neoliberal model leads us into the Hobbesian world economy, and that the fight of everybody against everyone. Instead of that, I think what can be preserved from multilateralism has to be, although recognizing that what failed, of course, would need to be dropped and sidelined.
Jörg Kukis, wie kann dieser Weg aussehen, wenn man sich das Thema...
What can we do if we look at how do we reply to Inflation Reduction Act? What can we copy? What can we mitigate? I think it's quite interesting because the journalist who 1 week ago wrote a long article about the fact that Germany is getting deindustrialized because everything is moving over to Inflation Reduction Act, in brackets because the US Americans pay a lot of significant subsidies, wrote an article yesterday complaining that Intel comes to Germany because Germany pays subsidies, but you can't do both at the same time. You can't praise the US for paying out subsidies and tackling down industries and then criticizing Germany for paying out subsidies and trying to settle down industries. I think in Germany we have to take the right decision, the right strategic decisions on doing what is necessary in order to prevent a deindustrialization in Germany from happening. This is one of the core points in our industrial and economic policies. We need to stay we need to continue to be an appealing partner. This is why we spent weekends with the European Commission to carry out a common project of European interest, which makes it possible for us to use Thyssen, Salzgitter, and Saarstahl and decarbonize them and support them in this endeavor. It's a much more expensive source of energy, but it's climate neutral. And we need them in order to switch off the blast furnace and build direct production plants which make direct steel production in Germany possible. 88% of our CO2 emissions. It costs us billions, no doubt about it. But we've got to be courageous enough to embark into this direction. Salzgitter, Thyssen, and Saarstahl show us very clearly that deindustrialization and a loss of companies moving elsewhere can be prevented from happening. Let me give you an example. Wolfspeed producing chips in the former coal region. Infineon, 5 billion with the investment in Dresden. And this is how we go to show that such economic policies, if we pursue them actively in a creative manner, can turn out to be successful. And I can already announce it is not going to be the last case. Back to you, Jaila. You're looking at things from a global perspective. When you hear about the different ideas which are now being discussed, there is an interesting competition of different concepts going on. What could be copied? CO2 taxation? Does it help us solve the problem, or do we need something like subsidy programs? What would be your recommendation for the SMEs?
So I think from a global perspective, it is a public good, global public good. We need to address climate change and related implications. So that, I think, does give the rise to subsidies. And these subsidies, quote-unquote green subsidies, can be justified. But I think the key here is to make sure, you mentioned SMEs, the key here is that we don't end up with protecting large companies which are making very large profits and not necessarily addressing neither the global nor the national challenges. So I think there's a balance between providing the necessary incentives, be it in the form of subsidies or EIB. I think EIB is doing really great investments in many countries, including some of the sub-Saharan countries, but making sure that we find the right balance in terms of addressing the challenges, but at the same time containing some of the large corporate gains which are actually happening.
Übersetzung läuft noch. Vielen Dank für dieses spannende Panel. Ich glaube, wir haben.
Thank you very much for this exciting panel. We looked at a lot of interesting issues. We looked at the problems of the world. The sun is shining through the roof. It's nice to conclude. Thank you for coming. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this panel.
Thank you very much.
So, ich darf Sie bitten, verlassen Sie diesen Raum nicht. Wir machen einmal ganz kurz durchschnaufen. Wer mag, vielleicht einmal aufstehen, richtig den Kreislauf wieder wach werden. Wir kommen nämlich jetzt zu unserem Abschlusspanel und zuvor zu einem Kurzvortrag oder ich würde sagen Impulsvortrag. Darf ich die Herren und Damen vielleicht einmal bitten, für die nächste Runde irgendwie Platz zu machen? Genau, weil wir haben jetzt einen tollen Redner.
Now we have a great speaker.
Bekannt.
He is well known for very clear-cut positions. He is an economist, and the motto of his presentation is the opportunities and limits of progressive economic policy advice. And it makes sense to have Achim Tschuger as our panelist and guest. Welcome, Achim Tschuger.
Genau, Sie sind Mitglied des Sachverstands.
You're a member of the expert council to assess the global economic situation and the successor of Mr. Buffer, and you are professor for socioeconomics at the University of Duisburg-Essen. You like debates and you're also active on Twitter. The floor is yours, Mr. Tschuger. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to open the final panel and to give a keynote speech on the opportunities and limits of progressive economic policy advice. What am I going to talk about? I'm talking about a kind of development. Is there something like progress in the direction of more progressive economic policy advice? And I would like to start by briefly sketching the ortho-liberal paradigm of economic policy advice, particularly in Germany, and then ask the question, could there be a new progressive policy advice paradigm? It's, of course, very ambitious to try to delimit and distinguish between these two concepts. I think there is a certain thrust in the direction of progressive development. And I think the German Council of Economic Experts has also seen that. And then I want to be briefly touching upon the limits of progressive economic policy advice. I have some ideas here. Tom Krebs looked critically at the economy, and I might just point to what he already said. The old ordo-liberal paradigm, which I use in inverted commas, could be briefly summarized as follows. It is characterized by the fact that economic policy cannot really achieve much. Financial policy and macroeconomic policies are generally not very effective, sometimes even detrimental, and labor market deregulation and dismantling of the social welfare state are necessary for more employment and low unemployment. There is a conflict of interest between efficiency and justice. If you want more justice or fairer distribution, this costs either growth or employment. And there is a position that privatization and the reduction of state influence is necessary. And in debates about democracy, it's also important that there is a strong lack of trust and skepticism when it comes to democratic policy making. And here limits are also controversially discussed. For example, the debt brake. And then there is an understanding of the role of economic policy advice or policy advice in general. I slightly exaggerate, but it's very clear that there is a critical and destructive position of surveillance. I took some extreme words and wordings. So the economists are the permanent bad conscience, the referees of the rules, and also watching over the strict principles. And they are to demotivate the government to do something detrimental and to limit the government. This is the old understanding. And what has it led to? For me, it was an enlightening experience to see the so-called Hamburg Appeal. That was the crux of the ordo-liberal approach. German economics professors worded and coined the Hamburg Appeal. I quote from it in a rather erratic fashion. They wanted a responsible financial policy focusing on stability, consolidation of state finance with limitations of public spending. So it was a very confrontational approach, reducing the influence of the state, etc. Then the initiative of new social economy or market economy took it up, and they said 250 professors, 10 theses, and 10 different opinions. There was an expert opinion, which I don't want to put on the same level, in 2013 that was entitled Against a Retrospective Economic Policy, that once everything you were warned against. For example, the Chapter 8 dealt with tax policy, wrong decisions, and gave a list of what has to be done and what has to be avoided. So it was a very drastic article that illustrated economic policy advice as it was practiced for many years. And I have evidence that this is not only my imagination, but that this warning approach was also described in the press. In Die Welt, they said the economists are the advisors of public politicians and public politics, and they inform the public. Now, what is a progressive paradigm of economic policy advice? I can relate and refer to a lot that has already been said during this conference. Industrial policy, climate policy, transformation, and distribution go in that direction. For a textbook, it would be problematic what I'm doing just now, but I can give you some highlights. Financial policy and macroeconomic policy become central and potentially effective instruments. A labor market regulation instead of deregulation, strong trade unions and social welfare state are central for economic and social stability. The distribution issue has been rediscovered. Redistribution has to be strengthened. It has to become more equal. And what is also discovered again is an active and involved state in classic areas, for example, climate and industrial policy. So the state and the government is rediscovered, and the skepticism against government skepticism and democracy skepticism can now be seen among the more progressive views. And the understanding of the role of policy advice has also changed towards more pragmatic, pointing to options regarding the solution of economic and social problems. So it is not a science of change that warns and changes, but an enabling science that has a serving function. And only if this approach and this view becomes dominant, scientific policy advice will work and will contribute to solving problems. If you point to what's not possible, then we will never make progress. I would like to briefly mention the following. If I now follow the course of positive developments, we can say what was in the Hamburg Appeal and in former council advices was rather paradox, because it was not in line with what was in the textbooks. And it was not in line either with could be called a balanced view of the economic discipline or the economic or economists. These are the results of surveys by Fricke. And if you look at the pie chart regarding the question, what is your view of the minimum wage that has just been introduced in Germany? And 1/3 of economists said it's good. Others say it is too low. Others say it's too high. And there were 1/3 each for each view. But this was not reflected by the dominant comments people could read and see on television. My colleague Jakob Capella from Duisburg University carried out a study regarding the question of the composition of German economists. What representatives are among German economists? What groups do they represent? How high is the percentage of neoliberals or the ordoliberals? And what we can see, and that's remarkable, is that if you look at the columns on the left, these are 8 or 20% roughly. But if you look at the columns on the right, these are the economists who actively participate in economic advisory panels. And you see a complete bias, because almost half of them come from these conservative schools. And that's not characteristic for the overall population of economists. So I take this as a baseline. And then I would like to stress that since the financial crisis, we've seen a general trend towards change. Internationally, distribution has been rediscovered as a new mega topic by Piketty, Atkinson, Stiglitz, Minalovic, and others. And institutions, nobody would have believed this of, proposed changing rules towards more relaxed fiscal rules. There are groups like Fiscal Future, Tillman is here, and Tom Krebs and Jens Südekom. They also pushed in that more progressive direction, and there were unusual alliances in critical situations where economists from the left and the right joined forces, for example, during the COVID crisis, and wanted active government measures in order to avoid a disaster. I believe that this can also be seen among the Council of Experts. The old Council of Experts looked at structural reforms and deregulation with a clear prioritization of aggressive rhetoric, and now there is a more friendly expert council with a different rhetoric. They stress that industrial and climate policy are important, innovation policy is important, also distribution effects are regarded increasingly. There were joint minority votes, not individual ones, but joint ones. Then participation and support for disadvantaged groups in society are stressed, and designing new realities. That sounds more progressive. It's not a retrospective or a reactionary economic policy. So new energy and solidarity contributions have been demanded by them as well. So the vantage point in visible economic policy advice was ultra-conservative and anti-progressive. It wasn't justified at the time. Even then, when you look at the textbooks, we experienced considerable change. So the former conservative Council of Experts has also changed. And I think this is basically a positive trend. I have 3 more minutes or some more. I would like to talk about the limits of progressive economic policy advice. And I must mention one term, otherwise this would be too euphoric or dangerous. This is not about enabling society that says politicians are calling and this is no problem. It is not about a pie in the sky. It is about objective limits, the acknowledgement of objective limits like inflation, etc. Because you cannot simply heat up inflation in order to remedy the problems. You have to acknowledge what your limits are. But you're also subjected to massive rejection and massive obstacles from the side of the old economy or economic advisor group, and also from the press. There was an alliance of the conservative press, like Welt or FAZ in Germany, and the advisory board, the expert council, that always admonished the government. And we were 4 who had a divided opinion. 2 were in favor of conservative fiscal policy, and 2 were for pragmatic policy, Monika Schnitzer and I, and that was sufficient that the chief economist of Die Welt, Dorothea Siems, wrote, "Nobody needs these economic experts any longer." So we should do away with the council because they no longer warn and advise, but rather are more open towards economic policy changes. So you see that the press was also behind certain trends and objectives, and now they no longer wanted the council because it published a different opinion. And finally, Lars Feld, a former colleague, on the Council when we demanded energy solidarity contributions, he said that higher taxes would be outrageous. We no longer live in an ivory tower. We are part of the political arena, and we have to acknowledge that. Final point, we might delve a little deeper and look at fundamental problems. And one fundamental problem eventually creates a situation where economics tends to have very liberal opinions. The simple Micro 101 textbook models show a trend of simple statements. There's a conflict of interest between redistribution and allocation. An optimum market solution is always the normative reference, and trade unions and labor market regulation would create unemployment, negative incentives, etc. This is the old view, but it no longer applies. And I think everyone has understood that. So particularly when you look at more complex approaches you have to fall back on in order to justify more progressive steps, it becomes difficult because most people you train only have the basic training. You have to communicate with politicians. They don't have much time, and they also want simpler views and messages, and it's similar in the press. To differentiate what counts under what conditions and what you should come up with, which is not in the textbooks, is more complicated, more difficult. So what this is about is to go beyond an optimum evaluation of mainstream policies. It's also about modifying theory and arriving at simpler basic models. So we have fundamental research arriving at more progressive models that are more easily understood and can then also be conveyed and transported. Thank you very much for your attention.
Fein, herzlichen Dank, Herr Truger. Das war ein spannender Vortrag. Vor allem habe ich gedacht, das Problem ist ja auf der einen Seite, Sie haben selber diesen Paradigmenwechsel bei den Diskussionen im Sachverständigenrat erlebt, aber die Frage ist natürlich...
Now, of course, you've actually experienced this change of paradigms in the discussions of this consultancy, but, you know, the question is, what will politics make of it? That's the next decisive step. We are now moving on to our town hall meeting, but let me briefly warn you, this is going to be a very interactive session. On the one hand, you will be allowed to participate in a survey again, so feel free to get your mobile phones out. You will be able to participate in a little survey here, and Jens will also be roaming the hall here with a microphone, and you will have the opportunity to ask questions after a brief introduction, please. But before that, I would like to ask our panelists here onto the stage. Julieta Silikovic, first of all, a brief round of applause, please.
Herzlich willkommen, Frau Silikovic.
Welcome, Ms. Silikovic.
Sie sind zumindest auf diesem
I think that here on this panel, you are the person with the longest trip because you came here from Rosario, from Argentina. And it's great because we now have also an international point of view here, because that is also part of our motto for thinking about the economy. You're a professor for international relations at the university there, and you specialized in trade policies. So we are looking forward to your input. The second participant we would like to ask onto the stage is Karl Mühlbach.
Herzlich willkommen, Herr Mühlbach. Ich habe mir gerade...
Welcome, Mr. Mühlbach. I just heard how old you are, or how young you are, 27. Normally, I'm not asking about that, especially not ladies, but it's decisive here because you are representing the voice of youth. You are the head and the founder and the CEO of Fiscal Future, or rather the chairperson of Fiscal Future. That's an association that is actually championing a sustainable form of fiscal policies for the younger generation. I find it very important that the younger voice is represented here. So now, Ms. Zelikovic, You just heard the presentation by Mr. Truger, and you might have realized the kinds of discussions that we have here in Germany, and that it's very difficult to move from structural and liberal positions towards progressive ideas and how to make them more publicly known. I would like to know about the situation in Argentina now. Are there also discussions between the different factions? Are the struggles about different policies also so strict, and also in terms of the consultancy here?
Thank you for the invitation for this closing debate. It's a big responsibility to be here. And I was hearing Mr. Truger, and well, all during the whole journey, I learned a lot about how Germany is struggling with the debate on progressive policies. I have a preconceived notion that things were easier here, and actually I learned they are not. Argentina debate now on political economy is focused on a monetary approach of inflation or a more progressive and structural approach to inflation, and that has gained almost the complete debate on economic policies. So we are dealing with higher inflation in the last 30 years. This year is projected to have 120% inflation for the year, 120, and it's mostly out of control. So the main discussion has been limited to these giant issues, and as you said, inflation is a limit in order to have progressive economic policies. We have fiscal restrictions related to our debt, and you add that to inflation, and of course, poverty is the one that suffers the most, but also education, health, the caring economy is the one that gets more impact, and all these are the values behind a progressive approach to economics. So nowadays, sadly, these debates, these topics have little in the margins, and the main discussion is focusing on what is our main problem. Although there are still some progressive debates, and we are waiting our moment to go back to the main scenery.
Okay, thank you. Herr Mühlbach, ich habe mir angeschaut.
Mr. Mühlbach, I thought, well, normally, you know, Christian Lindner, our financial minister, he should be your hero, right? Because, you know, I thought,
mit so viel Verb,
you know, he is such a staunch defender of what we call the debt brake, also for the protection of future generations in order to make sure that they are not being squashed by a mountain of debt. That should be very much in your interest. Well, I would like to cordially invite Christian Lindner to become my hero and to be the hero that future generations actually deserve. And if he then turns into the finance minister that makes sure that the investments in climate protection multiply, if he's the finance minister who makes sure that the subsidies that we're paying out for negative climate impacts, like for 65 billion euros, if those are being done away with, if he makes sure that monetary gifts by more than 20 million euros are not only taxed with 2%, or that child allowances are being raised, and that not every fifth child in Germany is threatened with poverty, then, Christian Lindner, this is being recorded, Christian Lindner, then you are my hero, and I will put a poster on my wall with your face on it. But if he goes on insisting on a debt limit, a debt cap, which actually has the effect of an investment cap, if he says that you know, the ability to act of the state needs to be limited, if he comes up with a budget that does not even come close to the needs of the future, then it's not a heroic deed. No, he's rather more of a villain, and it's actually a crime against future generations. So please, Christian Lindner, become my hero. Unfortunately, right now, you seem to be on the wrong track. Okay, but imagining the poster of Christian Lindner's above your bed, I would love to see that. Okay, Mr. Truger. You just briefly sketched out your ideas, and I would like to hear a bit more about the discussions that you have in your experts' council. And when you presented your expert paper, your expert opinion, and proposed solidarity payments for energy costs and even a higher top tax rate. It is an issue because, you said that the super rich should pay a bigger share. How difficult was it to get such a phrase into, I don't know how many hundreds of pages of experts' opinions? Well, that was not difficult at all, actually. We relatively quickly agreed on that. And I have to add that, of course, it was presented in a certain way in the media, and we have to be honest, we did not say that the state has too little money, and of course the distribution situation is rather unfair, and that is why we need an energy solidarity payment and higher tax rates. That was not our argument. We said, that would have been my position, but that was not what this was all about. The position that we agreed on is that we took a look at what has been done against the energy crisis, what kind of measures had been taken. And those were many, like, for example, doing away with what we call coal progression taxation, for example, that was announced. But there were many measures that benefited the very wealthy and the super rich. We're talking about a few billions here that actually were distributed into the uppermost income brackets, and they would have managed to get through this energy crisis without this help, which means that we spend way too much money. And if you combine that with the situation that we have a debt break, so that we have to cut costs in other areas, then it's a problem. And we have to say this was not targeted enough. And if we don't have a targeted instrument, then it actually is rather embarrassing, that we in Germany are not able to pay out per capita payments. That doesn't work, But if you don't have that instrument, and we're not even talking about, a staggered approach that people with different incomes get different payments. But, then, of course, what you're spending in one corner, you have to find in some other corner again. And, we just said that in order to avoid wasting money and in avoiding, giving people a relief that they don't need this relief, we need a kind of counter-financing. And, of course, the Conservatives were not really in favor of that, but it was a good macroeconomic analysis of how to really be prudent in dealing with public money. And I would now like to get you on board, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a question for Tweed back. Do we see the question here? No? So you will have to go onto the website yourselves. You will find the QR code on your seats, and I hope that I quote the question correctly. Do you believe that the current economic policies actually is a proportionate reaction to the current challenges? There are two possibilities for you to answer, yes or no. Right, and for as long as you are playing with your mobile phones now, I would now like to talk about the larger question of justice between the generations. Mr. Mühlbach, 2 years ago, there was quite the groundbreaking ruling by the Constitutional Court that for the first time ever said that it's also part of the responsibilities of the state to secure the very foundations of life for future generations as well. Do you believe that enough has been done ever since? I mean, we have started so many things last year. Even, we had a whole change of paradigms, not just for the federal government. Well, first of all, I am very grateful that someone filed this lawsuit and that the Constitutional Court was so clear in their ruling. And of course, not enough has happened ever since. I don't want to belittle anything, I don't want to belittle the activities of the people who try to come up with solutions and concepts and all the things that they've done ever since. But if we take a look at the overall picture, we're talking about, 1.3 degrees of, increased temperatures here. We are on the track towards 3 degrees, and we will not be able to achieve our target objectives, and we just do away with them instead. I don't believe that anyone could actually think that enough is being done right now, especially among my generation, because we as a generation have understood that some things have to fundamentally change if we want to maintain our planet as the very foundation for life, and that there is no plan B, and it's very urgent that a lot more should happen. Now, Ms. Zelikovic, I asked myself, we here in Germany over the past month
NGO
quite frequently talked about an NGO which is called Letzte Generation, the last generation. I don't know whether you've heard about that in Argentina. Young people glue themselves, with super glue onto the tarmac, onto the road, in order to say, we need this kind of public protest because not enough is happening. So they actually also, this young generation is demanding to be listened to, and they protest that way. Are there these kinds of activities in Argentina as well, I asked myself? And what kind of role does this issue actually play there? The responsibility for future generations, is that reflected in the public debate?
Future generation movement has had an intensive activities the previous years. I mean, after pandemics, immediately they had joined this movement of no Thursdays and no Fridays. They were at the streets, young people claiming for their rights and the rights of the future generations. And young people has been very active in one progressive policy that Argentina has passed in the last 5 years, that has been the abortion law. They were very important actors in that policy in particular. In the previous panel, I had the chance to participate. What I explained that in Argentina, the balance between environmental problems, climate change, and economic and social problems is a little different than in Europe. Mainly these social justice issues and economic issues have a little more attention than climate change goals up to now. Because in order to be able to embrace this agenda, we need to move forward from other problems before.
Warum denken Sie, ist das so, dass soziale Fragen eine
Why do you believe that that is the case, that social issues play a larger role than here?
Well, on one hand, it has to deal with our political parties' traditions. What were the main flags of the student movement and the political parties' movements? There is no green tradition political party in Argentina. So that's one issue. And the second one, maybe we don't have enough tools. And we are a rich country in between resources. I mean, we have a lot of land, water. We have suffered the drought the last 2 years, but climate change is not so evident than in Europe. And so I think tradition, agenda is what explains this difference.
Ja, es geht sicherlich dann auch das Bewusstsein.
Yes, and it's probably also about the awareness of the local people, right? Mr. Truger, I have one more question concerning this ruling of the Constitutional Court when it comes to protecting the very foundations of life. It does not need to be exclusively focused on questions of climate change, right? What would you say, what kind of areas could actually be touched upon by this groundbreaking ruling as well? I mean, when talking about the social welfare systems, for example, are they viable enough for future generations?
Ich kann das jetzt juristisch nicht einschätzen.
Well, I can't give you a legal expert's opinion here, whether that should be part of the discussion there, but what I could think of is education. Or rather, the public capital stock, and fair opportunities, fair chances, equal opportunities for future generations. Because if we don't invest enough today, then later generations will not be able to do the things that we can do today. I would rather look at it that way. Sustainability in terms of the social welfare systems, yes. I mean, we have a demographic change going on, and that, especially when you look at this kind of public pension system that we have, it represents a problem. That is correct, but I think that the problem is is just exaggerated. I mean, there is a challenge, but if you have equity-based systems, you will have the same problem. The main problem actually is that we have a real problem of resources. We will have fewer people working, and that is, I think, the very core of the problem, The question of financing or funding is not really the central issue here. But I'm sorry, the social and welfare institutions here, get a lot of tax money every year. Yes, but they don't get these tax monies because the gaps are being filled. They just get them because it helps to balance out the system and make it fairer. Because the social welfare system is also paying for certain things, like, I don't know, pensions for widows, for example, or orphans. And, all the pensioners from the east of Germany who were from the GDR, they did not contribute to the Western system, but that was also then covered by these pension institutions. And, they try to make the system as fair as possible, and if necessary, there is a tax subsidy, if you will. And if you look at the amount, it's probably too low. But let me get back to the point I wanted to originally make. There are problems, and both the financial burden and other burdens will increase over time, but there are so many levers that we can use, and you could actually get a handle on these problems. So I think the main message is not, oh my goodness, we've got a demographic problem, it's so terrible, and we have to now radically reform everything and turn over every stone and do it as quickly as possible. No, we can prepare for that, we know that. And then in a step-by-step process, we can use these different levers, and then in the end, I think it's going to be quite okay and acceptable. I'm not excluding that the Constitutional Court would come up with a similar ruling in this area as well, but I don't think it's necessary. Oh, it's really, a consolation to see how cool you are about these things, because normally in the past people were rather more panicking when they talked about these scenarios. Now I'd like to take a look at the results of our survey. So, do you believe that the current economic policies are actually proportionate to current challenges? 13% say yes, no, 86%. Let me just briefly comment on this. I think it really is interesting, because we have to say that over the past year, so many radical decisions have been taken, but that apparently is still not sufficient. That's impressive. But we also have to say that it's perhaps also due to the audience and their political background. So, Mr. Trugger, yes, I just wanted to say something briefly here, because, if you ask a question like that on this event, I mean, we've talked about all the, pending and impending problems. It's not really surprising that, it's true that the current challenges are huge, and I think that politics is not really yet fully right on track. But you said that already. But if you look back at what politics has achieved during the corona pandemics, of course, many things went wrong, no doubt about that. But on the whole, we managed to bridge everything. We had short-time labor. There was no unemployment crisis. And even with a slight delay and, too many brief and small measures, we even managed to get over the energy price shock. I think we also have to appreciate that. And I think I would turn it the other way. It shows us what politics can do, and in this case, even progressive politics can do. If, in certain situations, the pressure to act is high enough, and that people actually understand that it's necessary. So if we were to manage to get to the point that the problems we were talking about here, especially the climate change problems, social problems, if that became or was regarded with the same kind of importance, then we could fight these things with the same kind of heft, But of course, what's terrible is that we needed this kind of pressure, you know, this external effect that created this pressure. No one wanted to have that, but without it, it wouldn't have been possible. Before Karl Möger can say something, I wanted to briefly say that we will open the discussion, so think about your questions. Jens is there with the microphone. Yeah, you can also feel free to raise your hand. I will then come over. So I'm here to also work out a little, do a little exercise. I will just rush over to wherever you're sitting. Okay, just a brief add-on to the numbers. You know, I'm not surprised by these numbers either. We've talked about problems the whole day long. And over the past years, of course, there were very progressive, very courageous elements in fiscal and financial policies. So many things were done that were right. But I think that we are at risk of, you know, deviating from this right path. I just read an interview by Olaf Scholz, who said that he wants to return to financial policy normality. I don't know whether Mr. Cookies is still here, but the numbers and the challenges that we discussed here, perhaps you can take that along to the Chancellor and talk about it with Olaf Scholz, because we are faced with the task of a century with the transformation and climate change, because it's a threat to the whole of humanity. And from my young perspective, from my young point of view, I can't understand how you want to get back to a normal situation like before the crisis.
Well, what I have been thinking all day is how reduced is the space for a progressive economic policy. Is a small space of opportunity you are having because, or turning back to normal times, or if external expression is too high, you have the risk of losing the progressive values and turning into conservative economic statecraft. So you are in a very hard balance. I mean, this is a huge challenge you as a progressive community you are embracing. So these two positions are a sign of how you have to get this opportunity, and it's a small window, I think. If international relations get too competitive and the US-China competition gets Europe on, there may be no enough space for progressive ideas. I mean, you need some vulnerabilities to be reduced, and sorry if that is not progressive. And if things start to be too normal, like I read inflation came down as previous values before pandemic and everything, maybe the conservative sectors says, no, let's go back to normal. So it's an opportunity, but also is a challenge.
Ja, ich glaube, das ist wirklich ein wichtiger Punkt, den Sie da machen.
I think this is a very important point, because maybe, do we want to return to the old world, or what is it, the new normal? Where is Jens? Oh, over here. There's one request for the floor. Please tell us who you are and what is of your concern. What do you wish for? If you have a question, ask it, please. Tag and Weg Youth Association, Mr. Truger. When you published the last annual report, there was a short debate on the panel about your position on the debt brake. Or you said rather quickly that you're not in favor of it, but the remainder of the economic experts were very much relaxed or against this. Are there open discussions on what kind of strategy you would prefer? Thank you very much. We try to reach consensus all the time, and this, of course, also includes that you don't discuss things openly. Or you sometimes leave things out if they're not really needed for particular measures. So I don't know what the impression is that you got. Since the debt brake is in existence, and even before that, I was against it. Even before it existed. It existed in Switzerland. This is what I observed at the beginning of the years 2000. And then I had already formed an opinion, and I haven't changed since then. In the Council, there are diverging views on this. During our last but one report, we had the 2-and-2 combination. Volker Wieland and Veronika Grimm were on one side, who said, well, rather a fiscal conservative policy, and debt brake investment demand, we don't really know whether we've got the funds available for the investment, so it was unclear whether expenditures would have to be made without any leeway being provided to us. And on the other hand, there were Monika Schnitzer and myself who said, well, in Europe and in Germany, there are also demands for expenses and something needs to be done and we need to change the rules of the game in Europe. That's what we said. And for Germany, we said, a lot speaks in favor for investment-oriented indebtedness, and this would be a tremendous reform of the debt brake. But then you have to make sure that you don't propose suggestions in a vacuum, but it has to fit into the institutional framework, and we try to come up with pragmatic proposals in order to get higher loans for investments in the public realm. And I think the last years were very much characterized by exactly these activities. We were not the trendsetters, but we kind of anticipated these developments, which were quite pragmatic. And that is also the way that the current coalition pursued. Jens, behind the pillar, there's another young person with a question. Patrick, thank you very much for the 2 exciting days. 2 questions for Achim. And the second question maybe for all of you. The first question is, I have the very strong sense that we are moving around in circles in these debates. What we've said before is being said again and again, and we don't really make any headway. Some of the topics have become a bit obsolete. Have you yet reached a stage where we can no longer add new things any longer? Or where new research would be required? Where do you think would it be necessary to come up with new findings? That is the first question. The second is, do we have to put a more strong focus on political organizations? Because I have the feeling that the conservatives on the right and the liberals have much better correlations, much better ties to the institutions. We, as the progressive forces, do we also have to establish networks, forge alliances, and cooperate more closely with that, and stop criticizing each other all the time, again and again?
Das ist spannend.
That's exciting. Mr. Tuga, and maybe also Mrs. Likovic. Are there areas in the field of economics or in policy making where we have discussions again and again, but you haven't become aware of this in Europe? Mr. Truger, please. Thank you. Yes, Patrick. Surprising question. But he's your student? No, he writes a doctoral thesis, mind you.
Also, Erkenntnisproblem, ja gut, es gibt...
Well, we always have problems with coming up with the right findings, but with regards to the debt brake, investments and the like, I think we know a lot. And maybe we're moving around in circles, but my point is the following. I think we have learned to deal with the debt brake. And policymakers have learned how to use all the existing tools that are available despite the debt brake. And, people always say, well, we can't change anything about the debt brake, but, we have used it to the full. And sometimes, of course, you reach your limits. We talked about the national budget, you see, but for the federal states and the municipalities, there are really serious problems. For the national budget, it can be explained if Lindner gives us the position of blockade, then additional investments can be made. But for the municipalities, it's a totally different ballgame. For the municipalities, it's hard to anticipate what's going to happen. And we, in this entire federal system, really need to sort things out. Where are the tax revenues which can be distributed much more equally so that we don't have such a big difference between the rich and the poor municipalities? Or where in some rural areas, municipalities really have major problems where public services can no longer be provided, whereas others don't know what to spend their money on. So there's a financial equalization, and let me put it this way. Now, we've reached the limits, and it has always been like this. Nobody ever thought about the reforms which are needed, but then the constitution was changed. But first, certain measures were set in place, because they had to be taken, and then a consensus was reached, and then were the pieces of legislation adopted and the constitution changed. Maybe since we have learned that we are reaching our limits, maybe things can be changed. And we don't want to have to go to the Constitutional Court year in, year out because we did something of which a coalition said, well, I don't think that this was permissible. We can't go on like this forever. And, we'll probably stop with that and come up with real tangible reforms. Some things have already been changed. But the special fund for the National Army amounting to 100 billion constitutes a change of the basic law in the debt break because this money will be missing.
Das ist ja sozusagen meine Hypothese wäre.
This is really my hypothesis. We really move towards a fundamental reform simply because it's necessary. How you reach it can be left to our colleagues. And Patrick, don't get me wrong for saying that you are maybe a student. I didn't mean to play down on you, but I just looked at you as a woman at the age of 40 plus. Maybe come in on that, here from the back of the room. We have 2 more requests from the floor from the audience. Yeah, but Mrs. Rozlikovic wanted to say something from her Argentinian perspective. So maybe too there are some findings missing.
From my international relations perspective, my field is not economics, but international relations. And I couldn't agree more with the sir, Patrick. I couldn't agree more with Patrick, the student, who is not a student. We need concepts. I totally agree with the idea we need new ways to think about our reality. And I want to give you 3 examples. We are having huge debates. What is a crisis? How long we can say we are in crisis or in polycrisis? I mean, we have been in crisis since, I don't know, 2001, 2008. I don't know. We've been decades in crisis. So we need new concepts to define what is normal, what is not normal, what is desirable, what is a crisis. Development. What is development or what is a successful economic policy? How you measure that. Even how you measure things create narratives, and those narratives create and allow some policies and not others. In the previous panel, we saw some measures that the IMF made about decoupling. And how is this decoupling measured? So we need some economic concepts that are related to international relation concepts to be rethink and to be also discussed in how we measure them. And lastly, we need also new tools. One of the topics that was discussed along the day, and is one of my favorite topics of research, is trade agreements. We need new tools to engage with each other. FTAs are no longer a good answer to our needs. So I think your question was excellent, and I needed to say this with you.
Okay. Okay. Der Jens, der schart da und der...
Jens is getting really nervous. So a really short answer. Thanks very much for the very good question. I have the feeling that yes, we have a more heated debate. There are various different concepts from scholars which could help us gain more headway. I think, first of all, it's a question of political organizations and communication. In Forum 2, we had a very interesting study which was presented to us by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. It showed, first of all, many people do not know about the tremendous privileges in connection with the inheritance tax. They don't know that the property tax has been suspended. If you explain to the people what there is what is about them, then they get a big majority. If we explain that, if we explain fiscal policies in simple terms, and also solutions, that's what we do at Fiscal Future, then we can really make some headway. And I promised a short answer. On to the next question from Thomas, SPD member. I wanted to know,
man konservativ da nicht besser unterscheidet zwischen
conservative approaches and difficult approaches or greedy approaches,
keine Anteilsjagd, also
normally people say don't chase for stocks due to technical progress or whatever, and don't grow at the expense of others. But then you might say those who are in the conservative camp only want the forces of the market to regulate everything. No matter whether it's fair, they want to stick to the agreements, and the others are more careful. With regards to the debt brake, one might say, well, some really only want to see to it that we ensure that we will have enough available for the next generation, and the others are simply thinking about not getting access to the property of the rich in a first step. That's it. Over to one more person with the last question, and then we'll go to the front. Who are you, and what is your concern? My name is Salome. I studied socio-economic masters in Hamburg, and I'm currently dealing with the question of old age provisions in the future. We've spoken a lot about the different generations, the old and the new. Where do we come from? Where are we trying to get at? And I would really like to know what is your position on the international perspective and from the two gentlemen. There are political aspirations also in the media to shift away from the stable pillar of the statutory old age provision scheme to plant-specific provision schemes and capital-covered private provisions for old age. This is considered to be the new, but not necessarily the desirable one. Or to which extent would you say that this is the new and the target? Or should we rather stick with the scheme of the past? Let me start off with the last question and give a quick one on the second question. I think we have to take on responsibility. I think it makes sense for the state and society to decide that we don't leave anyone behind. We don't let anyone fall into old age poverty. We want to ensure a standard of living and social participation that can be funded in order not to bestow responsibility on the individual. So therefore, I think in the statutory provision scheme, that's fine. And the second answer is, I think we in the society are rich enough to prevent people from falling into old age poverty in general. Mr. Tuga, very briefly, a stock-based old age provision, is that a progressive idea or rather the opposite?
Progressiven Begriff, hätte man nur erklären müssen.
Well, progressive is a term that we should have defined.
Nein, ich glaube nicht. Also,
no, I don't think so.
Mein Eindruck ist,
my impression is
diese Aktienrente, die jetzt kommt, das ist
that the limit that we're now going to reach is basically nothing.
Ist winzig.
It's tiny.
Als Türöffner gedacht.
But I think it's meant to be a door opener in order to create the legal preconditions in order to be able to move more into that direction where you have shares in order to insure yourself for old age. I don't think it's a good idea to have a loan-based scheme
Aktienmarkt dann da abzugreifen.
and use the difference in comparison to the shares at the international market. I think financial instability can be quite significant. And it is also true that the idea that with our demographic developments,
andere dann dazu bringen, dass
we cannot convince others to work for us in the future. That's not really a convincing model, is it?
Es kommt darauf an.
So therefore, I do believe that it always depends. We need to create the resources at the national level.
Notwendig sind,
I'm always surprised why doesn't it take many more investments to talk about the investments which are needed in order to let the old society work. How about people providing care? These are real concerns that we should have. And I think that they should be discussed much more heatedly. But when we talk about funds only,
wir müssen halt sehen, dass im Inland
I think we have to see to it that we're very well positioned at home. And we need to get things sorted out at home.
und dann zu hoffen,
Piling up gigantic assets, hoping that in 30, 40 or 50 years from now you'll be able to get the resources from the federal states is too blue-eyed. Thank you.
Jens, der kommt die Ehre zuteil.
Jens, it is your great honor to let the last person ask the last question. Please, could you get up?
Philipp.
Last question is Philip's.
Corona habe ich mich so ein bisschen politisiert. Das war ja so die Frage.
I've become politically active since Corona.
Ich
and
machen, weil
I want to advocate the following. After Mr. Truger's presentation and after Patrick's question, I think it became quite apparent that the question is very important. How can we create new narratives in public debates in order to sell our basic values more effectively and efficiently? We've got a project in place which is called Progressive Perspective. I don't know whether you've heard about it already. You will find it on YouTube and in the internet. Take a look at it. That's a very interesting approach on how to go about it, because it's also based on findings in cognitive science. Now, this is a town hall meeting. Therefore, let me ask you, have you heard about this project already? Good one. Well. We gladly accept this advocacy. Thanks very much, Mr. Mobile, Mrs. Slikovic, Mrs. Trüger. Thanks to all of you. And thanks to the audience, which has stayed all this day long. It's still almost 6 o'clock, and you're still here after such a long day. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your questions. And now that was the day of progressive economic thinking. I hope that you all enjoyed it. In a nutshell, I would like to thank the team of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, which have made this event possible. Many great persons should be mentioned in this context. We also had a wonderful team of technicians behind the scenes. We have the bloggers here, the interpreters. Big team. But we would like to ask one person, Eva Figman from Friedrich Ebert Foundation, to come up here.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.
Thank you so much, Jens. Thank you so much, Marlies. I'd also like to thank you. Thanks to both of you. You did an excellent job as our moderators. Also in the discussions and the panel discussions. Thanks very much to both of you.
Genau, und dann möchte ich mich bei euch
Now I'd like to thank all three of you. Achim Tuga, Kuljeta Zelikovic and Karl Mübach, on behalf of the many speakers who were here all these 2 days long. I think this is a major achievement. It is great that so many people want to come here and discuss progressive economic policies with us. So thanks very much. On behalf of the FES, to all of you, thanks a million.
Genau, und dann möchte ich auch noch einmal an dieser Stelle unseren...
And now I would like to thank our partners who are listed here on the poster, the DGB, IMK, FEPS, who have been very strongly committed also in the preparation, and I can only repeat what you've said before. There are so many of our colleagues coming from the entire FES, from all the departments, starting off with communication, international relations, and our department, and the many colleagues of ours in the organizational teams who have really done a great job. Well, my children at the Kita, it says many hands weekends. Up the hands or many hands weekends.
Ich glaube, bei uns heißt es dann irgendwie viele Hände für...
And I think here it says many hands for the progressive economic policy transformation process. So there were so many hands and minds that thought along. I would like to thank one colleague in particular, Markus Schreier. In 2019, he gave birth to the Day of Progressive Economic Policies. He's been committed all these years. He will move into a different department next year. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but I'm sure that he can hear me on the live stream. So on behalf of all of you, Markus Schreier.
Da ist er.
Oh, he's here.
Ganz herzlichen Dank und alles Gute dir.
Thanks to you and all the best.
Der Markus hat mir versprochen, dass uns in den nächsten Tagen...
Markus promised that in the next couple of days he's going to provide us with food for thought for the next days of progressive economic thinking, because we want to think economic strategies progressively in the future. So therefore, let me call upon all of you to give us your feedback. We will also send out evaluation forms. We want to continue to work along these lines. The Day of Progressive Economic Thinking will also be organized in the future, also next year. I hope that you will come again, and I hope that you will fill in our feedback forms. Give us a word of praise, but are there any rooms for improvement? Just let us know.
Verfolgen Sie unsere Blogbeiträge, die
Look at our blogs written by the young group.
Sie auch auf unserer
You will also find that on our website. It would be wonderful. I'm looking forward to the discussions that we will exchange based on the discussions we had today, and thanks to all of you. And thus the meeting is adjourned. All the best. Have a same journey home, and please come back.
Und die angemeldeten Teilnehmenden für unser
And the registered participants who want to participate in the pub quiz, please come over to hall number 2, house number 2, if you want to participate in the pub quiz. Thank you very much.